Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 10, Decision 2020, Trump versus Biden. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing all right. The weather's kind of lame, but,
Yeah, it is pretty rough out there, isn't it?
Cold and rainy, but, inside's warm, so.
That is true, and I don't mind the cold. I like the cold. So we've danced around politics on this show for a little while now. We've touched on it a little bit as impartially as possible. Last episode, we deliberately avoided talking politics and opted for a bit of a softball topic. But I don't think we can avoid it this week.
No, we are shooting this on Sunday, the Sunday before the election on the 3rd on Tuesday, so.
Indeed. Given the number of early votes that have been cast, I don't think anything that we say here is going to change anyone's mind any more than any of the candidates campaigning out there are going to change anyone's mind. However, I do think it's a worthwhile discussion for us to have comparing the candidates. And I think we're going to kind of go about this in a kind of a different way. We're going to do it scored sort of like a boxing match. We'll do a tail of the tape between the two candidates and look at some of their key vital information. And then we're going to do 5 rounds that are based on a couple of surveys that have been done over the past couple of weeks. And we'll score on a 10-point must each round, what each candidate, how they perform in these polls. And then we'll give our opinions at the end of who won, why they won, and so forth. Good to go?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, before we start, let's get some podcast business out of the way.
Yeah, so some of the rigmarole, your various subscriptions, you can subscribe to us on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Podcast, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and on Amazon. If you have Amazon Prime, that means you have Twitch Prime, and we would appreciate it if you would help us with those. You get 1 free Twitch Prime sub a month. It would really help us out if you were to give that to this channel. You can contact us at, you can email us, at comments at insightsintothings.com. On Twitter, we are at insights_things. Facebook, facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. And if you missed any of these links, they're all on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Awesome. And we'll be right back with the tail of the tape. So we have 2 candidates that will be vying for the candidacy for President of the United States for the next 4 years. The first is the incumbent, the defending champion, Donald J. Trump. We're going to look at their political affiliation, their age, where they're from, a little bit about their history, their family history, some education, and some military status history that they have. I'll go down Donald Trump, and how about you go down Joe Biden's record for us? All right. So, Donald J. Trump's political affiliation currently is Republican. He was previously a reform-minded individual. He was a Democrat, registered Democrat, and a registered independent. He is now Republican, has been Republican since at least 2016, when he won the nomination from the Republican Party. He is 74 years old. He is, as he has mentioned several times in his rallies in Florida, a senior citizen. He is from Queens, New York originally. He has been married multiple times. His first marriage was to Ivana from 77 to 92, which ended in divorce. Then he was married to Maria from 93 to 99, and currently married to Melania since 2005. He has 5 children. He has Don Jr., Ivanka, Eric, Tiffany, and Barron. Tiffany we don't hear too much about these days. Don Jr. and Eric are very active, as well as Ivanka, in his campaign, and Barron is under 18 at this point, so he kind of stays below the radar. His alma mater is Wharton School of Business, which he transferred to from, I forget where he originally went. It was in Bronx, New York, I know was where the school was, but he's a product of the Wharton School of Business. He has a BS in economics. Military service. This has been something that was kind of controversial for him in the past. He had 4 student draft deferments while in college during the Vietnam War. In 66, he was deemed fit for service. July of 68, he was classified as eligible to serve. In October of 68, he was medically deferred as a 1Y, unqualified for duty except in case of national emergency, which I guess Vietnam didn't constitute a case of national emergency. And then in 72, he was reclassified to 4F due to bone spurs and permanently disqualified from the service. And that is the tale of the tape for Donald J. Trump. Tell us about Joe Biden.
Okay, so Joseph R. Biden Jr., his political affiliation is a Democrat. He's been Democrat his entire career, his political career. He is 77 years old, so 3 years older than Donald Trump. He's from Scranton, PA, which I didn't actually know that. Local-ish, kind of, you know. His spouse is Jill Biden. They were married in 1977. He was previously married to Nelia. Sorry about that. They were married from 1966 to 1972, and unfortunately she passed away. He has 4 children. And
the count keeps going.
I know, they're hiding in there. Hunter, Bo, who unfortunately passed away, Ashley, and Naomi, who also unfortunately passed away. His alma mater is Syracuse University. He got a degree in law there. His military service, he had 5 student draft deferments while in college. And in 1968, he was medically deferred as a 1-Y due to asthma. And he, much like Donald Trump, unqualified for duty except in case of national emergency. And that is Joseph R. Biden.
So they are our candidates that will be vying for president. And we'll be right back for round 1.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So round one of our showdown here between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, we're going to be talking about the key issues. This information comes from a survey done by a website called yougov.com. And we have a couple of different issues that will kind of go down the route of where these candidates stand on the issues and where Survey of Americans actually falls. So the first key issue that we talk about is nominating the next Supreme Court justice. Obviously, this has been done already. She's been confirmed. Trump, his stance was to confirm the nomination immediately. Biden and the Democrats wanted to wait until after the election. When America was polled on this, 53% of Americans said they would rather wait until after the election for the confirmation. So the majority of Americans sided with Biden on that one. What's our next category?
So our next category is handling the COVID-19 pandemic. President Trump said he declared victory and wants to move on. He had the virus himself and proclaims to have been cured of it. Biden wants to implement mandatory masks, social distancing, and other recommendations from medical professionals. 45% of America was confident in Biden, while 37% were confident in Trump. So it looks like most people side with Biden on that issue.
Yes, they do. The next is the economy and fixing the economy. Trump thinks the economy is doing great and it's the best there ever was. Biden acknowledges the impact of COVID on our workers and our families. America thinks 37% think things will get better under Trump, and 32% think things will get better under Biden. So America is siding with Donald Trump on this one.
The next category, race and violence in our cities. Trump doesn't think there's systematic racism in the country and condemns any violence. Biden acknowledges racism in the country and condemns the violent protests and supports the more peaceful ones. Americans, 39%, think they are mostly violent riots, while 32% think they are peaceful protests. So it looks like most people are swinging towards thinking they're violent riots and are against that.
Correct. The next we look at, and the last item we look at in this round, is integrity of the election, which has been quite controversial over the past few months. Trump is attacking mail-in voting as ripe with fraud. Biden encourages people to vote any way they can, especially considering the conditions we're in under a pandemic. America was asked if they have confidence in the election. 16% have a great deal of confidence in the election and the electoral process. 8% have no confidence at all in the election. Now, it's interesting to point out that there were a number of other levels of confidence that were in this survey. I took the top and the bottom here. So the vast majority of people did fall in the middle. I was kind of looking for those extremes here to see where people had that high degree or complete lack of confidence. So it looks like by a margin of 2-1, people are siding with Biden, saying that they are confident in the election and process itself. Now that does bring an end to round one here, and it was pretty well divided, I think. What are your opinions on round one?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like most things were pretty split the way you'd think they would go. One thing that did surprise me was the 8% having no confidence at all in the election. I'm not sure what I thought the number would be, but 8%, honestly, I thought it'd be a little bit higher, given the issues we had in the 2016 election and elections in the past, and all the rhetoric surrounding voting in general. I thought that the number would be higher, honestly.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I'm surprised it was below 10% there. I kind of figured it would edge a little bit higher. But it is good to know that the vast majority of people do think that they have confidence in the election. So we are scoring these rounds on a 10-point scale, 10-point must, and we will tally up our totals at the end of the matches.
Do we want to do our scores for each round, or just count it all at the end?
Well, I would pencil in your score now, and then we'll do the math at the end there, and we'll just give the totals. So that's it for round one. We'll be back in a minute with round two. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So round two, we're actually drawing our information from a survey done by Pew Research, and all of the links to the surveys will be available on our website in our show notes after the podcast. So round two, we're looking at the top reasons for voting for each candidate, and we're looking at Donald Trump. We're looking at both candidates. We're looking at both candidates, and we're looking at several different categories. So the first category we look at was leadership and performance. So Americans were asked to rate each candidate on each of these categories. And for leadership and performance, 23% cast their votes for Donald Trump, while only 19% cast their votes for Joe Biden.
So the next category is his issue or policy positions. In this instance, 21% of people voted for President Trump here, and only 9% voting for Biden. So Biden definitely scoring low in that category.
The next category is he's not the other guy, which seems whimsical, but given the divisive nature of politics in our country today, I think it's pretty significant. 56% of people said they would vote for Biden because he's not Trump. And only 19% said they would vote for Trump over Biden. Now, again, this is not a category that has any kind of concrete, provable evidence. It's literally just
opinion
of candidates.
Yeah. So the next category, he is for the American people and values, the candidate's representation of American people and values. Trump scored 17% in that category, and Biden only scored 6%. So again, Biden falling in the low percentages.
The next category we have is people who vote along party lines. So Republicans vote Republican, Democrats vote down the Democrat column. 16% said they would vote for Trump, 7% vote for Biden. And I think that is more a statement of party loyalty more than anything. And I also think that's kind of reflective of what we saw coming out of the primaries, where we had 20-some people as candidates that emerged on the Democrat side, where the Republicans obviously maintain a fairly single-minded race the whole time. And I think that statistic is reflective of that.
Yeah. So the next category is their personality, and temperament. Biden scoring 13% here, and President Trump scoring 11%. So Biden pulling ahead with 2 extra percent.
And it's interesting, given the nature of the first debate, which this survey occurred after the first debate. I'm surprised that margin isn't greater in Biden's favor because of the amount of criticism that was lambasted against Trump for his seemingly overbearing, bullying tendencies during the debate. The next category is simply other. It was not, they had a prescription of what questions they asked people, and people who answered for voting reasons outside of those wound up in the other. And this is a statistical tie here. Biden at 13%, Trump at 12%. I think the margin of error on this poll was 4 or 5%. So statistically insignificant to the overall poll.
And the final category is people that did not know or refused to answer. And again, these are pretty close. Biden with 14% and Trump with 13%.
Yeah, so I think the last two here we kind of can throw out from a statistical standpoint. Looking at the rest of these, I think it's pretty clear that Donald Trump won round two on this one here. Let's move right into round three here, since that was a quick, decisive round. Round three, using the same poll, looks at personality traits. So we look at energetic being our first one. 56% of Americans think that Donald Trump is more energetic than 40% who think Biden is more energetic.
The next is courageous, or how much courage they have. Trump with 46% and Biden close with 45%. So just 1% difference there.
And then we asked Americans, well, we didn't, but Pew Research asked Americans, who cares for the needs of ordinary people? And this is where we see a bit of a breakout here, where Biden scores 54% of the confidence level from voters, Trump only 41%. So that's kind of a opinion statement there as to who cares more.
Yeah, and sort of in the same vein as that, the next category, a good role model. And again, Biden pulling ahead here, 46% from Biden, with Trump only getting 31%. So again, similar to cares for needs of ordinary people, you're seeing in the personality realm, Biden is pulling ahead a little bit.
Right. And the last one that we have in round three here, I think this is a knockout blow here in the last two, where they asked, who do you think is more even-tempered? 60% of Americans think that Biden is more even-tempered than 25% of Trump supporters. So I think round three, I would definitely have to give to Biden in this case here. Not only did he win more of the categories, but he won them with a significantly higher percentage difference than the others.
Yep, definitely.
But overall, I was actually kind of surprised at this point in time when I prepared the notes as to how even the two candidates really were at this point in time if we're scoring on a 10-point must.
Yeah.
We're going to take another quick break here, and we'll be back in just a minute for round four, where we're going to look at what voter confidence is on key issues between the candidates.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're back with Decision 2020. Wrong camera angle.
I was like, hello.
Decision 2020, Trump versus Biden. We're about halfway through now. We're scoring this on a 10-point must. We did our tail of the tape. Halfway through now. We've got 2 rounds left to go. Where do you think we stand on the candidates?
Well, just doing a quick, I'm not going to reveal my scores yet. We got to tease it for the end. But just doing a quick totaling of my scores. Both candidates are pretty close. I think in the most recent round, in round 3, we definitely saw Biden pull ahead just in terms of his personality. And I think that's interesting because if you look at it, being president is more than just your personality. It's about policy issues, which if we look at those rounds, candidates were much closer, or it leaned to one towards, President Trump. So it's interesting to see how these votes are coming down and what people might value in a presidential candidate or a president themselves.
Yeah, and I think part of that is the fact that, Donald Trump has been president for 4 years, so we have a performance that we can look at for comparison purposes. Biden has been out of office for 4 years, and when he was in office, he wasn't president. He was a vice president, he was a senator, and so forth. So I think when people look at policy decisions, they look at that kind of differently given the roles that Biden's been in the past. And I don't think he gets nearly as much attention or credit for those policy decisions. But especially from an economic standpoint, Donald Trump has very much cast himself as, well, he's casting himself as the law and order president, but he also hinges a lot of what his performance is on the economy. How do you think that's affecting the survey results?
Well, at the end of the day, people care probably the most about money, right? So, and if Trump's able to frame it in such a way that if you vote for me, I can keep the income flowing or I can keep your families fed. When in reality, at least from my point of view, given the COVID-19 pandemic, he hasn't done all that great of a job in terms of keeping like stimulus checks and things like that. And I know that it was also the Democrats involved with that about not being able to push that through. But I think it's not nearly as cut and dry as Trump would like people to believe, where if you vote for him, immediately the economy will be better, and in turn your life will be better.
And I agree with you on that point. A lot of the things I think that I would knock Donald Trump on here is he's telling you that things are bad. We have riots in the streets. If you elect Joe Biden, your taxes are going to go up, and this is going to happen, and that's going to happen. And he cites a lot of things that are happening right now under a Republican administration. So I find it difficult to correlate that electing Biden would change things, since obviously we're still having riots in the streets now. Most recently in our backyard in Philadelphia here. Yep. And that's happening on Donald Trump's watch. So why would that change on Joe Biden's watch?
Yeah, those ads that make that argument, they perplex me. Because he presents this image of an America that is burning, but he's the president.
Right.
And it's on one hand, I can't tell if it's smart or not, because some people are probably believing it.
Yeah.
And that if they give him another 4 years, he can stop it all. But in a lot of instances, he is at some fault for the state of things now anyway.
Yeah.
So, I know we don't want to turn it into a Trump bashing thing, but like you said, we've had 4 years of his performance to critique, and I guess that's probably why we're leaning that way.
Well, and he makes a point of talking about the forest fires out in the on the West Coast there. And a lot of experts make a case for the forest fires being as bad as they are because of environmental issues, global warming, and so forth, the drought that's been out there. And Donald Trump tends to counter saying, well, it's forest management. Well, 2/3 of the land that's burning is managed by the Federal Forest Service, which is under his control. Mm-hmm. So if there's an issue with forest management, it's the administration that's falling down on that. And I look at that, the response that he has, and I have to question really the veracity of it. And then even getting to something as simple as the slogan, Biden is Build Back Better, which, okay, that's kind of lame, but sure, it's different. But Trump is sticking with Make America Great Again. And I have to wonder if that's really helping you out. You campaigned in 2016 with Make America Great Again. You got 4 years, and you're campaigning on Make America Great Again. Are you saying that in the first 4 years you didn't make America great?
Yeah, I think
go
ahead.
If that's the case, why would I vote for you again for another 4 years?
Yeah, I think sometimes he'll change it up and say, keep America great. But if this is our definition of greatness, it's not one that I would like to subscribe to.
Right. So it just, we seem to get very confusing messages out of the Trump campaign at this point in time. But on the opposite side, we have a number of controversies out there that are brewing around Biden. We're talking packing the Supreme Court. We're talking the whole Hunter Biden laptop thing, which is or isn't an issue, and that's still up for debate. But a lot of the tough questions, fracking being another one, a lot of the tough questions that are being pushed at Joe Biden are basically being ignored. They're not being responded to. And I don't know if that's a good strategy, in that maybe his handlers are afraid of the response that he's going to give. If you look at his response on fracking, it's been fragmented, it's been inconsistent, and he's countered previous statements a number of times during the campaign. Or is he just avoiding answering the tough questions?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. And talking about fracking, when he talks about the pandemic, he is all in favor of science and things like that. But when it comes to fracking, which is, scientists say is a bad thing, he's all for it. So there's conflicting messages there. And obviously with every politician, you're going to have that. You're going to have them conflict with themselves. But I don't know. It's not necessarily directly lying, but it makes you wonder, if he does get 4 years in office, how that dichotomy almost is going to be reflected in the administration.
Yeah. Should be interesting. Well, let's get on to the second half of the match here. So round 4, we're going to, the voters were asked what their confidence is on each candidate in certain key issues. And the first key issue, again, economic policy. So 51% of people are more confident in Trump's economic policy than Biden, who we only have a 48%. But again, we have a 4 to 5% margin of error. So that's statistically irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure we can really choose a winner from that one. What's our next category?
So the next category is law enforcement and criminal justice issues. Biden pulling ahead here with 46% of confidence, while Trump has 41%. And I think that's, again, having 4 years of Trump, I think that is a reflection in this poll, because President Trump is dealing currently with civil unrest, quote unquote, and his issues and his takes on law enforcement and how that should be implemented. So I think that, that's what we're seeing in these polls.
And I would tend to agree. I don't think Biden really has any record on law enforcement in the 47 years that he's been in the Senate. So I'm puzzled as to why he's scoring so high here. I think it's more a matter of Trump scoring low than Biden scoring high. And I think that's just a product of he's different, right? So the next one we have is handling the coronavirus health impact. And here we get a significant percentage difference as well. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. I skipped a category.
I would have just read that if you like.
Yeah, I skipped a category. Foreign policy issues. So in this here, we have a 6-point lead. So this is a statistical a lead that we can cite here. Biden has been rated with a 50% level of confidence versus Trump's 44%. And I think this kind of speaks to both of them. And Biden definitely has a foreign policy history, both in the Senate and as vice president. And Trump most definitely has a foreign policy history in his last 4 years, which, given the countries that we seem to be more closely friendly with and those that we are less friendly with, I think speaks volumes.
So the next category is handling the coronavirus health impact. Biden wins this category, getting 52%, while Trump only has 41%. And again, we're seeing this reoccurring thing with this round specifically. But I think it's about, I'm going to repeat myself here, but Trump having 4 years and Biden giving policy promises for if he were to win the election, what his administration would look like. So I wonder if Trump falling behind in a lot of these categories is more just people wanting something different from Biden or something better on a lot of these issues.
Well, I think specifically to coronavirus, this sort of came to a head in the second debate, where the performance that Trump has put up for the pandemic we're currently in is abysmal. Given the number of infections, the number of deaths, the performance in relation to other countries who have had it, the United States is last, hands down. And during the second debate, Trump tried to sort of retaliate or punch back on this when they talked about the H1N1 virus that struck during the Obama-Biden administration, and claimed that had they dealt with this virus then the same way, the death toll would have been monstrously higher. 2 million people, I think, is what he was quoted as. And when you look at the performance of the Obama and Biden administration, the death toll was insignificant compared to what we're seeing now.
Yep.
And I think Trump failed to make a case for a failure on Biden's part in the first pandemic, which in combination with his abysmal handling of it, and there's very few people I think that can provide a convincing argument otherwise. I think those two things combined is what's really killing the public confidence. I mean, Trump has declared that the virus is over, and we've got 1,000 people a day dying. So it's kind of hard to have any confidence in someone who has that kind of distorted version.
Yeah, and on that issue, also pulling out of the World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic, I don't know who greenlit that. I'm sure it was probably mostly President Trump pushing for that, given his opinions on funding the World Health Organization, which, if you just do a cursory amount of research, it's not quite as black and white as he's presenting it.
Right.
But I think things like that, whether they're for, in his mind, the right reasons or not, they send the wrong message to not only the American people, but to the rest of the world on how America is handling this. And you're seeing that with travel restrictions being put back on Americans going to other countries and cases continuing to rise every day.
Yeah. Well, not only did he pull us out of the World Health Organization, he has a crusade going to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which would leave 20 million plus Americans without health care during a pandemic. Maybe the ACA, maybe it needs to be recalled and needs to be reworked and something else put out. He doesn't have a plan. He hasn't put a plan forward. It's coming. Every 2 weeks it's coming. So until you have something that's a viable replacement that's better, you can't withdraw it. And it's already made its way to the Supreme Court. Yeah. We're waiting on a vote from the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and it's easy to say all these things about Trump because we don't have a Biden in this situation. And maybe things would have gone just as poorly if Biden was in charge. But that's not really the point. The point is Trump was in charge, and these are the consequences of his actions.
That's exactly it. So the next category we have, which is another clear victory for Biden, is race relations. 48% of Americans are confident in Biden versus 35%. And again, this is a direct reflection of the last 4 years of division that we saw under Trump. Now, looking at Biden's record, Biden does not have a stellar record on race relations. He's made comments in the past. He's had policy decisions in the past that were not in the best interest of minorities. And a lot of that is just being overshadowed by the fact that Donald Trump, in many cases, has aligned himself with white supremacist groups. He refuses to condemn them. He's made comments to the effect that, there are decent people in the KKK. He was asked to condemn the Proud Boys on the debate stage. And instead of saying, stand down, it was stand back and stand by, which is a very, very different message than stand down. So this is a direct reflection, I think, on Trump's handling of the race relation issue.
And just recently, the other day, and I know I don't want to speak out of turn here because I don't have the information in front of me, but wasn't Biden's bus confronted with white supremacists down in Florida?
Texas. That was actually today or yesterday. Yeah. They were going to a rally. They canceled the rally because Trump supporters in pickup trucks surrounded the bus driving down the highway.
Yeah, and I don't know if Trump has commented on that at all, but either way, it's difficult to argue that these things would not be happening if Trump President Trump was not in office.
I agree.
I think
And you can't necessarily knock Trump for the actions of every one of his supporters.
Yeah.
What you can knock him for is his reaction to it. You know, he should have immediately come out and condemned that type of action. And the other thing you have to keep in mind is presidential candidates have Secret Service protection details. So you have these highly trained individuals with weapons that are being provoked by these protesters.
American citizen.
Yeah. And the fact that this is being allowed to happen is extraordinary during an election.
Yeah. I guess speaking of all that, the final category we have here is bringing the country closer together. Obviously, we're just talking about division and things like that. Biden here getting 45% and Trump getting 31%. So again, Biden pulling ahead.
So how would you rate round 4 at this point?
Well, it definitely looks like Biden overall winning more categories here. But again, is it just because we have 4 years of Donald Trump and people want something different? And I mean, with things like race relations, we talk about how Biden has certain issues with it in his past. But when you compare it to Trump, it's almost apples and oranges in terms of quantity of evidence. And I think that is the reason that Biden pulls ahead in so many of these categories is the amount of evidence for each of them on these issues.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny that you say the phrase, people might just want something different, because that's exactly what swept Donald Trump into office in 2016, was the idea that it's not politics as usual. I'm different. I'm not a politician. People are tired of politicians. I'm going to drain the swamp. So he swept into office under the premise of I'm different. And now he's under real threat of being swept out for people looking for something different. And his premise was, well, you've had 50 years of politics as usual. I'm different. We've had 4 years of Trump, and Americans seem to want something different now. So I'm not really sure where that statement actually leads the country.
Yeah, and I think that happens anytime you have the incumbent president going against the other candidate from the other party. It's always, well, I didn't like what they did, so I'm going to vote for somebody different. Whereas if you have a president that is overall liked in their first term, they're more likely to get reelected because people want more of the same. And we're not seeing that here, I don't think.
Well, and the one thing I think that's very different about this race than I think I've ever seen in the history of politics is you look at the national conventions for each party. And the Democratic National Convention quite literally had more respectable Republicans speaking in favor of Biden than Donald Trump had in total speaking at the Republican National Convention. When more Republicans show up for the Democratic National Convention, I think you're seeing a divide in a party where that party has been very consciously trying to cover up that divide at this point. And the race that we're looking at here is not really just a race for the president. It's a race for the Senate and the House. Right now, the Republicans control a majority there. So anything that the Democrats try to do is being thwarted. And there's a real threat right now because of how the country's been in the last 4 years under a Republican president, that not only do you see the executive office switch, you may see enough seats in the Senate switch that you could have a Democratic president and a Democratic-controlled Congress that will dominate for the next at least 2 years until the midterms. So that could have a significant impact on the future of this country.
Yeah, and we're not even taking into account the Supreme Court, too. Having majority Republican judges is also going to affect how
Well,
others...
and let's not call them Republican judges. That's kind of unfair because, they are impartial, but they've been Republican-appointed judges.
Yeah, sorry, that's closer to what I meant. But those appointing judges are also going to affect how a lot of decisions will go.
Yeah, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, the fact that he's had the opportunity to appoint 3 justices to the Supreme Court, when in 4 years he's gone through more members of his administration than any other administration before, which to me, if I look at it from a hiring manager standpoint, if you go through that many people in that short a period of time, you're probably a terrible judge of character when it comes to hiring people.
Yeah.
And based on that revolving door policy on his administration, he's got 3 people appointed to the highest court in the land for life terms that will have far-reaching impacts on the future of this country than anything.
Yep.
And that's kind of alarming, even if you aren't a Democrat. I think it's alarming that any single individual has that much of an influence over the Supreme Court. So that was it for round 4. We have one more round, which I think is probably the biggest round that we have, and it's a single question round. And I think this will tip our contest one way or the other, because I think we're, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think we're pretty evenly matched right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have a couple instances of Biden pulling ahead, but then you also have Trump doing better in other rounds as well. So I'd say it is pretty back and forth.
I agree. So we'll take a quick break and we'll come back for round 5 and then our analysis. So round 5 is a single question, very simple. And this comes from the YouGov.com survey asking who they think is the most honest candidate. And people who were polled about that question for Donald Trump, 57% say he's not honest, and 35% say he is honest.
Joe Biden, 48% say he is honest. 41% says he's not honest. So Joe Biden, his numbers are a lot closer than President Trump's were.
Yes, and I think this is probably the most telling thing out there. Most people, and I don't mean to seem cynical, but when it comes to politics, I think most people expect your politicians to lie to you. Mm-hmm. And I think if you don't, you're naive. The fact that they think that the only career politician in this race is more honest than our current president speaks volumes.
Yeah, especially given a big reason for Trump getting elected in 2016 was his stance against career politicians. And now the career politician is in some ways being more favored in different categories.
Yes, and I think Donald Trump's, again, a lot of this reflection is on the last 4 years. I think Donald Trump puts himself out there with these absolute statements, and that's a product of his political naivety, where a career politician knows how to say something that leaves him enough wiggle room to get out of an absolute statement.
Yep.
Donald Trump gets in front of the microphone and says things like, there'll be a vaccine in 2 weeks. Well, when there's not a vaccine in 2 weeks, what are you going to do? Mm-hmm. You've kind of painted yourself into a corner there.
Yeah, and we talked about that with Biden having more of the career politician take, where he talking about things like fracking and his criminal justice background, where he gives himself that wiggle room. He doesn't have a concrete stance,
right,
which is a negative and a positive at the same time. It depends on how you look at it, because he can't. There's very few, except for a few unfortunate quotes that he said before, of things you can pull up to say, oh, well, here's evidence of this guy, not being fit to lead.
Yeah, and Trump has shot himself in the foot a number of times here because Trump is a gambler. Trump is the type of person who takes chances, and he plays the numbers in such a way that when he says something that's an absolute statement and it's true, then he gains a lot of collateral that way. And when it's not true, what happens? Usually we get some other statement or something else that distracts us away from that, or he tries to wiggle his way out of it or something like that. Then he turns into the politician and he starts the song and dance. And I think as a result of that, he comes across as dishonest. And there was a statistic that I saw, and I think it was on USA Today. I don't remember. But midway through this race a couple months ago, there was a statistic that came out that rated Donald Trump as every fourth word out of his mouth was a lie. And that's based on the number of words that he's given in public and the number of lies that he's told. And I've never seen that statistic for any politician. The fact that he has so many untruths out there that they can calculate that is alarming.
Yeah, and this came up with the debates too. People wanted live fact checkers. I think even Joe Biden said there should be live fact checkers. But I do think it can be a little bit one-sided against Trump with how much he lies, especially with things like fact checking. I think in terms of the debates, I think it should have been a little bit more even with and who's being fact checked the most. Where I think it's Trump makes himself an easy target given all of his lies, and I think that there has been a lot of attention on that, and maybe not as much on Joe Biden.
Well, and Donald Trump has also put himself in compromising positions in the past, like the Woodward interviews, for instance, that were done months ago, very early into the pandemic. And Donald Trump came out acknowledging the fact that he knew how dangerous the virus was. He knew it was airborne, and he willingly chose to downplay the virus because he didn't want to panic Americans. And why you would say something that was so compromising on tape, knowing that you're on tape, boggles my mind.
Yeah.
And I don't understand what he thought he was going to gain from that.
The way I see it is he doesn't care because that is already out of the news cycle, right? I mean, he admitted to this on tape, and it was major headlines for a couple days, but it's out of the cycle now. And I think that has been a reoccurring thing with his administration and his presidency. He says something insane or does something insane that you would never think a president to do, and in the past would probably be extremely damning. But because it happens so frequently, we become desensitized to it, and it becomes, unfortunately, a new normal almost. And I think that he says things like this because he knows that it's not going to stick.
Yeah, and I think you're right. And I think when he does something where he shoots himself in the foot, and the news organizations pick up on it and report on it, then we get it's fake news. They're not treating me fairly. Did you ask Biden the same questions? Yeah. And he goes on this defensive rant to distract away from everything. So I have to give him full props as a master manipulator. He really has perfected the methodologies of manipulating the media at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of his reputation even before he became president, right? I mean, with his depiction in different movies, Back to the Future 2, the president in that being loosely based, or not the president, but older Biff being loosely based on Donald Trump,
right,
and things like that. I think he's always had this reputation. It was only before it was more normal because he was a greedy businessman. But when you put somebody like that in office, the standards are different.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Interesting. So that was it for round 5. I think we can say that squarely went to Joe Biden. We'll be right back with our final thoughts and our tally of who we think won the matchup. So, in tallying up my numbers here, I'm showing Biden with 49 points and Trump with 45. What do you show?
I had Biden with 49 and Trump with 41 points.
Okay, well, you were much harder on Trump than I was.
Well, I was harder on Trump in rounds 3 and 4, only because he scored so much. Those are the categories where he got destroyed by Joe Biden in terms of the percentage differences. So I thought that warranted lower scores for him.
Fair enough. I think either way, we both agree that based on these polls from Americans out there from 2 different polling organizations, that Biden was the clear winner. What are your thoughts moving forward? Let me ask you a couple of questions that I think a lot of Americans have on their mind right now and get your reaction. One, how do you think November 3rd is going to play out? Do you think we're going to have a winner, or do you think it's going to take some time to count the votes?
I think it's going to take a couple days afterwards. Just because of the influx of mail-in ballots, especially with the pandemic. And I don't know if you watched last week tonight, but he talked about this thing, John Oliver, about this thing called the blue shift, where because so many Biden supporters are mailing in their ballots, those votes might not be counted until a couple of days after election night. Whereas if a lot of people that support Trump vote in person, that might show him pulling ahead, which he could then capitalize on to declare a victory. And I think that that's a scary prospect. And I think the official tally will probably be a couple days later, due to the mail-in votes.
So let's say a week, 2 weeks into this, we have decisive numbers that come back after everything's counted up. And let's say, hypothetically, Donald Trump loses the election in the Electoral College. Do you think we'll see a peaceful transition of power, or how do you see that going down?
I don't really know, honestly. I mean, obviously he says all these things like, I'm not a good loser. I will, he's spoken to the idea that he might try to resist the peaceful transition. But I don't know how much of that is true. I wonder if he's just saying that to frighten people or to appear stronger to his supporters. But honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea how things are going to go if he does end up losing the Electoral College, if he does. I don't know, unfortunately.
Well, let me ask you the same question. If Biden loses, what do you think is going to happen? How do you think the country is going to react?
I think his supporters are going to be disappointed. I know I would personally be disappointed by it. But I do think that Trump would probably run with it and maybe use it as fuel to extend, his power even more because he won again.
Right.
And that for him would be a confirmation that he's doing the things the right way. So it probably will just lead to more of what we have now.
Now, can I ask you, have you voted?
Yeah.
And you did mail-in voting, or you did in person?
Yeah, no, I mailed back in whenever I got it, which was like October.
Now, let me ask you a question, and this is a question that I ask a lot of people when it comes to politics. Putting all the other issues aside, everything we talked about here, the one thing I ask people when they look to vote is, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?
Me personally, I would say no, but I realize that I'm in a privileged position, and there are a lot of people less fortunate than me that are in much worse positions, and I do take that in consideration when I vote. I'd say the biggest thing that the Trump presidency has affected me is the coronavirus pandemic, and it limiting my options in my life in terms of social options and things for school, having to do school remotely. But like I said, other people have been affected in much worse ways from the presidency.
Should we see a change in administration here and Joe Biden come into power, do you think the coronavirus will be dealt with better? Do you think we'll see a more involved government in addressing of it?
I do. I at least I hope so. I hope that funds will be better allocated. I think that if the leader of the country admits that there is a problem and is working towards it, I think that will help at least some people in the country take it more seriously as well. Because I know in at least my life, a lot of people are not taking it as seriously as they should. And I wonder how much of that comes from the kind of rhetoric they're hearing about it from their leaders.
Right. And economically speaking, who do you think the country would be better off with, Trump or Biden?
I am not super well versed in economics. I know that a lot of people are citing Biden's taxing of the wealthy, which I am in support of. I think that that's a good thing. I think people that are wealthy should contribute more. But like I said, I'm not familiar as much as I should be with the economics.
Is there any outstanding issue that you think sticks out more than anything else that we've discussed that would decide who do you think should be president?
I know that before I said that it's not all about personality when you're picking a candidate, but for me, I just don't see voting for Trump as the moral right thing to do. And that's the biggest thing for me. I don't support Biden on a lot of issues. I don't agree with him on a lot of issues, but I just don't think Trump is a good man. And maybe Biden isn't either, but I think there's something about Trump that for me, he's just not the right person to be in office or to be in power.
Fair enough. That was all I had. Did you have anything else that you want to get into?
Nope.
All right. I think that's it for today. I think our next podcast will be very interesting depending on how this election goes. I assume by the time we go on the air again, that decision will have been made by the country, and we'll see what direction we go, and it might even decide what we talk about on the next podcast.
Yeah, I guess so.
That was all we had. Thank you for watching today. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to us. You can get video versions of our podcast if you look for Insights into Things. You can get audio versions if you look for Insights into Tomorrow. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Amazon. We would also invite folks to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings. We're on Twitter at Insights Into Things. We are on Instagram at Insights Into Things. Facebook, you can catch us at facebook.com/Insights Into Things podcast. Or you can get links to all of our social media contacts, as well as transcripts and show notes on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books. Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 116, Expressing Individuality. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my unique and independent co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Doing all right. A little hot out there today.
Yep.
You said we were, what, at 96?
94.
94. We're at 94 outside. We're at 76.6 in the studio right now. So thank God for air conditioning.
Yep.
So how was your week this week? This was your first full week out of school, right?
I believe so, yes.
Did you do anything interesting or exciting?
I've been doing camps.
Tell us about the camps real quick.
One of the camps is Brain Games, where we kind of do questions, and see images and various things to deal with strengthening our brains.
And this is through who?
Varsity Tutors.
Varsity Tutors. And what was the other one you were doing?
Intro to Filmmaking, where we're going to be filming a 2 to 5 minute long movie.
Okay. Like it so far?
Yep.
Cool. But that's not what we're talking about this week. Although your movie making really is a way of expressing your individuality. This week we are talking about the importance of teen individuality and identity development. We'll talk about what teen identity development is, why it's important, and some of the consequences of underdeveloped teen identities. Then we'll explore some of the ways that teens display their self-identity issues before we finish up with tips on how parents can help their teens form a positive self-identity. Before we do that, though, I would like to invite our audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find the video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're pretty much any place you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and so forth. I would also invite our audience to write in, give us some feedback. We're always looking for show ideas and let us know whether we're doing a good job or not. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. We are at Facebook on facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast and on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can go to our website and get links to all those and much more at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Sure.
All right. So what is teen identity? So this week's research we did from a site called aspiroadventure.com. They say identity refers to one's sense of as an individual and how they define themselves in terms of values, beliefs, and role in the world. Self-identity in adolescence forms the basis of our self-esteem later in life. A teen's identity is the result of various internal and external factors. Though a teen has some control over their identity development, teen identities are also formed by environmental forces outside their control, such as their peers, family members, the school they go to, their ethnic identity, and other social environments.
Developmental psychologists advocate that teen identity development occurs in response to crises and domains such as school, relationships, and values. Teen identity develops as teens try out different roles and attitudes in different settings. These settings may include home, school, and social atmospheres, which allows teens the opportunity to explore their own values, belief systems, personal ethics,
spirituality,
sexuality, and gender.
So that's kind of a loose definition of the things that influence our identity and what our identity is. Of those, what do you think it has the most influence over your personal identity to date?
Let's see. Peers. Probably not, because as of late, I really haven't been interacting with a lot of my peers.
True, yeah.
So
we can cross that one off the list.
Family, I definitely think that you guys have definitely helped me to shape my identity in a lot of various ways. Typically with morals and everything, and what I should believe is right and wrong and stuff like that. School also pretty much is shaping like some of my interests and such, like interest in certain subjects, and it probably did, and school probably did start getting me into these various hobbies that I do and the various subjects I like. Ethnic identity.
You're Jewish. Do you identify with your Jewish ethnicity?
Yeah.
So that's an influence as well.
And other social environments.
So for other social environments, let's think of the media or social media for that matter, do you find that movies, television, the internet, do any of those things have an influence over your personal identity?
Probably, yeah. Some of the hobbies I have learned about have come from social media, and some of my values even have come from that, like movies and such.
One of the most important questions I think teens have to ask is, are you comfortable with your identity? Are you comfortable with who you are and the personality that you have now?
Probably, yeah. There are definitely some things I wish could be kind of different, but for now, I'm pretty much okay with how my identity is so far.
Have you changed a lot over the years? And if you have, is there a stage at which you've noticed these changes occur? Like, did it synchronize with when you were changing schools or changing grades, or did puberty make you change? Like, what were some of the impactful things that you've encountered that kind of changed your identity?
A lot of what changed my identity was probably when I started going through puberty, which was when a lot of my emotions started getting kicked into high gear. When I became a young teenager, I started kind of being this emotional wreck at times. Every day would seem like a bad day, and whatever day didn't have problems was like the greatest day ever. And I went to extremes a lot more then, and it didn't take until the podcast and maybe a bit more growing up to finally learn how to keep my emotions intact and be more emotionally mature.
Okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. Has changing schools, because I know changing schools, you've changed schools, 3 times now, right? Has changing schools, in addition to causing the natural anxiety, has it changed your personality?
Let's see. So going to my elementary school, I don't know if like that had entirely switched my personality. In elementary school, I did learn a lot was when I was starting to build up my identity. When I switched to middle school, I was probably learning more about other ways that I was going to work with my identity, and it kind of surfaced there. And with going into high school now, well, we'll see what really happens and how my identity changes from that, which it will probably change a decent amount.
Yeah, it probably will. And the last question I have is, are you comfortable with your identity now? One of the biggest things people attribute to identity, individual identity, is what your aspirations are, what you want to do, the cliche, what do you want to do when you grow up? Do you have kind of an idea of what you want to do, what kind of field you want to work in, what kind of life you want to have? Do you have a path forward at this point in time, or is that kind of still up in the air? Which, it's fine either way. I'm just curious how well defined that aspect of your identity is at this point.
I have kind of a rough sketch of what I think I want my future to be like. I definitely don't think everything's for certain. A lot of things can change. I have an idea of possibly where I think I'll be in my life later on, but I'm still not entirely sure.
And how much of that's been influenced by school? We had some big decisions to make going into high school. What classes to take? Were we going to do the academies? Were we going to do any extracurricular stuff? Have any of those school-based decisions had an influence over your identity?
A lot of them were probably very career-based, like deciding on what field I was going to work in and stuff like that, and even if I wanted to do like a second job, like just something for entertainment, like being an author per se. A lot of the choices I made while I'm going into high school are probably going to shape, in a way, kind of guide me in my future, I think.
Okay, that makes sense. I think we kind of have a good idea of what we're talking about when we're talking about our individuality and our identity now. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about why is teen identity development so important. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens expressing their individuality. So, why is teen identity development important? Identity formation in teens is about developing a strong sense of self, of personality, connection to others, and individuality. Therefore, a positive teen self-identity is vital because it shapes a teen's perception of belonging, not just for their teen years, but for most of their adult life. In addition, a positive self-identity is correlated with higher self-esteem. Positive reinforcement of effort, good choices, and the perseverance from parents can help adolescents develop a strong sense of self.
So now we should probably discuss some of the consequences of underdeveloped identity for in teens.
Okay.
The importance of identity development for teens is huge. The development of a confident and stable sense of self is one of the key tasks of being a teenager. The teenage years are usually the first time an individual begins thinking about how their identity may affect their future and their life. The results in many teens becoming extremely self-conscious about themselves and the way others see them, and can result in a self-discovery and experimental stage.
Psychologists argue that if a teen does not establish what their personal beliefs and values are, then they'll have an identity crisis. They believe identity development is a key process for teens, and that a failure to establish identity leads to role confusion and a weak sense of self later.
Some teens are able to learn to develop and discover their identity in a healthy and age-appropriate way. However, for other teens, the time of identity formation results in participation in risky and promiscuous behaviors that could potentially have a negative and lasting effect on their lives. Participation in harmful and inappropriate behavior can be very concerning for parents of troubled teens. It's important for parents of troubled teens to remember that all teens can become healthy and happy once again with proper treatment.
So, and I think that last part's probably one of the most important things for you, because a lot of the activities that they're referring to are things that are probably going to happen over the next 4 years. So a lot of that happens in high school. Your social habits change. Your circles that you socialize with will change dramatically. And I think you've kind of already seen some of that with your participation in marching band, haven't you?
Kind of, yeah.
So I think the next 4 years are really where some of the words of wisdom and some of the cautionary tales are going to have more of an impact than they have up until this point, because I think you're going to have a lot more opportunity to explore your self-identity. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on that?
I would would agree with you because when you're a teen, when you're in high school, a lot of things can happen. A lot of opportunities are open up to you, and you more or less start to question more things. And I definitely think that if you're not careful, you can spread your identity to places that it probably shouldn't be. So I agree with you.
So do you think you've had the freedom at this point, up until this point, to explore your own identity and develop your own identity, where mommy and daddy haven't been overbearing about it, but you've had that freedom to do it as you want to and figure out who you are and who you want to be. Do you think you've had that?
Yeah, I've definitely had that with, the influence. Even with the influences, I was able to come up with my own identity and, develop my own personality, things I liked, things I disliked, and my overall sense of being, I guess.
Now, do you think the identity, the identity that you've developed at this point, has it helped you to develop more self-assurance, self-confidence? Has it helped to guide you? Has it been a hindrance to you? Do you want to change things? What's your overall idea of how your current sense of self-identity helps you or serves you?
I definitely think a lot of my hobbies, in particular, have definitely helped me in a lot of instances, and, knowing that knowing the accomplishments I've been able to do with my identity, and have done with my identity, has definitely helped with my self-confidence. Well, I definitely think parts of my identity still kind of don't entirely fix that or help it. I definitely think that for the most part, I'm pretty good as it is.
Now, do you think your identity has changed frequently? Has it changed gradually? Has it changed dramatically? Like, do you feel you're a different person now than you were 5 years ago?
Thinking about it 5 years ago, I would have probably been in 5th grade.
Math is hard.
In 5th grade, I definitely will say, the maturity has definitely happened. I'm assuming, I don't know if it was instantaneously because, well, it was kind of instantaneously because the first 2/3 of 6th grade were just an emotional baggage for me. And, the last third, I, was extremely mature, and I definitely think the whole maturity thing kind of happened instantaneously in some way. One day I'm, after one day, I'm just an emotional package. I just had a really bad day. And then the next day I realized, oh wait, I know how to fix this. And that was kind of where it started.
Yeah. Now, are you satisfied with the progress you've made and who you're becoming? Or do you look at who you are now and think that there's a long road ahead to get to where I want to be? How confident are you in who you are today?
I'm very confident in how I am today. I definitely don't think that I have a long way to go to find myself. In certain instances, yes, I do think I have a long way to go. But for now, I can just stick with who I am. And I don't really need to make any huge decisions on it right now.
So how about your friends? I know you haven't had much opportunity to socialize with a lot of your friends because of the pandemic. But how do you think their identity development has been? Do you think they've had the same freedoms you have and the same support that you've had? And do you think that they're confident in who they're developing? Because I know a number of your friends are younger than you, so they might not reach the same stages that you've reached already. But do you see them kind of progressing along the same lines as you, or?
Kind of, yeah, because my friends kind of went through the same thing I went through at their age when they had a lot of emotional problems going on, and I kind of acted as support for them. But later on, they actually started learning how to control their emotions a bit more. So with that, I definitely think so. And I definitely think that they're also developing, they actually might be developing themselves a little faster than I was. So yay for them.
Good for them, yeah. So let's talk briefly about challenges. What are some of the challenges that you face in developing your identity, in asserting yourself, and moving in the direction that you want to go? Are there challenges? What are some of the biggest ones that you have? And what's your technique for overcoming some of those challenges?
Some of the challenges that come with, I suppose, my identity is maybe like, I guess just my own indecisiveness and just my own, I really don't know what to do, or just my unknowing of it, and really not having much experience or idea of how I wanted to go. A lot of it kind of has to do with, well, the biggest example I can think of is probably my sexuality. I really don't know at this point. I know there are certain things I'm not, and there's certain things I might be, but I can't really put a word for it. I have other examples, but that's probably the biggest one that comes to mind. It's probably just the fact that I really haven't experienced, anything that would really influence my sexuality all that much. And I'm still kind of deciding, and it's just because I don't know, and it's one of the things that I'm like, I'll just wait and let it happen over time, I guess.
And that's usually the safest thing when it comes to that. When it happens, it happens. It's not one of those things that you want to obsess over or focus too much on, because you don't want to impose a false scenario on yourself, right? So if it happens, it happens. You've not had a lot of opportunities to engage in any kind of romantic or intimate discussions or relationships or anything like that, largely due to the pandemic, since you're not seeing anyone.
Yeah.
Like physically not like being in contact with anyone makes that very difficult. I had a conversation not too long ago with a coworker who's single, and prior to the pandemic, he was dating. He tried a couple of dating sites and stuff like that. And I had asked him how that was affecting his social life in the pandemic. And there were a lot more challenges than I thought, because there were some people that didn't take the pandemic seriously. And we kind of talked about that in the past. But a lot of times you have to change your techniques. There was a lot of video dating. There was a lot of dating in the virtual world and stuff like that. And it's really hard to get to know someone when you do that. Mm-hmm. So with the world starting to get back to normal, with you going physically back into a school environment now, and with you being part of different social groups, your marching band's going to be a social group. There's going to be people there you're going to socialize with. I think you're going to find that getting to know people again will offer opportunities for you to exercise your social skills. So it's not even about the ability to interact romantically or intimately with someone. It's just you need to learn how to interact with people again in general. People have been cooped up for over a year now, and when you don't have a conversation face-to-face with people for months at a time, that's a skill that you kind of need to exercise again.
Yeah.
But it sounds like, for the most part, you're pretty confident in who you are at this point in time. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, a lot of things I do understand about myself. I understand a lot of what my personality offers. I understand a lot of my hobbies and dislikes offer. And for the most part, I have a pretty good self-identity. There are those few things that I really am not sure of or aren't aware of at this point, but they're probably things that don't matter right now, and I can probably find them out later on.
Right. Now, are there traits, personality traits or identity traits that you see in others that you would want to emulate in yourself? Like, are you looking at others as examples of the type of identity that you want to adopt yourself, or are you genuinely you from the ground up and you made yourself in the image you want, or are you emulating others?
Well, the one trait I do kind of wish I had, and I've kind of mentioned this to you before, not really I don't know if I've mentioned it on the podcast, I probably have, but I kind of want Mommy's ability to be social, because after being stuck at home for over a year, like, even though I wasn't really social to begin with, I really am having trouble being able to socialize with people. I get, like, despite the fact I'm fully vaccinated, and most people are probably fully vaccinated, I get nervous around people, and I'm feeling a lot more introverted than I have in a really than I have before the pandemic. So,
yes, Mommy is an extrovert to the extreme. I think she could, much like my mom. You know, my mom she didn't engage in conversations with people like Mommy does. But my mom was the type of person who could go sit in a park somewhere and people would just walk up to her and start conversations. Mommy's the type of person who could strike up a conversation with anybody and hold her own on just about any subject. And I can talk to people, I don't like to.
Yeah, and that's the thing, if you're able to get me talking about a subject, I will talk about it. I can talk to people. It's just starting the conversation and keeping it going is what I have the trouble with.
Yeah. Yeah. And Mommy's just a very friendly, outgoing individual. It helps that she's very cute too, so that, she doesn't scare people off. I think part of my problem is I scare people off. I look like an ogre. I was telling you before, there was a situation where Mommy and I had actually gone out to kind of a social event. It was a Disney event we went to. It was for her D23 fan club thing. And it was a packed stadium, not stadium, but like a lecture hall at a college. And they were doing demos. And before they started, everyone, filed in, found the seat, and we were sitting on the far side, so our row butted up against the wall, and I was on the end because I needed the leg room, and Mommy was next to me, and the rest of the entire row was open, and every other seat in the place was taken to the point that it was standing room only, and people would walk up the aisle, look at me, look at the seats, and keep on walking. And there was probably 15 people standing behind me because people were, I don't know, intimidated or terrified to ask me to get up so that they could sit in that row. So I don't have that problem that my mom had, where people just come up and talk to me, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that I can be intimidating to people. And Mommy doesn't have that. Mommy is probably the least intimidating person, most inviting person in a social environment that I know of. So that's a great skill to have because it's a great icebreaker, the ability to walk up to someone and just start a conversation. So that's definitely a worthwhile identity trait to try to master. I can't help you with that because I don't have it.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that I also think that kids kind of have when they're younger, because there have been plenty of instances where I was on a playground or near a playground, and kids just came up to me and asked me if they wanted to play.
Well, you just had that happen at the Renaissance Fair that we went to.
Yeah, and that's the one thing. I'm a mix between you and Mommy. You don't have any social skills, but people don't want to talk to you. Mommy has social skills, and people want to talk to her. I don't have social skills, but people want to talk to me. So I basically am I probably got the worst.
You are definitely our daughter. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah.
So I think that was all we had on that segment there. We're going to take another quick break, take our last break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about some of the common ways teens display their self-identity. And then we'll also talk about how parents can help their teenager form a positive self-identity. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we are talking about expressing individuality. And right now we're going to talk about common ways teens display their self-identity issues. As a way to navigate the stress and confusion that comes with identity development, some teens turn to outside signs and symbols to help them define their identity. A professor of psychology developed the 5 most common ways in which teens demonstrate their struggles with identity.
So the first one is seeking status symbols. This includes clothing and possessions to create a sense of positive affiliation.
The next thing we have here is forbidden grown-up behaviors. Some teens believe that appearing mature will bring acceptance, so they begin engaging in behaviors such as smoking, drinking, drugs, and sexual activity.
The next one we talk about is rebellion. Many teens use rebellion as a way to show that they're different from their parents and to be accepted by their peers.
The next one we have is idols. Some teens may identify with a famous person as a result, try to become like that person. And as a result, they lose hold of their own identity. And the final one we have is cliques. Teens who are forming their identity will often form cliques because they do not want to be associated with anyone with undesirable characteristics.
So, okay, let's explore these and see if you've experienced any of these. So let's talk about seeking status symbols. So this includes clothing, possessions, etc. So do you have status symbols? Do you have materialistic things? Some people cling to technology. Some people cling to jewelry. Do you have any types of things like that you cling to try to establish an identity?
I think technology would probably be one, because a lot of my identity, specifically my art identity, can kind of come out in technology. So that would probably be one of the major ones. I don't really think jewelry is anything, because I really don't wear any jewelry.
So technology would be your status symbol.
Yeah, probably.
So what about forbidden grown-up, and I do that in air quotes, grown-up behaviors? Here they talk about some of the more undesirable ones, like smoking, drinking, drugs, and so forth. But there's other things where you can try to portray yourself mature, the way that you dress, the way that you treat other people. Do you try to appear more mature, to use that to sort of influence your identity?
I don't think I really dress mature, considering the t-shirt logos I sometimes wear, like the I'm totally listening shirt. So I don't think that aspect, is it. But, with my personality, I do at least try to appear mature, because I think that is kind of part of my identity. I don't do it in the bad ways, like doing these grown-up behaviors. I just express mature personality, and I can relate myself to, and I seem to be, decently mature for being 14.
Okay, fair enough. How about rebellion? I was never much of a rebel myself. I kind of was, do what my parents say. My parents kind of gave me all the freedom that I needed. There was no need for me to rebel. Do you think you rebel? Do you do the anti-parent thing to express yourself and to be individualistic?
I don't think I've gone to that, and you guys have actually been afraid of me going there, where, like, I would, just ignore you and such. I haven't really been rebellious in any sense. Like, I don't really go against your authority, in any real way. I mostly have, like, we have playful arguments, but that's really not an active rebellion, I don't think. It's really...
No, not at all.
Yeah, so I really am not a rebellious kid. You don't actually give me much reason to be rebellious anyway.
Well, that's good to know. So, idols. So, we tried to do a podcast on role models and idols, and it didn't work very well at the time because you didn't have any. Like, you didn't look to, like, celebrities or athletes or musicians or anything as idols. So I'm pretty sure it still doesn't apply to you, but how do you think the today's media treats celebrities and how those celebrities influence teens' identities?
I mean, celebrities probably do have a pretty big influence on a lot of teens' lives, specifically sports players and so forth. And I think some celebrities are okay to be idolized and others not. And, like they said here, sometimes idolizing people to an extent makes you lose your own self-identity and the whole reason on why you were idolizing them. And I'd say as long as that doesn't happen and you still, like, develop your own identity, I think it's alright to idolize the good kinds of people and celebrities and such.
So what about cliques? I don't think you've ever really been in a clique as they're traditionally labeled. You've had some friends, you had a group of friends that you hung around with, but they weren't very cliquish from what I could see. Going into high school and being part of marching band by its very nature is a clique. Mm-hmm. How do you think that's going to affect your personality, and how do you think cliques in general affect teens' identity development?
I definitely think that cliques can identify it by being one of the biggest influencers for it, because a lot of people with cliques have, very similar personality traits. And I definitely think that cliques is probably one of the other social things that a lot of teens can take influence from and also express themselves. For being in marching band, I probably might become a lot... I definitely think marching band will probably change my personality in certain ways, it'll probably teach me, how to react to certain scenarios. Like, with regular band, it changed me by, realizing the beats in songs and also noticing, the various instruments and more or less not really... And kind of changed how I felt about songs. I didn't really focus on the lyrics as much as I did with the rhythm and beat.
Right.
So I definitely think that it definitely changed my perspective of music. Marching band is a lot more physical, so it might influence certain aspects of how I move and such. I'm not entirely sure, so
okay,
we'll kind of just see how that goes.
Okay. Again, it's important to keep in mind there's a variety of ways that teens experience identity formation, and keep in mind some experiences are more harmful than others, so parents kind of have to keep an eye on that. Mm-hmm. What other tips do we have for our parents out there?
Okay, so parents are very important in terms of teen identity development. Studies show teens with close relationships with their parents have lower rates of experimentation with drugs and risky sexual behaviors. For your teen, the process of teen identity development can be a stressful time and can lead to one feeling overwhelmed and unsure. Providing a child with a caring and accepting adult influence, whether you are a parent, relative, or teacher, is critical in securing a healthy identity development. Simply spending time with your troubled teen is one of the most important roles you can play in their life. The consistent and caring influence and presence of adults in an adolescent's life is one of the best ways to assure a seamless transition to adulthood.
Parents can help their troubled teen develop a positive self-identity in the following ways. Model healthy lifestyle habits and skills to manage stress. Teach healthy ways to handle life's disappointments. Avoid making comparisons between your teen and others. Give your teen compliments or positive reinforcement. Encourage and promote healthy sleep habits for your teen. And hold boundaries with your teen or with your child while communicating love for them as a person. When parents have exhausted all the above methods, you can still continue to see your teen struggle and forming their identity, and it might be time to seek professional help. We're not professionals here, nor do we pretend to be.
Yeah.
We try to take things as realistic and down to earth as possible, hence why I have my subject matter expert here with me.
Yeah.
So let's explore these for a little bit here. So one of the things they do talk about is forming close relationships with your parents. Do you think you have a close relationship with mommy and daddy?
Yeah, definitely. Considering the fact that I've started, quoting songs and started quoting commercials and funny, phrases with you and have pretty much become geeks like you guys, has probably shown that we probably have a really close relationship.
Nice. They also talk about that the process of teen identity development can be stressful and overwhelming. Have you ever felt overwhelmed at who you are and how your identity is developing? Has it just been a natural process, or is it something you've consciously thought about?
Well, probably especially when I started learning that there were more ways to express my identity is kind of when I started feeling a bit overwhelmed. And a lot of that kind of had to do with me really not knowing a lot about it, like I've mentioned before, and as well as it being completely new, and the variety of choices having for my identity can kind of be overwhelming at times. So, while I definitely have built a firm identity over time, it did take some time for me to realize all of it.
Fair point. I think really the important thing to keep in mind is that teen identity is very important, and it's not just something that gets you through your teenage years. It's something that stays with you for the rest of your life. And I think it's important that parents contribute to that any way they can by supporting their teens.
Yep.
I think that was pretty much all we had, right?
I think so.
I think we'll take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing thoughts.
Alrighty.
All right. Be right back. Go for your closing remarks.
So, to everyone out there, I just wanted to express again how important it is for teens to express their individuality and, express what they want their identity to be. Parents have a big influence on this, and it's basically the parent's job to make sure that as long that your teen is developing a safe and good identity. I definitely don't think you should shape your teen in the way that you want them to be, and I definitely think you should allow them to be who they want. But if what they're doing to express their individuality is something that is unpositive, I definitely think the parents need to intervene with that, and just know that your teen can be well with it and can get better, and it just takes a few tries to get it right.
Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
That was it for today's topic. Before we go, I do want to invite folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Teens. And we're available anywhere you can get a podcast, such as Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, etc., etc. I would also invite everyone to reach out to us, give us your feedback, give us some show suggestions. We're always looking for new ideas. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch and YouTube. On Twitch, you can find us at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate you throwing that our way. Audio versions of this podcast can be found on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get everything else on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Excellent. I think that's it. I didn't screw up this week, right?
Yeah, you didn't.
I think we went pretty error-free this week, didn't we?
Yeah, pretty much.
That never happens.
Really.
That's it for this week. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. I'm pushing the wrong buttons here, too. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment.
Just like, what are you doing?
This is
Redo.
Screwed Up episodes 116. Slave One is no more. So much for dry rehearsals, you know?
Yeah, right?
I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my charming, eloquent, and fortunately tolerant co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, sweetheart?
Is the week over yet?
See, what happened was we didn't have any bloopers on Insights into Teens, so I had to come up with something for the blooper
there
reel
you
this
go.
week.
Is that what it was?
That's what it is.
Okay, sure.
Hot enough for you?
Not right now. I'm actually kind of cold.
It actually got much better, but it was 95 it hit yesterday.
Something like that with a heat index of 105.
105. Yeah, it was pretty brutal.
Yeah,
Pretty
that
brutal.
whole heat dome, we weren't as bad as, some of the other places that were in the hundreds.
Yeah.
But
Well,
still.
I saw, was it Portland or Seattle? Got
Yeah.
up to like 115.
Yeah, like insane.
So Israel has the Iron Dome, we have the Heat Dome.
Right.
Anyway. Anyway. That's not what we're talking about today. No.
Oh, okay.
No. We just flickered. Did you flicker?
I saw it.
That's not good.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Are we still live? Is this thing on?
Yep, we are. We're still alive.
Okay,
It flickered. It just flickered there. So.
Well, we're going through some thunderstorms right now. So
yeah, so who knows? We might...
Don't know what's going on.
We might have to, go through this real quick.
We might be back in a few minutes. You never know. So in our Disney Detective today, you can now explore hidden rooms from the Pirates of the Caribbean in a popular new game update. Plus Scarlett Johansson and Disney team up on Tower of Terror. Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Disney asks for a rename of Slave One, and Star Wars The Clone Wars lands 3 Daytime Emmy nominations. Good for them.
Mm-hmm.
Then in our entertainment news, who claims not to be the one who makes Britney's life miserable? And the Black Panther sequel has officially begun filming. And then, of course, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week, and we have a growing list of afterthoughts to touch on briefly at the end of the show, so stick around for that.
Mm-hmm.
Before we get into that and everything else we have to talk about, we've got a busy show today. I would invite our listeners and our viewers to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can get video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. Pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast, Google, Apple, Spotify, and so forth. I would also invite everyone to email us, contact us, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, you can catch us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at instagram.com/insightsintothings, and links to all these and much more is available on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we start?
Sure.
All right. Go for Disney Detective.
So our first story comes from InsideTheMagic.net, and it talks about the Pirates of the Caribbean ride and some changes that they've updated to it. So, of course, the worst part about visiting Walt Disney World or Disneyland or any Disney park is that at some point you have to leave. So dealing with the Disney blues is something almost all Disney fans have to face, but there's a way to kick that sadness out and turn it into a magical reminder of happiness. So from adding Disney decor to your home, check, done that, to watching Disney attraction videos on YouTube, check, done that. There are many other options for fans to be reminded of the magic. So now there is a new video game that may not only help with the Disney blues, but also allow fans to dive deeper into the attraction that Walt Disney himself created. So the Sea of Thieves, Sea of Thieves, A Pirate's Life, just released a collaboration with Disney, and the video game follows Jack Sparrow's adventure that we have seen in the Pirates of the Caribbean attraction. Although the video game takes inspiration from the films, it seems that some of the aesthetics and settings are very much based on the Disneyland version of the attraction. So players not only feel like they are in the ride while playing, but they're able to explore rooms and scenes that typically a guest would not be able to get to from their boat. So on the Disney Parks blog, they had noted that if you think riding the Pirates of the Caribbean attraction immerses you into Jack Sparrow's world, this game brings you to a whole new level. It showcases several iconic scenes from the original 1967 Pirates of the Caribbean attraction, like the treasure room, the ship battle, and the jail scene featuring the dog holding the keys. Pirate fans can adventure and explore through these well-known scenes brought to life in the game in beautiful detail and truly an authentic that's authentic to the classic attraction. And obviously, you are the player and the main character in this. So many Disney fans who, love all the details about this, have actually, posted about it as well. So there was actually a TikTok that was done where they showed a side-by-side comparison of the ride to the game, and it was, pretty spot on with it. The person that wrote this article also talked about, as someone who had played VMK, which was something that I used to play, you used to play a little bit as well, that in its heyday, Disney fans were really immersed in that because it was a whole theme park, but with all these little mini games as well. And now it kind of gives you that chance to relive, at least that part of the attraction. So Sea of Thieves, A Pirate's Life is available on mobile, Windows PC, Steam, and Xbox.
Yeah, so Sea of Thieves was an existing game. It was a pirate game that was out there.
Right. So now this is the Disney version.
Right. So
it's a different version.
So it's a different version. The game is not an add-on for the game.
No.
Oh, see, that wasn't what I thought it was just an add-on for the existing game.
No, it's a different version.
Because the game itself is great. It was a very realistic game. Like when you were on your ship, like to sail your ship,
right.
you had to, put the sails up and angle the sails and steer it. And, it was a very hands-on multiplayer experience that Sam and I would play. And we would play it over the internet. So some of the graphics were always kind of cartoony with it.
Right.
And,
that's what this kind of looked like, too, because I watched the trailer for it. And
so that's kind of cool. And, I think we both kind of miss VMK.
Very much so.
The Pirates of the Caribbean was my favorite part of
it.
Which was it was so cool sailing around and
and trying to blow up the other ships.
It was really fun. So it was kind of sad to see it go. But
Haunted Mansion was my favorite, but that's not really surprising.
Well, and Disney has this habit of coming out with this popular interactive game experience and then pulling the plug on it. They did the same thing with the Infinities.
Right.
We went out and we bought all the Infinities figures. In fact, I have all the Star Wars ones sitting downstairs on top of the TV.
Right.
And you got so invested in it, and then all of a sudden they pulled the plug for no good reason. It wasn't a lack of sales or anything.
Right, yeah.
So hopefully they're not going to do the same thing with this.
Yeah, well, you have to buy the game, so,
Well, yeah, you had to buy the other stuff too.
Right, but the game's not. Once you physically have the game, you can still play it.
Well, there's an online element to it though, right?
Maybe.
Because the Sea of Thieves itself is an online interactive element to it. You can play it offline too.
Right. I gotcha.
I don't want to see them pull the plug on like the interactive
side of
things. So
I'm so not, hip with all that stuff.
You're not the gamer side of the entertainment.
All the games that I play are on my phone, and
that way you don't get motion sick.
That's exactly why I do it.
The smaller the screen, the better you are.
I can't handle those.
So tell us about Scarlett Johansson's next project.
So now it seems that Scarlett Johansson and Disney are teaming up to redo or come out with a new version of a Tower of Terror ride, or movie based on the ride. So Scarlett Johansson, obviously she is well known in the Disney Marvel universe as Black Widow, who actually has a movie coming out within the next 2 weeks, I believe. It seems that she is attached to produce the Tower of Terror, the Tower of Terror movie, which the report came from the Hollywood Reporter. So it seems Toy Story 4 director Josh Cooley is penning the script for the project, which is based on the classic Disney theme park ride. So plot details are being kept under wraps, and it's unclear if the Oscar nominee would even act in the project. So Johansson is producing with her These Pictures banner with Jonathan Leah. So the Tower of Terror first opened in 1994 at Disney's Hollywood Studios, and then other Tower of Terror rides opened in Disney's California Adventure and France's Walt Disney Studio Park, and then also at Tokyo Seas. So the ride is known for its ending with a terrifying drop. Now, for some of you that might remember, there was a TV movie that actually came out in 1997 that starred Steve Guttenberg as a reporter investigating the cases of a 1930s hotel where people mysteriously disappeared, and Kristen Dunst was actually playing his niece in.
I remember that.
I actually enjoyed that one because that was the only way I was going to ever enjoy the ride, because there was no way I was ever going to go on this. So obviously Disney has found past success with films based on rides, such as Pirates of the Caribbean, which has spawned 5 films. So the Tower of Terror
And
development
probably shouldn't have.
Well, some of them were better than others. Tower of Terror development comes as Disney prepares to unleash another ride feature. So Jungle Cruise, which we've talked about before, that will be opening up the end of this month, starring Dwayne Johnson and Emily Blunt. And we won't talk about the Haunted Mansion one or the Country Bears one. And we'll only talk about Pirates because that was the only one that overall $4.5 billion combined. So
Well, I think it's interesting that she's going to be producing it, and they haven't announced whether or not she's going to be partaking in it.
I have a feeling she probably won't star in it.
I'm curious why she would be producing it, though. Like,
Well, it's her company, so I don't know.
yeah, but like, what interest does she have in that particular? There has to be some tie-in.
Something.
You're probably gonna see some kind of tie-in that is coming
Maybe.
out of it.
Black Widow went to the park and, got caught on the ride or something.
Or maybe this is her way of turning Tower of Terror into a Black Widow ride, like Guardians of the Galaxy got.
Oh, okay.
So that's a possibility.
You never know.
You never know. So that was all we had for our Disney Detective. We'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
So our first story comes from JediNews.com, and it seems that Slave One is no more. Long live Boba Fett's starship. So with the release of Boba Fett.
He's having a fit over it.
He's so mad. Iconic ship in the latest Lego incarnation, you will notice that the name Slave One has been dropped in favor of Boba Fett's starship, as directed by Disney, it seems. So during LEGO Fan Media Days last month, the LEGO Star Wars team of Jens Carvode, Fredrickson, and Michael Lee Stockwell were asked about the name change as they showed off the set for the first time, and this is what they said. So, hey, this is the next one. It's The Mandalorian. It's Boba Fett's starship. Yeah, well, I built another, but we're not calling it Slave One anymore. This is Boba Fett's starship. Well, why'd we drop the name? Well, everybody is. It's probably not something which has been announced publicly, but it's just something that Disney doesn't want us to use anymore. That was basically...
That was the confirmation we got.
That was the confirmation. So it seems that it is a new 478-piece Lego set, which is just called Star Wars Boba Fett's starship. It'll be available on August 1st. It'll come with minifigures of Boba Fett and the Mandalorian in it. So it kind of, and there was another article that came out, which we didn't include, but it was talking about all the different Star Wars sets that were coming out, and it basically just said Boba Fett's ship. It wasn't saying anything. So there were a couple of other little things that kind of talked about it, like, okay, so can you not call it Slave One anymore? Is that the cancel culture thing? Like,
yeah, and I think this is being a victim of political correctness, because there's an entire story behind it that explains why it's called Slave One, and the fact that it's been handed down from father to son. If anyone played the Bounty Hunter game for the PS2, I think it was, in the game, one of the missions is actually acquiring the new ship itself and how it's named and everything else. So there's a lot of story around it, and it was never something that was offensive.
Right.
Nor, I don't want to say it wasn't offensive. It wasn't intended to be offensive, because the references that it made were all in universe. So if that's the case, then does Jabba the Hutt not have slaves anymore? Does slavery not exist anymore? Was Anakin not a slave now? So it's like
Slave Leia.
Right. You can't go back.
What do you call her now?
Right. You can't go back and scrub Star Wars because a few people might be offended by it. Any more than you can go back and scrub history and say that slavery didn't exist. You can't use the word slave anymore.
Right.
It's like you can't do that, because then you water down your history and you lose the significance of it.
Right.
If anything, you take an opportunity like this to maybe educate people on the right and wrong surrounding the term.
Or maybe have Boba Fett rename his ship.
Or you do that in the series. The
series that, that's coming up. He decides, you know what, I'm no longer a slave to whoever.
Right.
I am now.
I'm not a slave to the Empire anymore.
Right.
So
I'm gonna.
It's Liberation 1 now or something, I don't know.
Baby Yoda 1.
But, my point is that there's a way to do it right, and then there's a way to make an obvious choice but not address the elephant in the room.
Right.
And that's the course Disney's going here, and that's the wrong way to do it. Because there's an educational opportunity here that they could take advantage of. Anyway, just my 2 cents.
Okay.
Not going to rant on that one.
Okay.
I'll rant on the next one. No, I'm just kidding.
I was going to say the next one wasn't a bad one.
Tell us about the next one.
So our next story comes from StarWarsNewsNet.com, and it seems that the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences announced the nominees for the 48th Annual Daytime Emmy Awards Children's and Animation and Lifestyle categories, say that 5 times fast, which will be celebrated in 2 live-streamed events on July 17th and 18th, and it seems that the Clone Wars was nominated for 3 different categories. So the categories hit on 3 different targets: Outstanding Writing Team for a Daytime Animated Program, Outstanding Music Direction and Composition for a Preschool, Children's, or Animated Program, and Outstanding Sound Mixing and Sound Editing for a Daytime Animated Program. Whew! That was a whole lot.
And now you know why they do this offline.
Right, exactly. So obviously I didn't watch this last season of Clone Wars, but you did, and you seem to be a fan of it. You thought it was well done for, coming back into the story. What was nice about this as well was that Star Wars official social media accounts also celebrated the news with tweaked versions of the main season 6 poster, basically congratulating the different nominations that they had received.
Yeah, I mean, the series itself was actually very well done. I get a kick out of the fact that they associate the awards with preschool shows, because Clone Wars is not a preschool show. The only criticism I think I had about some of it was they had introduced some fluff episodes in there that did nothing for the overarching storyline.
Okay.
And they mercilessly used the plot line on a couple of the episodes to launch Bad Batch. Like literally, it was completely disjointed from the rest of the seasonal arc, just so they could introduce these guys and give them their own show.
Okay.
But as with anything that Dave Filoni does, it was fantastically written. The animation has gotten progressively better, and it was a perfect cap for the other season, for the entire series. So
Right.
definitely deserving. I hope they pick up a couple of these. So that was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We're going to take our last break, and we'll be back with our entertainment news.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
Sir, our first story actually comes from TMZ. I'm so surprised at you.
Sometimes you can go with the rag. It's okay.
So this has been all over the place. All of the different news outlets have been talking about poor Britney Spears and the conservatorship and everything and the legal battle that's basically going on between her family, her dad really, who's the primary of this conservatorship, and do they even need it anymore? And various different celebrities are coming out. It actually, I think, started last month, the month before, where it was the hashtag Free Britney, when I guess news of the conservatorship was kind of coming to light, and there were all these court cases, where she's basically trying to get the court to overturn everything. So now her dad has basically fired back at Britney's allegations that he's taken away her freedom, even the right to marry, and he says that actually falls on his successor, that he, isn't really in charge anymore. I guess it's kind of more in name only, or, hey, not really in name only, but, hey, you're giving me all the money, really. And it seems that her dad had filed legal documents claiming that he has not had any involvement in her personal conservatorship, meaning making decisions on behalf of her for nearly 2 years. He says that he hasn't even spoken to her, that he's been cut off from communicating with her. He then also lays blame with the restrictive rules that are in place by the current personal conservator, who is Jamie Montgomery. He says that Britney's lawyer also filed documents to appoint Montgomery, and he claimed that at the time Britney did not have the mental capacity to make decisions about her medical treatment, and therefore it was left to the conservator of her person, who is now Jody Montgomery. So basically he's saying, that the court never found that she was unable to consent to medical treatment, and the court never made such an order. And it's just like this whole back and forth, really. Like, I kind of feel bad for, everybody involved. You know, she's basically saying that she has, no reproductive rights, that, that's basically being handled by this. She can't get married. She can't have kids, and it's just like we were talking, before this, like, yeah, she went through a phase where she was a little out there, and this was kind of put into place to help with things. But, at this point, let her live her life. It's not like she's a little kid. Her children are older. She's been doing well for the most part. Obviously she even posted, on social media that, I might seem like things are okay, but sometimes things aren't. Everybody has bad days, but I don't want to keep lying and, everybody thinking, oh, everything's all hunky-dory when it's not, because she just doesn't feel like she has control of her own life at this point. So
yeah, it's one of those things where the conservatorship, when it came in at the point in her life that she was at, probably saved her life.
I agree. Yeah.
Probably a few times. I mean, I think she was going down a path where she would have been the next celebrity that OD'd or, whatever it was. But there comes a point where you have to assume personal responsibility. And I think the courts are kind of overstepping their bounds here by allowing this to continue. And in the process, you've got her father, for instance, is drawing a $100,000 salary off of his daughter to handle what he's handling for her.
Right.
At that point in time, does he really have her best interest or his best interest at heart?
Yeah.
The courts need to kind of step in here and be the mature adult here. They need to be the ones that go in and say, look, this is her life at this point in time. You've dug her out of this pit.
Right.
She has to be able to live her own life.
Yeah.
And she needs to be able to surround herself with people that are out for her best interest.
Yeah.
And I think clearly right now that's questionable. So it's unfortunate. But first world problems, I guess, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what else do we have?
So our last story came from MSNBC or MSN.com, and it seems that the Black Panther sequel has now officially begun filming. So fans have been waiting for a follow-up to Black Panther ever since the film came out in 2018. Obviously, anticipation turned to heartbreak when last summer Chadwick Boseman had passed away after battling cancer. His loss obviously sent shockwaves to fans, fellow actors, and the entertainment industry as a whole. So on top of that, it was, what were they going to do with the film? There was so much speculation going back and forth. Would they recast the role? Would they digitally replicate him? Where were they going to go with the storyline? So obviously not a whole lot has been released about it yet. So what we do know is that the role has not been recast. There won't be any digital replication. They basically had said that Disney confirmed that they would be honoring his legacy and portrayal of T'Challa. And that they will explore the world of Wakanda and the rich characters introduced in the first film. So not too much of a teaser yet as to what they're doing, but at least we know he won't be replaced in it.
Yeah, and there's a certain amount of comfort I think we can take in the fact that role was his role. No one's going to come in and take it over.
Right.
They're not going to cheapen it by doing CGI.
Right.
And I would be willing to bet that they're probably going to have a tribute in the film.
I could totally see that.
And they're going to end the character in the film itself so that they can move the story forward. And it's going to be a tearjerker.
Oh, absolutely.
You know you're going to be bawling your eyes out.
Absolutely.
And, justifiably so. It was a very sad chapter in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So that was all we had for our entertainment news of the week. We'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick of the week is a documentary that is on Netflix called This Is Pop. So you get to uncover the real stories behind your favorite pop songs as this docu-series charts the impact of the festival scene, auto-tune, boy bands, and more. This was a really interesting variety of a show. It wasn't really, one genre. It was basically all pop and what made pop music. And each episode is done a little differently, so it's not like the same formula. So it's a little bit different format. It's a different host that they have that narrates it and does it. But again, it's a wide variety. So if it's something where, hey, I'm not really interested in watching the country episode, you can pass on the country episode and you're not going to miss anything. So each episode is kind of a standalone in it. So the first one was the Boyz II Men Effect, and it talks about how the Philly sound meets classic Motown in the crossover that became Boyz II Men, and then the string of inspired boy bands that kind of came in after that. And it was interesting because I remember when Boyz II Men came out and all the other bands that came out after, but never realized how it all kind of fit together. And then how kind of Boyz II Men got lost in the shuffle when all these other groups kind of came to light, never really had the same success, but kind of pushed Boyz II Men, out of the way. And now all of those groups are all having success again as they come together all in like the same concert. They're doing these concerts all together. Then one of the other episodes was talking about auto-tune and how, auto-tune was trying to enhance the music industry and how it kind of actually helped destroy some of the music industry with some groups that I didn't even, know of because it was more of like the rappers and things like that. But it was interesting, again, to hear these backstories. The one really interesting episode was the Stockholm Syndrome, and it talked about how Sweden had become music's stealth superpower. And basically, not only was it with ABBA, but Ace of Base and music and songwriter Max Martin, who you might not know the name, but you definitely, anybody that listens to any music from the 80s, 90s, or even now has heard a song that he's, written or produced. And then of course they had the country episode, which country's not my cup of tea, but it was still an interesting, episode to watch. They also went across the pond and did an episode about Britpop and how, there was this rivalry with these two bands that, I just kind of knew the songs. I didn't know all this backstory because all of it was happening over in Britain. Then they talk about all the different festivals, so like Woodstock was kind of like the first big one that happened, and then how all these, Lollapalooza and all these other festivals kind of changed, the music scene as well. Then they kind of went a little heavy hitting with what a song can do, talking about the songs that help with protests and different things like that, and even modern day things that just happened in the last couple of years and the power of certain songs. And then the final episode, which was kind of interesting, was the Brill Building, which this famous building in New York that was kind of like the powerhouse of all the songs from, the late 50s, 60s, and 70s, where it was just basically almost like a warehouse of writers coming out with all these, pop songs, and kind of, the history behind that and where it came from. So really a very cool, if you're into music at all, and again, any genre, just fascinating. And they have, interviews with performers and writers and, people from behind the scenes that, never get in front of the camera to hear, their story of how they came to be. So really, really interesting.
Cool pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week, to no one's surprise, is a documentary. It's actually kind of a drama documentary. It's called Across the Pacific. And I'm not talking about the 1942 American spy film starring Humphrey Bogart. Although that is actually worth a watch. Though.
Oh,
It's
okay.
actually a very
We'll
good
add that.
movie. So this Across the Pacific is a series about the great aviation milestones in 1935 about crossing the Pacific Ocean by the Pan Am flying boat, the China Clipper. The documentary series recounts the development of this technological innovation led by Pan Am's chief executive Juan Trippe, pilot Charles Lindbergh, airplane engineer Igor Sikorsky, and radio engineer Hugo I'm blanking on the name here. Luderitz. Not ludicrous, Luderitz.
That was part of the pop music one.
Well, yeah, that's what I keep seeing whenever I see that name. With dramatic reenactments, interviews with historians and biographers, and archival photographs, newsreel clips, and film, it puts together this complete package with the actor reenactments. And there was one documentary that we used to watch, who when they would do actor reenactments, they would get actors that looked literally the least like the character that they were playing, and they do the same thing in this one. So the character that plays Lindbergh, for instance, looks nothing like Lindbergh. So
that is like your biggest thing when it comes to these shows, is like, get somebody that looks like him at least.
Yeah, like, with CGI and everything, they can probably do better. Mm-hmm. So this 3-episode miniseries tells a remarkably detailed story of one of the more glamorous moments in aviation history. Episode 1, titled Airborne, introduces the film's 4 main characters. You have, as I said, airline executive Juan Trippe, Charles Lindbergh, Igor Sikorsky, and Hugo Ludacris. I'm just going to go with that at this point.
Sure, why not?
As they separately struggle to find a place in post-World War I aviation. Their struggles illuminate the challenges all aviation pioneers face in these early days: uncertainty. After repeated setbacks, the 4 men join forces, and capitalizing on the Air Mail Act and the aviation mania triggered by Lindbergh's 1927 transatlantic flight, set out to build an airline to South America. That airline turns out to be Pan Am. Episode 2, The Latin Laboratory. As they push southward, Trippe, Sikorsky, Lindbergh, and Ludacris build larger flying boats, harness radio to navigate safely across greater distances, and with the help from the U.S. government, outwit all competing airlines to dominate service in Latin America and launch the global air tourism industry. But all of this is merely preparation for their ultimate goal, flying the oceans. Trippe spends 6 years carefully laying plans for an Atlantic crossing, only to have his hopes dashed when Britain refuses to let Pan Am's planes land because their own planes can't make the ocean crossing. With $2 million in new planes on order, Trippe is stymied with no ocean to cross. And then finally, in episode 3, Another Ocean, with his path across the Atlantic blocked, Juan Trippe surprises even his own staff by turning to the Pacific. Now you have to understand that traveling across the Atlantic and the Pacific are 2 very different things because of the distances involved. So defying the skeptics, Pan Am builds an airway to Asia, allowing its airplanes to hopscotch across the world's widest ocean by landing at 5 stepping stone islands: Midway, Hawaii, Wake Island, Guam, and the Philippines, all of which become key points of contention during World War II. So Hugo Luderitz's radio direction finders point the way. Igor Sikorsky's latest flying boat, the S-42, pioneers the route before eventually giving way to the Martin M130, known as the China Clipper. Within 2 years, Pan Am is offering regular passenger service to Hong Kong, connecting America and the Asian mainland. Air service from New York to London begins in 1939, completing a chain of airways encircling the globe. And what's interesting is looking at where air travel is today and seeing the consolidation that we've recently started going through with our airlines.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Pan Am doesn't exist anymore. AirTran doesn't exist. And so are these,
It's true.
all these airlines that started out can all trace their roots back to this. You watch Indiana Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana Jones flies on the Clippers.
Right.
So you see that in the films. It's so iconic. There's so much history about it, and there's so much technology that was pioneered for this. And they depict it so well, how they advanced technology so quickly to accomplish really what seemed impossible. I mean, you went from a short period of time where you've got Lindbergh, who can barely limp a one-man plane across the ocean, to now you've got an entire industry of air travel flying around the world. It's a very interesting show to watch. It's only 3 episodes. It's available on Amazon Prime, and that's Across the Pacific. We'll be right back. So we did have some afterthoughts.
Sure.
We got a lot of them, so we got to get through them real quick, right?
Sure. So first coming up, July 17th and 18th at one of our favorite locations is...
ZoloCon. I love saying that.
I know you do. This one is in Warminster, Pennsylvania. Zolocon.com is their website for ticket information and whatnot. Then we have Monster Mania, which will have 3 different events.
Monster Mania.
There we go. So August 13th through 15th will be in Cherry Hill. September 24th through the 26th will be Hunt Valley, Maryland. And October 23rd and 22nd to the 24th will be in Oaks, Pennsylvania. Then, coming in September, will be
RetroCon.
That is also going to be in Oaks, Pennsylvania. And the dates for that one, we actually had them wrong last week. It's actually the 25th and the 26th of September.
So close, yet so far.
It was just a day off. Then in November is
Wizard World.
Pennsylvania, which this is the first year, and I don't know how long, that it will not be at the Pennsylvania Convention Center, but the Greater Philadelphia Convention Center, which is...
So it's an even greater convention.
in Oaks, Pennsylvania. So set that in your GPS and just don't delete it because you're going to be going there a whole lot if you're from the area, obviously. And then our final convention of the year, as of right now, will be in December and is...
Ocean City Comic Con.
And that's going to be December 11th in the Roland E. Powell Convention Center in Ocean City, Maryland.
That's it, right? Because I think my voice is going.
Yeah, I think that's it.
I don't think I can do it anymore.
Yeah, I don't think you can either. So yeah, it's nice to see that the conventions are starting back up again, that they're kind of spaced out. You know, normally convention season is usually just the summer.
Brief.
Usually, well, ZoloCon was usually always in February.
Yeah, because there was usually
always snow on the ground whenever we would go. And then you kind of have a dry spell of a couple of months. And then, you know, Wizards used to be in June.
Right.
You know, and then you had a couple and then it would kind of die off. So it's kind of nice that it's kind of spread out a little bit, gives you something to look forward to. Yeah, I like this
because we always had like convention season.
Mm-hmm.
And like after convention season, there was nothing.
Right.
Which it's good and it's bad because it's good because the summer was very expensive.
Right.
And now I can spread that cost out over the course of, 10 months.
Right. Exactly.
Which makes it more affordable. I can finance convention season now.
Finance convention season.
That works out well.
Yeah. So we'll, obviously we'll keep an eye out for some of the other ones to see, because some of the dates
Where was the other one you were talking about?
What other one?
The toy show.
That one's the July 25th, I believe, and that was Tom's River.
Okay, so we have time to get that in the
right. So we'll be able to get that one because that one was one that popped up because originally the location was someplace further north in Jersey.
Right.
Now it's not as far north, so we might hit that one.
And a programming note: we will be taking a week off. When are we taking off?
Not next week, the week after?
Week of the 14th, 15th.
I believe so.
So 14th, 15th, we won't be doing a podcast that week. We're slowing down that week and taking some time to ourselves and relaxing a bit.
Right.
So that's our summer break there. Mm-hmm. And hopefully I'll get to redo some of the things in the studio. But okay. I gotta retile and rewire and rework my desk, and so your confidence in me is remarkable. I really appreciate it. Anyway, before we go, I do want to ask you once again to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, blah, 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 blah. You can also reach out to us and give us your feedback. Tell us what we're doing right. Tell us what we're doing wrong. Point a finger at us and make fun of us for all the times I screw up. You can email us. No, you don't screw up unless it's a name. You don't do names.
No, I don't.
Although I had Ludacris today, so I didn't do so well today on names. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
You can get audio versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find the video versions of all of our podcasts at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
We do stream 5 days a week, both on Twitch and YouTube. You can get us on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a Twitch Prime monthly subscription. I'm supposed to beg you to throw that our way. I have now begged you. Thank you very much.
And finally, if you forget all those other links that we just said, and you just want to go to our main website, which has our beautiful photos and bios about us, you can go to our main website, which is insightsintothings.com.
Our bios are a fine example of my creative writing skills.
Absolutely. We've never sounded better.
I write fiction as good as Dr. Seuss on those. And that's it for this week. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 11, The Trump Legacy. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing good. It's been a little bit of a while since we've done a podcast, but looking forward to another great show.
Yeah, we took a little time off over the holidays to redo the studio and so forth. In the process, we have a new president. So I thought it would be interesting. We had originally discussed doing a podcast on the insurrection on January 6th. And I thought that was probably, while it was a worthwhile topic, it might be a little too focused. I think it would be probably more interesting and more helpful to look at the Trump legacy in a more general sense. I don't want to, I'm trying to be as fair and impartial as possible. I don't want to just look at the negative stuff from Trump. And I think the insurrection reflects very poorly on him. So today we're going to look at what some of his notable accomplishments were over the last 4 years. We'll look at some of his failures. And then we'll have kind of an open discussion about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump on the U.S., the world, the presidency, and so forth are. And then just a candid talk about where we think the future is under Joe Biden for the next 4 years. So, ready to get into it? All right. So, I wasn't even going to do the plugs because I think this is going to be a long podcast. We'll do the plugs at the end of the show. Notable accomplishments. I kind of broke these down into a couple of key ones that came out of the whitehouse.gov website prior to the changeover. And the first one, and one that I think really is probably the biggest, is the reshaping of the federal judiciary. So everyone knows that Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court justices that are life terms, but he also appointed 220 judges to lower courts, which are all lifetime appointments as well. 25% of U.S. Circuit Court judges were Trump that are in place today were Trump nominees. And Trump's influence as a result of that will live on through the judiciary for the foreseeable future. Do you think that is a good thing, a bad thing, indifferent thing? What are your thoughts?
I think it depends on what these judges are going to be ruling on in the coming years. And especially since it's impressive as a president to be able to do that in only 4 years to appoint that many judges and 3 Supreme Court justices as well. So whether or not the judges will, rule on certain things in the coming years, it's still, it's something that'll be in a history book looking back at the presidency of one of his accomplishments.
Absolutely. And I think the one thing that we've seen so far is the 3 Supreme Court justices did not tip the balance of power in the Supreme Court at this point in time, given the number of cases that Trump brought to the Supreme Court during the election phase that did not go in his favor. So I think, if nothing else, the impartiality of the Supreme Court seems to still be intact, which is a good thing. The next thing that we look at is Space Force. Space Force is the first new branch of the U.S. military since the U.S. Air Force was created from the Army Air Corps after World War II. It's supposed to be a more centralized version of the military missions in space. Now, that's not fighting aliens or anything like that. What they do is they handle satellite surveillance. They handle all the military satellites. They're responsible for the GPS system that's both civilian and military use. They're monitoring the various debris that's in space to make sure that it's not dangerous to future missions. What do you think? Do you think, like, I mean, I'll be honest with you. When I heard that we were creating Space Force, I couldn't help but chuckle.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't the only one, because it spawned a Steve Carell comedy series, that came out of this. What are your thoughts on Space Force?
Well, I think space exploration is important. And I know over the years, the public has sort of waned away from that, and there's not as much interest as there was like in the 80s and 90s and stuff. I do think if Space Force is going to actually do something, and it's not just a dumping ground for money like a lot of other of these types of programs, they spend a lot of money, especially when it comes to the military. There's a lot of money put into that. But I think if they do monitor things like the debris around the Earth, which is getting really, like, it's becoming a real problem, and satellites and things like that, I think that's a good start. And maybe they'll segue into actual exploration missions in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, we don't really know what direction they're going in right now. They really inherited a lot of things that the Air Force had already been doing. They're not doing exploration at this point. Yeah. That is still the domain of NASA. But, we have missions up there. You have an International Space Station up there that occasionally needs to be moved so it doesn't get hit by a refrigerator-sized piece of debris that brings it down. So that's really what they're working towards.
And you also have private companies like SpaceX that are going a lot more in, they have a little bit more of a budget than NASA does for the funding. So they're able to do a lot more missions into space.
Sure. Yeah. In fact, speaking of space junk, one of the things that's really starting to crowd the low Earth orbit are these new internet-enabled satellites. SpaceX, Elon Musk is putting a huge constellation of satellites, some 400 or 500 satellites up there, all of which are moving obstacles that are flying at 17,500 miles an hour. So it's not a small job monitoring that stuff for safety. What's the next thing that we have?
So next up, we have the tax reform. It was the biggest overhaul of the nation's tax code in 3 decades. It slashed corporate tax rates from 35% to 21%. Some critics argue it was a windfall for massive corporations at the expense of the middle class. Administration officials predicted GDP boost by 3 to 6%.
Now, we haven't seen the GDP boost that they expected so far. However, I can say, at least in my experience, that slashing of the corporate tax was enough of an incentive for my company to give more back to its employees. I think my company is an exception to that rule. I think a lot of companies take that as a windfall and they absorb the profit themselves. Right. This kind of goes back to the early 80s with Reagan economics of trickle-down economics, where, give the rich people more money and then it'll trickle down to other people.
Which I don't think that worked then, did it?
That has never worked in the history of mankind, actually.
Turns out the rich just get richer.
You don't get rich by spending it, that's for sure. So the tax reforms definitely are there. A lot of those went in place before the COVID pandemic happened. And I think a lot of the benefits that happened from that tax reform are largely wiped out because of the debt the country has incurred as a result of a lot of these COVID relief packages.
Yeah, but that tax plan, that corporate tax rate is going to stay in place until the new administration could put something together to overturn it. So it's something to think about.
That's correct. Yeah. So the benefits will still be there for a lot of that. Let's talk about the reform of the justice system a little bit. So one of the things that Trump tried to do was address the mass incarceration in the federal prisons. For several decades, they've been severely overpopulated. A lot of it had to do with lower level drug arrests for minor infractions. But he also overhauled the federal sentencing to reduce the minimum mandatory sentences. And that's kind of a concept that a lot of people aren't familiar with, is that the federal guidelines for sentencing for just about every crime out there, there's a minimum amount of time that you can sentence someone. And even if it's an insignificant issue, but you have to sentence someone, they have to get that minimum amount of time. And that was largely done to try to preserve fairness in the penal system itself, so that you couldn't have people buying judges off and stuff like that. So one of the things that Trump did do was he reduced those minimum sentences so that even though you may be going into jail for these offenses, you're getting out sooner. He also tried to shift focus from punishment to rehabilitation and more job training opportunities. One of the problems that convicted felons have when they get out of prison is they lack the skills to get jobs and employment. As a result, they become a burden on society. So the focus kind of shifted to try to prepare these individuals to get back into the workforce and become producing members of society again. And what's the last thing that we have to talk about for his accomplishments?
Defeating the ISIS caliphate. Trump has falsely claimed ISIS is totally defeated. Though territory has been lost, there are still an estimated 18,000 fighters between Iraq and Syria. The U.S. was successful in killing ISIS leader, probably going to pronounce his name wrong, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. I apologize if
That's
I
actually
didn't say
pretty
that wrong.
good. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's no different than when George Bush landed on the aircraft carrier with the big giant banner and said mission accomplished.
Right.
Progress has been made. More progress has been claimed than has been made, I think. At this point in time, ISIS is lacking territory, but they're not lacking support. They're getting support through other countries like Syria and Iraq and Iran. So they're being funded by these countries, but they might not have the territory that they once had.
Yeah, I think conflicts like this in this area of the world are always going to be this messy, and they have been since the U.S. began to get involved way back in the 70s and 80s. It's always been a difficult, not war, but difficult conflict to manage, whether through proxy or through direct involvement from the U.S. And I think that this is no different. And it's going to continue to be this way because it's too difficult of something for us to manage and certainly not fix.
Sure. Yeah, no, I agree 100%. One of the things that I didn't put in here that was related to this was the drawdown on troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, which Donald Trump has made significant progress there. He had wanted to get us out of that area completely, but because of the sensitive nature of that territory, we couldn't pull out entirely.
Yeah.
But the number of troops that are in that area have been reduced, ironically enough, to the point that we had more people in Washington, more soldiers in Washington for the inauguration than we had in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Wow. Yeah, it's difficult because I'm obviously not like a general or anything, but it seems like we make the progress with the troops, and then the second the troops are gone, all that progress is lost, sometimes overnight. So it's a difficult call. It's easy to say we're going to get everybody out of here, but it's a sticky situation. It's not that easy.
Yeah, and when you think about it, you figure this is the longest war the United States has ever been involved in. You know, the closest one to this was Vietnam, which was roughly 10, 12 years. But figure we've been fighting this war in that territory, this war on terror, since September 11th attacks.
Yeah, and we could probably do a whole show comparing that to Vietnam. I mean, they're somewhat similar in terms of a difficult terrain, the language barriers, things like that, guerrilla tactics, and all that. It is just a mess.
Absolutely. So that's some of the notable accomplishments that Trump had in office. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll talk about some of the failures that I think a lot of people have focused on.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. Today, we are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. We just went over some of his notable accomplishments. I think it's prudent for us to talk about some of his failures at this point in time. So the first one that I have here is the incident in Charlottesville related to George Floyd. So during this entire process, Trump really blamed, quote, many sides for the violence at the rally for George Floyd. And at the time, he claimed that there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. One side being the Black Lives Matter group who were protesting the death of George Floyd. The other side being made up largely of white supremacists and the KKK. This statement itself really stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest here when he was describing these white supremacists as very fine people. And he took criticism from both Democrats and Republicans, including traditionally staunch supporters like Lindsey Graham. What are your thoughts on this particular failure of Trump's?
I think it seems like such a simple thing, right? You see white supremacists and KKK leaders on one side. You just have to condemn them. And he couldn't do it. And he was directly asked, I remember multiple times by reporters, to just condemn them. And he wouldn't do it. And it makes you wonder why that is and what is going through his mind and his administration's mind, why he simply would not come out and condemn them. And you saw that again recently with the insurrection at the Capitol, where he said, go home, we love you. Very kind words to people that were attempting to storm and succeeded in storming the Capitol building. And it just makes you wonder.
Yeah, well, and the thing is that when this happened, there was a lot of research that came out about Trump's history and the Trump family history. And information came out at this time that his father was a member of the KKK. He was arrested in the early part of the 20th century at a KKK rally for crimes that were committed at the time. So it was very disturbing to see this side of a president come out where he was openly endorsing white supremacists. And that was a pattern of repeated alarmist type behavior that we saw the last at least 2 years of his presidency where we've had these issues. What was the next thing that we're pointing out here?
So we're taking a look at America's global image under the Trump presidency. America's global image has declined significantly under Trump. I think that anybody that reviews the last 4 years can probably put that together. Trump repeatedly insulted key U.S. allies while cozying up to dictators. Trump pulled the U.S. out of key international agreements like the Paris Climate Accords. Surveys show the majority of citizens from 32 different countries have an overall lack of confidence in Trump to do the right thing on world affairs. And finally, Trump's handling of the coronavirus pandemic has left the U.S. embarrassed on the world stage and created a void in global leadership that China is rushing to fill in currently.
Yeah, I mean, he left us really in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah.
So much so that immediately after the election, before the results were certified, you had allied nations that were reaching out to Joe Biden to congratulate him on the win before it was even official.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the long-term implications of that are. Because I think a lot of the damage that he did, at least as far as our allies go, are things that can be built back fairly quickly with him out of office.
Mm-hmm.
My concerns center around more the relationships that he had with the adversaries of the United States, like the Putins and North Korea and so forth. You know, I mean, he really took the country in a direction that it never went in the past. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple instances of him talking about how he admires Vladimir Putin and things like that. And it's not a great look, right? I mean, on paper, America's supposed to be like this bastion of freedom, which obviously in practice is not necessarily the case. But when you're on the world stage cozying up with known dictators, borderline admitted dictators who have, of course, never been proven, but have, you know, eliminated political rivals through, you know, various means or subjugating their own people. When you see the leader of the free world being friendly with them, it sends a disturbing message to other countries, not to mention the people of America as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of scary when we get to that point. So the next thing we talk about is immigration, which was one of the things that Donald Trump had campaigned on. His promise to build the wall, to stop illegal immigration coming in, to deport the people that were in the country already that shouldn't have been here, in his opinion. You know, Trump has been accused of human rights abuses and violating international law by the UN for his treatment of undocumented immigrants. I couldn't tell you the last time an American president was accused of human rights violations. Trump policies had led to the separation of at least 5,500 families and saw children placed in cages for the world to see, which was another embarrassing moment that the press really hammered him on. 445 of those children still are left separated from their parents. So it's a continuing problem where they can't find these parents for the children. The president of the American Academy for Pediatrics labeled Trump's policies nothing less than government-sanctioned child abuse.
Yikes.
What are your thoughts on his immigration policy? I mean, we've got a lot of the wall done, right? So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't think the wall was a great idea. I mean, it for people that think that we should take a strong stance on immigration, I think it's a very good physical thing to see. But I think in practice, I don't know that the wall really works. And not to mention, speaking back to the ICE situation, we actually talked about doing a whole episode on ICE. But doing the research, we found it would be better to just lump it in with this. But the fact that 545 children don't have their parents or any real person to take care of them still, and for this long is horrifying. And the fact that it's still happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, Trump tried to defend his actions by claiming that a lot of these children were not brought over by their parents. They were being brought over by criminals and mules and, you know, people that were trying to get into the country illegally and using the children as a means to get into the country. And there just wasn't any facts to back that claim up. As with a lot of the things that we deal with Trump, there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of what the Trump administration has labeled alternative facts. And I think you have a difficulty in sifting through. There's so much misinformation thrown out about these things that it takes an effort to sift through that you shouldn't have to make such an effort to do.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, we'll probably touch on it more later in our concluding thoughts, but I think that's part of the plan, is to put as much false things out there that you question what is real and what is true. And then from there, you can make your reality whatever you want.
Right. So what was the next thing that we're going to ding him on here?
So the handling of Iran, Syria, and Afghanistan, we touched a little bit on this with the troop withdrawals. Trump's decision to withdraw from the U.S. from the 2015 Iran nuclear deal induced chaos throughout the Middle East. It remains one of Trump's most unpopular decisions in the global arena. Trump has failed to thwart Iran's aggressive behavior through his maximum pressure campaign. He exacerbated the situation by ordering the killing of Iran's top general, another name I'm going to probably mispronounce, Qasem Soleimani, which was huge when it happened. I remember we talked about it on one of the previous shows.
Yeah.
about how insane that was. And it's almost like we forgot it happened, but here it is again, looking back at everything. Iran has since abandoned the nuclear deal and is actively working towards nuclear weapons. Again, Trump pulled U.S. troops out of Syria, abandoning U.S. allied Kurdish forces. I remember that was extremely controversial too, especially with, I saw a lot of veterans on Twitter like talking about that when that happened, about how that was wrong to do because you left these people hanging to dry. The withdrawal induced a humanitarian crisis in the region and the security vacuum that Russia, Iran, and accused war criminal Syrian President Bashar al-Assad benefited from. Trump started a massive pullout of U.S. troops from Afghanistan, essentially surrendering the country once again to the Taliban. And finally, Trump dismissed published reports that Russia paid bounties to Taliban-like militants to kill U.S. troops. So we're getting a little bit of the cozying up with dictators again in this section as well. And overall, it's not a great look.
Yeah, no. And if you look, at the big picture of weakening our position in the Middle East by all these troop pullouts, by pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, which is just going to incite additional chaos. It's going to rile the Israelis who won't stand for Iraq having nuclear weapons. So they're going to act unilaterally on their own if we do not maintain a coalition in the area. You're basically lighting the fuse on a powder keg. And I look at what he did and I can't fathom why you would have done that. He claims that he doesn't want America tied up in these long-term wars, but we're almost like the control rod in the nuclear reactor there. And if you pull that control rod out, the nuclear reactor is going to melt down.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we talked about before. Like it's easy to say, oh, I don't want America involved in these situations. But when you've got nuclear deals signed with these countries, that's more than just a war. There's larger implications there on both the world stage and for that local area. And it's like you said, it's lighting a fuse that I guess the new administration is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and it's a headache. I mean, not only is it weakening the U.S. position and our allies' position in the region, you're directly strengthening our adversaries' position at the same time, which makes you wonder what team Trump was really playing for at the time. So the next big one that Trump has been trying to take care of since day one was the repeal and the replacement of Obamacare. Trump lost the vote for a full congressional appeal, thanks to, at the time,
Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
No, Senator McCain.
Oh.
That was like one of the great acts of defiance that Senator McCain had against Donald Trump was to turn that vote down. He's managed to dismantle parts of it, including the rollbacks on tax penalties for those that are not enrolled in health care. But in the meantime, he's failed to offer anything close to a replacement. He's been questioned several times on this, and his statement has been, it's ready. We're going to roll it out in a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks never got here. He never rolled out a replacement for it. The Supreme Court, as a result of that, did not allow it to be repealed because there wasn't a replacement for it. But he's weakened it significantly. And this is another problem that he's generated that the current administration, the new administration, is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Biden team has said what their plans are to deal with this, but you'd imagine they're probably just going to reinforce it and kind of build back up where it was.
You have to. You have to at least put in the stuff that was pulled out at this point, because it's kind of silly to not have these in. And
it's unfortunate for people because this was one of his big things when he was running for president, was that he was going to get rid of Obamacare and put something new into place. It's unfortunate that all these people that voted for him are promised that, and unfortunately simply never got it.
Well, and the ultimate irony is that he didn't want to get rid of Obamacare. He wanted to get rid of Obama's legacy. Mm. And Obamacare, being a large part of that legacy, was one of the things that he targeted.
Right.
What's the next thing we have?
So we have the twice impeachment. This has been obviously in the news recently. Trump is the first U.S. president to be impeached twice while in office. Trump's first impeachment was for abuse of power when he attempted to solicit outside foreign interference in a U.S. election. I believe that was Ukraine, correct?
Correct.
Trump withheld $400 million in congressionally approved military aid from the Ukraine to pressure them into investigating Joe Biden's son for corruption. His second impeachment revolved around his attempt to incite an insurrection of his supporters when they stormed and breached the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to stop the certification of the 2020 election.
Yeah, we're not talking about flimsy things here.
No.
We're literally talking about two treasonous acts that the President of the United States, who's sworn to uphold the Constitution, has been accused of. Now, the first impeachment that we had, he was not found guilty. He was not convicted of the impeachment. But that was largely because the Senate was controlled, majority of the Senate was controlled by the Republicans at the time, who, for whatever reason, whether it was fear of repercussions or what, would not go against Donald Trump despite the overwhelming evidence. You know, the large accusation in that first impeachment was that he solicited outside interference in American elections. If that wasn't enough, based on this phone call that came out, during the whole process of this, when it came out, he later, on public television, on news networks, stood in the driveway of the White House and further solicited China to interfere in the election by investigating Joe Biden's son. So you could throw out that first allegation where he was trying to hold money over the Ukraine's head. He's publicly inviting an aggressor nation to interfere with our election. How he didn't get convicted of that is really just mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's stuff like that we'll touch on most likely later, but it sets a dangerous precedent for future presidents of what it means to be president and what you can do and what you can get away with. And this is another example of that.
Yeah, and he, is unique in that he's the first to be impeached twice.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure that's something I'd want to put on my resume.
It's something I've been thinking about a lot, especially with going back and looking at this legacy that will certainly come up. But like my generation and generations around my generation we're living through history for better or worse. And these are things that if I ever have kids and they go to school, the teachers are going to say, go home and ask your parents about when the Capitol was stormed and when the president was impeached twice, like things like that. And I don't know if I want to talk about that, like it's interesting to think of these events. You just see it on Twitter, you see it on the news and things like that, but it's documented history that is going to be in a book someday.
Yeah. And we were there for it. And it's scary. It really is. We were also there for the COVID-19 pandemic. We're still there for it. Trump's handling of COVID-19 will likely go down as one of the biggest disasters in U.S. history. By the time he left office, over 400,000 Americans have died. Trump admittedly downplayed the virus in an interview. He later ignored it completely as he struggled with the election. I mean, from the November election until the day he walked out of office, Trump ignored everything to do with the pandemic, and ignored a lot of his responsibilities as president, because I really think he just had a breakdown at that point. More U.S. citizens have died of COVID than all U.S. soldiers killed in combat in every war since 1945.
I saw that when I was looking over the notes. That is insane.
Yeah. More are dead from COVID than from Vietnam. And Trump completely and repeatedly downplayed the virus. He contradicted top public health experts. He flouted recommendations from his science advisors and his own White House coronavirus task force. He refused to accept responsibility for the pandemic, blaming it even up until his farewell speech on the 20th on China, calling it the China virus. He still won't accept responsibility for it.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's like you just got to commit, right?
Right.
Because at that point, if you're going to admit that you had any fault, you admit to one thing, you got to admit to it all. But I think, and this is a discussion that's happened a bunch of times by now. But every president has like one or two really big crises in their administration, right?
Yeah.
And this was definitely one of his, and his handling of it was poor.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you fall on the political spectrum, it's hard to disagree with that his handling was terrible and lives were lost because of it.
Well, and it's almost like had he done absolutely nothing, that would have been better than what he did, because he contradicted medical professionals' advice. He made fun of and mocked people who were taking advice from medical professionals to wear masks and social distance. He deliberately exposed his Secret Service detail when he himself contracted COVID so that he could have a publicity stunt driving around the block for the press. Then he returns to the White House, still infected, and makes a show out of taking his mask off and working in the White House with everybody else and exposing everyone else.
Yeah. It's, and I don't know if we have it here, but also pulling out of the World Health Organization was really bad in the middle
During
of a pandemic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we talked about that on another show as well. We're repeating ourselves, but like, just the headline makes itself, right? Trump pulls out of World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic. Like, why would you do that?
Exactly. Well, and he wasn't taking anyone's advice anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered if we stayed in there. So what's the next thing that we have? Because it sounds like we got a lot more bad than good here, but
yeah, this section is a little long in the tooth, but I feel like we're doing our best here. So the next section is about the U.S. economy. Trump took credit for a robust economy that he inherited when he took office and had shown nearly 10 years of steady growth prior to his election. The U.S. now faces one of the worst economic crises in history, linked to his disastrous response to COVID-19, which we just talked about. Over 22 million jobs were lost. Unemployment is at 7.9%, more than double the 3.4% of the pandemic. The national debt is at the highest level since World War II. And the economic growth of the U.S. will average just above 0% for the first Trump term.
Trump made it quite a measure of success by citing the growth of the stock market throughout his presidency. And the funny thing is if you look back over the last 10 years, if you look back over the last two administrations, the Bush and the Obama administration, we had the recession that hit during President Bush's term. Then you had all the bailouts, the controversy over corporations that were too big to fail and the government bailing them out and so forth. But then we went on a steady increase in the economy that grew at a pretty consistent pace year over year, despite what Trump did. You didn't see any spikes in growth under Trump that would mark something significant that he did. But what you did see was all the controversies that came out with Trump. The economy continued to grow. And it grew not because of Trump, but in spite of Trump. Because typically any other president who would have gotten tied up in some of the controversies that he did would have had a direct impact on the economy. And it was almost as though the economy and the world expected this sort of thing from Trump. So they sort of shook it off and it didn't affect the economy. But even then, what you had was the pandemic hit. Your unemployment soared, the country shut down for a period of time, and the country never fully recovered from that. Our unemployment today is more than twice what it was before the pandemic hit. So if there's a measure of success to look at here, it's what the recovery looked like after the crash. And after the last recession that we had, there was significant growth. We've yet to see that in this case here. So the economy, even though the Dow Jones and the stock market's up and that's all great, the economy itself, the jobs themselves that were promised, that Trump has touted over and over again, just haven't materialized.
Yeah, and again, we go back to the, we go back again to the incoming administration and how they're going to, you still have all the negative impacts of the pandemic, which is still going on, and how they're going to deal with that and how they can come back from that. It's a complex thing that is not as easy as, oh, I was president for 4 years. Everything that happened in those 4 years is cut off from what was before me and what is after me. This is what I did. It doesn't work like that.
Right.
And especially when it comes to the economy, which is obviously one of those hot button issues that people love to talk about when they talk about who they're going to vote for or who is a successful president. But it's not as black and white as, some people would like to think it is.
Absolutely. So the last thing that we wanted to kick Donald Trump for here is damaging democracy. So Trump consistently eroded democratic norms during his tenure. Trump's constant attack on the media led UN experts to warn of raised risk of violence against journalists. He's threatened to deploy U.S. troops to American cities and demanded poll workers stop counting ballots to sway the election in his favor. Trump's constant dissemination of disinformation on the electoral process have led historians to draw parallels between him and Benito Mussolini. Trump has refused to accept the clear-cut results of the election and failed to provide any substantial proof to his claims for election fraud. The president is charged now with inciting insurrection at a rally and attempting to prevent a peaceful transfer of power. So now, since I wrote these notes up earlier in the week, additional information has come out that shows not only did Donald Trump incite and encourage his supporters to storm the Capitol, he also has financial ties to several organizations that were part of that shows he's financed those groups to do exactly that. I don't think democracy has ever been threatened like this since the Civil War. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And the difficult part is these are all facts, right, that we've just stated, but I can still guarantee you that there's somewhat half of the country that would disagree with this. And that's where the real damage is, the erosion of a common reality that we all have, right? Because, and I think that is, and I mentioned it before, but I think that that's part of the tactic, is to put so much information, false information out there, and to do all these things that for any other president, any one of them would have got them out of office, most likely, or a terrible scandal. But to just keep doubling down and to keep, moving facts around, it has eroded just average people's way of thinking. And I've seen it in my own life personally, people I know, that we can't even talk about it because we don't agree on the facts and what is real and what is not. And just because I have facts, it makes me, I'm only saying that because I hate Trump, but it's not that's not what is true. And I think that is the thing that we're going to see in the coming years, is this difficulty of telling what is fact and fiction. Even if Trump is no longer in office, I think that stain is going to remain with the country for a while.
Yeah, you could have your own opinion. You're entitled to your own opinion, right, but you're not entitled to your own facts. The facts are the facts. And regardless of how much effort is put forth to disseminate misinformation, to skew those facts, the facts are still there. It's unfortunate that we have to go through the effort, almost like an archaeological dig, to get through all of the lies so we can get down to the facts themselves. And even then, the diehard supporters of someone like Trump still just simply refuse to accept the facts. Whether or not you choose to accept the truth doesn't make it any less true. And there are people out there that are having a very difficult time accepting that. One of the networks we stream on here, we stream on a network called Vaughn Live, and there's a lot of Trump supporters that watch that particular service. And there's been a couple of instances where people, during our replays there, have directly questioned, what are we talking about? Trump won the election in a landslide. And it makes me stop to wonder, despite all of the information that's out there, none of which points to a Trump victory, how could somebody possibly think that he won when not a shred of evidence has been produced, despite there being dozens of court cases that have been shot down by the Supreme Court, mind you, which has a majority conservative justices that he put on the court have shot down so many of these lawsuits that he's brought. How could people still think that he won just because that's what they want?
Yeah. And I think, and it's something that I've noticed a lot too. There's a lack of accountability in that mindset where, especially when we had the insurrection at the Capitol, immediately people, the conspiracies from that side of politics, were trying to blaming on Antifa and things like that, where in reality, that's not the case. I don't think there was any evidence for that. It's a lack of accountability where it can't be me. It can't be my fault. And I think that's what you see a lot. And especially now, Trump has made himself out to be a martyr, especially with the election results. And I think that just feeds more into the cycle of a lack of accountability and, Trump can do no wrong. And, it was robbed, it was stolen from him, which none of that is true.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Well, let's take another quick break. We'll come back and we'll have a kind of an open discussion about the lasting effects of Trump and what the future under Joe Biden is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondSithEmpire.com. Welcome back. We are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. And then we're going to talk about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump are on the world in general. And I'm going to throw a couple of these categories at you, and I want to get your thoughts. So the first thing that I have here I'd like to hear about is, what is the future of the judiciary and the Supreme Court thanks to Donald Trump?
Well, like we've talked about, he had the 3 Supreme Court judges and what was it, 150? 250 other judges appointed. So that's definitely a lasting impact. I think it's really going to come down to, which is what I said during that segment, was how these judges are going to come down on a lot of decisions. I mean, we saw they don't always just toe the party line like you'd expect with certain things that Trump was trying to get them to do. We just talked about it. I forget what it was, where they
well, for the election.
Yeah. So something like that, if the fear is that they would just follow his orders, that was proven to be false. So I think that shows a somewhat of a hopeful thing where they are impartial, which is what you want from your judges. So hopefully we'll see that continued impartiality.
The one thing that does concern me, though, is you have a man who appointed several hundred judges to lifetime appointments that will affect the judiciary moving forward. And this is the same man who was such a terrible judge of character appointing cabinet members that he had a revolving door on his cabinet and couldn't keep cabinet members. And he had positions where he had 3 and 4 replacements over the course of 4 years, which makes me wonder, how competent and qualified is he to choose a justice that's there for life? Is that something that concerns you at all?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, and hopefully, he has not been great at picking people, but based off their character. But hopefully, out of those 250, we'll get a third that are good at their jobs, best, for the hope. But if not, then hopefully the system will do its job, and they'll resign or we'll find replacements. Hopefully,
that's being very optimistic. Okay.
Well, we're always so doom and gloom, I try to think positively.
How about foreign affairs and our allies? What do you think the lasting effects are going to be on that?
Well, I think initially it's probably going to be negative, but luckily we have the benefit of Joe Biden already having a working relationship with a lot of these people, most likely because of his time as vice president. So I think that is going to help rebuild a lot of the ties that Trump might have severed or damaged or tried to sever. And I think, having Joe Biden as the president might the rest of the world will see America sort of back on track, hopefully, as having a functional government, a more not traditional but a more professional government, and I think that'll hopefully be a good thing for our allies.
And I agree with you 100% on those points. About the economy and taxes, what do you think we can see long term for that?
Well, we talked about that corporate tax slash. Hopefully that is at least adjusted. I think that's way too much of a slash for corporations. I know you had mentioned that your company, things like that get benefits, but I think big picture, I do think it negatively impacts the most amount of people. For the economy, I think it's probably going to get worse before it gets better until we get coronavirus under control, which hopefully with the new administration we will, now that they're encouraging science and vaccinations are rolling out and things like that. Hopefully, once the virus is stabilized, the economy will also in turn be.
I think you're on the mark there. It's really everything still centers around Corona.
Yeah.
What about immigration? Can we expect long-term effects of his immigration policies?
I think that also kind of ties in with foreign allies and the world's perception of America. Hopefully, Biden will be able to be a little bit more welcoming and to immigration. Now, I know some people are very against any kind of immigration, but I think that taking the stance that Donald Trump did of almost xenophobia, or not almost, xenophobia, is not the way to go about it. And I think even if Biden's going to come down strictly on it, I'm not sure he's going to be as vocal about it.
Sure, yeah. And what about, I specifically mentioned COVID here, but pandemics in general. Do you think the next pandemic, hopefully that won't be for at least another 100 years, do you think the country's going to respond differently than it did during Donald Trump's reign?
I'd say most likely, especially because, looking 100 years back with the Spanish flu, people have such a, it's when you look in a history book and you see all the pictures in black and white, it's not as tangible. But with this, in our modern age, where you have, social media and things that will most likely be able to be looked back on, I think it'll be a lot more real for people. And hopefully if it's less than 100 years, people like my age or younger will be alive still and will say that, this is not a joke. And hopefully whatever administration is in power at that time will have learned from past mistakes and, be able to have some sort of pandemic like task force, that's is designed for these things, especially as the world gets more and more globalized every day.
Yeah, here's the hope. And finally, what do you think the long-term impact on the presidency itself is going to be? I mean, we just had a president who challenged every norm and every check that's been put in place on the power of the presidency. Do you think there's going to be a lasting effect on the presidency?
Absolutely. And I think that Trump testing all of those limits is going to set like I said before, a dangerous precedent going forward. And I think that even the Biden administration will probably take some liberties with that as well, with what a president can do with things like executive orders or pardons and things like that. Hopefully that extended power will get reeled back, checks and balances and all over time. But I think in the immediate future, it's still going to be a little up in the air on how the presidency is viewed.
Okay. So the future. All right. Let's turn our attention to the future under Joe Biden. He's got 4 years. I don't think he's going to do a second term. So he's got 4 years to accomplish what he wants. And the first thing really is to unify a nation that is more divided now than any other time in our history, save for the Civil War. Do you think Joe Biden has what it takes to unify the country, given the staunch support of 70 million people who voted for Donald Trump?
Honestly, I don't know. Because it's just, in his speech during the inauguration, he talked about it not being about parties, which I feel like every president says, but that doesn't work. It's not how that works. And in my experience, I don't think that that's possible. I just think that, and I don't know what it is, but I think people are much too focused on their political parties, and that divides us so much. And I'm not really sure how you can fix that. I think the best way to go about fixing it would be in the government, seeing, handshakes from both parties, agreeing on things. But if that's not going to change, then I don't see how that's going to change for the public either.
I agree. Handling of COVID. So there's been a number of things in the first couple of days of the Biden administration that he signed by executive order to address COVID. Do you feel more confident in Biden's ability to handle COVID than Trump's? Do you think we're going to get ahead of this? Where do you think we're going with this, and are we going in the right direction?
Overall, I am more confident in Joe Biden. My only fear is that so much damage has already been done by the Trump administration, and how Biden is going to be able to, like, if he wants to be effective, if he'd be able to be as effective as he can, given the things that Trump has done. Hopefully, using those executive orders, like you said, he'll be able to reverse a lot of that and speed the process up and get vaccinations out and get the resources to people that need it. Again, a lot of hoping. We'll see what actually happens.
So, foreign policy. So you had mentioned already that Joe Biden has an established working relationship with a lot of our allies. Over the 4 years that he was in office, Trump did a lot of damage to those through insults, through, pulling out of treaties and military movements and various things. Do you think Joe Biden has it within him to rebuild those alliances in the short time that he's probably going to be in office?
I think, yes, I do. And I think part of that comes from, and it's one of the criticisms people might have of Joe Biden of being a career politician. But I think that when it comes to foreign policy and foreign affairs, being a career politician can be a good thing because, you saw Trump, who's not as experienced of a political leader, how that worked out dealing with other world leaders. So I think having someone that was already vice president and has met all these people, but has also been in the quote unquote business for his entire life, I think that you pick up some skills along the way that make you a better diplomat, and hopefully that those skills are put to use.
Very good point. So some of those executive orders that Joe Biden has signed into law at this point dealt with undoing some of the things that Donald Trump did. Do you think that Biden should be focused on erasing the Trump legacy, or do you think his efforts would be better focused elsewhere?
Well, I think it's kind of a double-edged sword, because erasing the Trump legacy will also benefit a lot of the American people, especially when it comes to things like the COVID-19 pandemic, because part of Trump's legacy was hindering the process of getting people vaccinated and the resources, like I said, that they need. So I think in those instances where erasing Trump's legacy would benefit the American people, I think that is a good thing. But just turning it into a contest of, if I can erase this guy's name from the books of history, I don't think that's worth your time.
So the last one that I wanted to talk about here is the chance of success. You mentioned that Joe Biden is a career politician. He's been in the White House, administration before as vice president. He's spent, an eternity in the Senate and the legislative branch. So he comes to us with a wealth of experience. But he's also the oldest president to take office at this point in time at 78 years old. Do you think his age is going to contribute to his ability to be successful? And do you think he'll have the support that he needs? Because right now, there's a small majority, but there is a majority of Democrats in the Senate, and there's a majority of Democrats in the House. So the Democrats really hold the power right now, at least for the next 2 years. Will that help his success? Do you think he can be successful in his platform and what he wants to do for the next 4 years?
I've said it before, but I certainly hope so. I do think his age is definitely going to be one of the main points of contention for people that criticize him. I hope that in terms of his mental facilities, he seems like he's all there in his speeches and things like that. He speaks very eloquently, except for a few stutters occasionally, which, people will harp on. But I think in terms of leading, I think he'll do what he needs to do. And I think the people behind him will also be extremely helpful. And, the presidency is obviously a huge burden for someone to undertake. We've seen the before and after photos of, when people come into office versus when they leave. I think despite his age, I think he'll be able to, fulfill his duties to the best of his ability.
And I would tend to agree with you, largely because I think he's smart enough to turn his cabinet into an asset rather than a distraction. Mm-hmm. Much of the Trump presidency centered around controversy of cabinet members, cabinet turnover. He didn't trust his cabinet members. He didn't trust the people around him. He was more inclined to make unilateral decisions on his own rather than to trust the experts around him. And I think Joe Biden is smart enough, experienced enough, and wise enough to not fall into those same pitfalls. So I think the team that Joe Biden puts around him is really going to be what contributes to his success more than anything. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get any final thoughts that you have and finish up with the podcast business. Go for your final thoughts.
So I think looking back at the Trump legacy, one of the biggest appeals he had when he went into office was people didn't want another career politician. They wanted something different. And they got that. And it overall, I don't think was a good thing. We've broken it down into various different topics, but I think overall it had a negative impact on the country, right? And you ask yourself, I forget what president did this, but are you better off 4 years? Hang on, I'm messing this up. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And I think most people would say no, whether it's for economic reasons or the impact the coronavirus had on them. And obviously you can't blame all these things just on Trump. However, he was the president and he's supposed to be the leader. And I think it's hard to disagree that he failed as a leader. And hopefully, there's obviously detriments to having a career politician in power, but I think now that is what the country most likely needs.
Yeah, I think this was a case of we got what we asked for, and what we asked for was not what we needed. It was a learning experience, I think. The country will continue to feel the effects of for years to come, but I think it's a learning experience that we won't make that same mistake again. That was all we had for today. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming to talk about this volatile subject. Before we go, I do want to throw the plugs out there. You can get the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all of our podcasts can be found if you look for Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Pandora, and something else that I can't remember. I really need to write all these down.
Tune in,
sure.
Sorry, tune in. Sorry about that.
We would also invite you to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can find us at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all that and everything else on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Anything else?
That is it.
All right. Another one in the books. Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 117, Common Courtesy. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my polite and well-mannered co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, sweetheart?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Doing all right. Anything exciting this week?
Actually, yes.
Oh, what was that?
I'm now going to band every Tuesday and Wednesday night for marching band practice.
Okay, that's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Learning new music and dance, I guess, steps, marching steps and stuff?
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
We actually had to kind of change our schedule a bit. Now, we're going to do our podcast on Thursdays while Mommy's is on Wednesdays.
Right, we were doing our Insights into Teens Wednesdays. Your band schedule is Tuesday and Wednesday. So we swapped that over to Mommy's, which is now, she's on Wednesday for entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
And Thursday we're doing teens. And this weekend we'll actually be shooting our next episode of Insights into Tomorrow. And then next week we're actually off. We're taking time off. We're kind of on vacation, but we're not really going anywhere for vacation. But we'll be doing some changes in the studio here. And as a result, I don't think we'll be ready to shoot by the time our regular schedule comes up.
Yeah.
So just a programming note that we won't be going live next week, but we should be live the following week. I expect to get everything done by the following week, but there is an outside chance that we won't. But that's not what we're talking about today. So in today's episode, we're going to discuss one of the most basic things we can impart on our teens, common courtesy. It's a topic that's often overlooked and taken for granted, but one that can have a profound impact on our lives at just about any age. We'll discuss how common courtesy has slipped during the digital age. Then we'll look at some of the most basic forms of common courtesy, most of which are very easy to follow and have long-lasting benefits. And finally, we'll discuss how to encourage your teens to practice common courtesy in the future. But before we do that, I would invite our listening and video viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, and video versions of all the network's podcasts you can find listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast. I would also invite our audience to give us some feedback. Write in, tell us how we're doing, give us some show topics. We're always looking for new things to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, we're at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can find us at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can go to our website for all those links and more at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yep.
All right, here we go. So, common courtesy should not be an uncommon virtue. And you know what I mean by that?
Basically, it should be well known by everyone.
Exactly. Like, everyone should know the basics of common courtesy. You should know how to be polite. You should know how to behave in a public setting, how to talk to people, how to have a conversation. A lot of people don't even know how to have a conversation anymore. And a lot of these things are things that help us socially. They may help us academically, and they certainly help us professionally. There's a whole other topic of professional courtesy that we can get into that we're not going to talk about today. But the basic courtesy skills that we should all know are things that will help us in pretty much every facet of our lives. When most parents think about teaching manners, they envision telling preschoolers to say please and thank you and things like that. And that's good. I'm not saying don't do that. But good manners go far beyond those words. And it's important to make sure you're teaching your child good manners into their teen years and beyond. Common courtesy is something that isn't really taught in school, but something that kids are expected to practice anyway. That expectation is fueled typically by example, but not by rote teaching. Like they don't have etiquette class or anything like that anymore. They used to years ago, but they don't do any of that now. So as a result, what's considered common courtesy doesn't have a particularly well-defined standard. What I might think is polite, somebody else might not necessarily think it is. So adding to this lack of formal standard or instruction in courtesy is the complications of growing up with today's technological advancements. What are some of the things that we run into with that?
In the digital age, many teens aren't learning basic social skills like cell phone etiquette. There are many manners teens often forget even though they've learned them in the past. Sometimes teens go through phases where they want to look cool and manners go out the window. At other times, they get a little sloppy and forget to be polite. Raising a kind and caring teen who uses good manners could be very beneficial to their future. Teens with good manners will command more respect, which could help them socially, academically, and professionally in years to come.
So do you think that you have good manners? Do you think that you practice common courtesy?
I think for the most part I do. There's probably some things I'm kind of lackluster on, but I do kind of consider myself to be polite in most instances.
And I would tend to agree. You're appreciative when people do things for you. You don't interrupt. You wait for an opportune moment in which to inject yourself into a conversation. You do say thank you when people do things for you. You say please when you ask for something. So I'm confident that you have most of the basics down. And I think a lot of that has to do just with seeing how Mommy and I behave. A lot of times we joke around and we're not formal. I certainly wouldn't say that we're formal when it comes to courtesies and stuff like that. But when I say formal, one of the things we'll talk about later is something like writing thank you notes. We don't really do that as much as we used to. We probably should. When someone, for instance, GMA sends you a birthday present. When I was a kid, my mom would sit down with me and we would write out a letter to that person. And we would thank them and give them an update on how we're doing and things like that. And it was how you communicated back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, what do you do when GMA sends you a birthday present?
I typically go on my phone and text her saying thank you.
Right. And while that's effective, it kind of lacks that personal touch, Even if you picked up the phone and called her and talked to her, that lack of real-time two-way communication, not that a letter gave you that, but you would wind up putting a lot more into a letter than you would into a text message.
Mm-hmm.
So that's sort of some of the things that we're talking about, where that's a little bit more on the formal side. But some of the things that we're going to talk about today are more basic stuff. Like when you do something wrong, you apologize. And we kind of talked about that in a previous podcast. If you do something wrong, you should apologize. And you should do it not because Mommy and Daddy told you to. You should do it because it's the right thing. And I think a lot of people lose out on common courtesy because common courtesy is often the right thing to do, and people don't realize it is. Do you think mommy and daddy practice common courtesy?
Yeah, I would consider you two being very polite. Probably where I got it from. You know, you guys have basically shown and taught me how to be respectful and some of the basic kinds of common courtesy. So I definitely think that you both are very polite and courteous when it comes to this. So
How about school? Do they teach courtesy in school, or do they try to enforce courtesy in school?
basically the only real common courtesy is not interrupting the teacher and raising your hand if you have a question. And that's kind of it mostly. They don't really, like we said before, they don't really teach us a lot of common courtesies in school, except for that one time where we were doing like soup etiquette, like for an ELA class.
But do they expect common courtesy? Like, for instance, the biggest one that I come up with, and you just mentioned, is disrespect. If you disrespect an adult, what do they do? How do they react? Is there punishment involved? Is there lecturing? What do they do?
Yeah, there's typically some form of punishment, probably detention being one of them, or like a strike or something. But there is always typically a punishment for disrespecting an adult.
So the expectation that you have courtesy is there and respect, but the definition of it really is never given. It's never taught. So you're kind of expected to figure that out on your own, which is what it sounds like.
I mean, they kind of tell you, like, what you're expected to do. They don't, like, spell it out for you. They just give you it, and you're supposed to know what not to do because you learn the punishments of it and everything, so
their way of teaching you is teaching you by negative reinforcement. So if you do something bad, you get punished for it, not this is how you should be, or you get punished. How do you know not to do something until you do it and you're punished? Like, what's the preventative action there? Like, if you say something, rude to a teacher that you've never said before, and they just give you detention on the spot for that, how do you know not to say that in the first place?
I mean, you guys were the ones who taught me to never really say that, and I guess teachers kind of assume that parents teach their kids, or kids are expected to be polite and such.
And I think that's kind of the point that I'm getting at here, is that that's something the school system is assuming that teachers are doing, or that parents are doing. And in reality, a lot of parents aren't doing that, unfortunately. So as a result, the kids never get taught what common courtesy is, and their parents may not practice common courtesy. So when they go out into the real world, they run into problems. Now, you had mentioned soup etiquette. What were you talking about? I think I have an idea of what you're talking about, but explain that.
It was basically, I think it had to do with a certain book we were reading, but it was like, we were learning, like, stuff about etiquette, and we were watching a video on how people properly eat soup, and kind of, like, thinking what we thought was strange about it, because it was really not how a lot of us ate soup, so...
So what do they tell you?
I remember one was, you have to hold your spoon kind of like sideways in your hand, and then you scoop it up from one end to the other, and you only fill the spoon 2/3 of the way. And
and what you pour it in your mouth, you don't slurp it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was pouring.
Yeah. And that kind of goes back to the etiquette classes that I was referring to, where they would teach rules like that. They would teach posture rules. When you sit in your chair, you should sit, straight up. Your back should be straight. And they would go so far as to teach young girls to walk with poised posture by having a stack of books or something on their head and they couldn't let them fall off. And that was kind of a product of the Victorian age of how to do all that stuff. And by the time I reached school, they had done away with most of that, although in some of the religious studies that my parents had me involved in, you still address some of that stuff. And that's not what we're talking about today. Mm-hmm. We're talking about the common courtesies. So let's take a little break, and then we'll come back, and we'll talk about some of the basic manners that teens should know. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking common courtesy. So basic manners teens should know. Sometimes teens need a little refresher on the basic manners department. It's easy for them to develop a few bad habits when hanging out with their peers, or they might get a little lazy from time to time. Here are some basic manners you should ensure your teens use on a regular basis. And really, most of these are no-brainer, self-explanatory type things everyone should, and for the most part, probably do adhere to. The first one we talked about already, and that's apologizing when you've done something wrong. Not only is it the polite thing to do, but it also has a beneficial effect, both physiologically and psychologically, on you when you do something wrong.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you walk around with all that guilt.
Yeah.
The next one is ask permission to do things, which, anyone who just decides that they're going to take something of yours or go someplace that they're not invited to go to, there's a social problem that arises from that immediately. Mm-hmm. Don't answer calls when they're in the middle of a face-to-face conversation. This is basic phone etiquette here. We have a rule that we don't answer the phone during dinner time. Simple things like that you can reinforce with your kids just as common courtesy will help them throughout life. Mm-hmm. Refrain from texting and using social media when talking to people face-to-face. There's nothing more annoying than having a conversation with someone and their face is glued to their phone and they're playing a game or texting or doing something, and you know that they're not paying attention to you. Mm. That's annoying to me. Maybe I'm just old and I don't get it, but what else do we have?
Next up we have keep their hands to themselves and don't grab things out of people's hands, which is probably a very good thing considering the pandemic.
Oh, that's a very good point.
Yeah, that was one of the things that school did instill in us, especially when we were younger, because kids would take things from other kids and basically you had to not do that because you would get the other kid upset and such, and it would cause conflicts. So that's something they instilled in us when we were younger.
And growing up with 3 older brothers, that was a lesson that was a hard lesson I had to learn.
Next up we have say excuse me when they need to interrupt or if they accidentally bump into someone.
Again, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
You don't just barge into a conversation.
Yep. Next up is make eye contact in conversations. This is something I kind of struggle with for the most part because I get scared when people stare me in the eye.
Well, and this is one of those ones that I think a lot of people take for granted. One thing you'll find is that as you're having a conversation with someone, if you're looking at them, and you're engaging with them. In fact, there was a Geico commercial, the eye contact one with the gecko, where it's like, oh, we had a moment there. And you really do when you have a conversation with someone and you engage them with your eyes. Now, the one thing that I told you is if you're not comfortable looking at someone's eyes, look at their mouth. One thing that I found, because I have some issues with hearing, is sometimes I don't hear everything that people say, especially if it's in a crowded room. It's difficult for me to distinguish individual sounds. So what I find is if I'm in a crowded room having a conversation, I'll watch someone's mouth as they talk. This way, there's a chance that if I mishear something, I can kind of see what they're saying. I don't read lips proficiently, but I can see how they're forming their words, and then I can kind of figure it out. But at the same time, I'm looking directly at them, and they see that, and they know that I'm engaged in the conversation. What else do we have?
Next up, we have wait their turn to speak in a conversation. Kind of the same thing with the whole excuse me thing, except it's not about bumping into someone.
Exactly.
Next up, we have say please and thank you when it's appropriate.
Now, this one, I think pretty much everyone knows to do this. I think these are probably the most overlooked or forgotten ones that you have. A lot of times you're in a hurry. A lot of times the person that you're with is probably someone that you're very familiar with, and they know that you're thankful for what they did or what they gave you. But that's really not a reason not to say thank you, is it?
Yeah.
So this is one that you can kind of train yourself very easily by doing it over and over again. And if you do it with the people that you're most familiar with, then you'll know automatically to do it with strangers or people that you interact with outside your immediate friends and family.
Mm-hmm.
The next one is another important one that we talk about, and that is to shake hands when greeting someone. Now, again, pandemic in mind here, you kind of have to be careful. Right now, a lot of people are bumping elbows, fist bumping, tapping feet, stuff like that. The fact that people go to that extent during the pandemic tells you how important this simple act alone is.
Mm-hmm.
And that interpersonal relationship is pretty much universal. Every culture, every country uses it. So it's a very common form of greeting. And it's actually one that goes back with quite a tradition into the Middle Ages and probably even further back. And that was when you would greet an enemy, you would show them that you have an empty hand. You don't have a weapon in your hand. And that eventually evolved into just a greeting at that point where you would shake hands.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't realize that. So it's a basic human instinct that you're kind of exposing yourself and making yourself vulnerable by shaking someone's hand. And when you do it, it should be a firm handshake. You don't want to hand somebody a wet noodle handshake type thing. So, you can go into the details of how to shake a hand, but that's something to keep in mind. The next is take care of basic hygiene, including coughing into your elbow and covering your mouth when you sneeze. Again, thinking with the pandemic around, it highlighted how significant that was to people. You walk into a room of people and you start coughing or sneezing, you'll clear a room out nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
And you freak people out. But, you're doing that out of a courtesy for them to prevent spreading germs to them, whether it's a pandemic or not. Use appropriate language and answer questions when asked. Now let me stop for there a second. There's a little bit more here, but let me stop there. When they say to answer questions when asked, avoid answering a question with a question. That is a big etiquette no-no when you do that.
Mm.
Somebody says, where are you today? And you answer with, well, why are you asking? That's a big no-no. So if you don't want to answer the question completely honestly, you can answer with non-relevant information. Where were you today? I was out. But you don't answer with, why do you want to know? So that's one important thing to keep in mind.
Mm.
And they go on to say, avoid using slang words and resorting to vulgarity, even in a casual setting. Now, it's difficult to not use slang with your friends. Everyone has their own little language they communicate with. And into adulthood, it's difficult to not feel so comfortable around someone that you'll use vulgarity, not for the sake of vulgarity, but a lot of times people will use swear words to emphasize things or to express outrage or something like that. They use it kind of like exclamation points. Mm-hmm. You should try to avoid that, because if you get into the habit of doing that around the people that you see on a regular basis, there's a very good chance that that's going to slip when you're in an audience that you don't want that sort of language to come across. So if you kind of keep a muzzle on the slang and the bad words with friends, then you'll instinctively do that outside of that enclosed environment.
Okay.
Use proper table manners when eating. Don't reach in front of someone, elbows are off the table, and don't slouch. I'm not going to preach beyond that because I'm not the best person when it comes to table manners.
Yeah.
And the last one here we talked about already is to write thank you notes to people who give you gifts. That's just a really nice personal way of thanking someone. Texting's okay, but think of the last time you got a letter in the mail. How did it make you feel to know that somebody took the time to sit down, write the letter out, address an envelope, put a stamp on it, and drop it in the mailbox? That says a lot more about what that person's thinking of you than when they jot off a 140-character text message on their phone, right?
Yeah.
So that's where common courtesy really comes in. It really helps to express your feelings, your thoughts, and your consideration for other people. What about the digital world?
So in our digital world, it's easy for teens to lose sight of basic manners. But grunting when grandma asks a question or texting when eating a meal is rude. So it's important to teach your teen how to communicate, interact, and respond to others in a polite and kind manner.
And I'm gonna play the old man card here again. One of the things that people find as they get older is they slow down. That your perception of time slows down the older that you get. So what for you, 3 months might seem like an agonizingly long wait to get to summer. For someone that's older, and even older than me, 3 months is a blink of an eye. So when people take the time to actually slow down and communicate and have a conversation or write a letter, that means a lot more to older people than it does to younger people, because younger people, their perception of time is very different than older folks. So for younger folks, everything's quick. Do this, do that, take shortcuts. I don't have time to do things, and I'm busy. I got stuff going on, and you do. But if you're dealing with a grandparent or an older parent or a colleague at work or a teacher at school, you have to kind of keep in mind, in the back of your mind, that they don't go through the same type of things that you do. So you kind of have to operate at their level to a certain point so that they understand that you do appreciate them. Mm-hmm. When Gma, makes you a blanket and sends that to you rather than taking 15 minutes to run to the store and buy something, it took like man-hours, hours and hours to make a present like that. That's how much time she's invested in making something for you. That's a huge investment. Mm-hmm. And you, at that point in time, need to make a big deal about it. It deserves to have a big deal made about it.
Yes.
Because of how much she thought of you to do that.
Definitely.
So that's sort of, you kind of have to keep things in a perspective. That's really what I'm getting at there.
Okay.
So how do you think you've done with these common courtesies that we talked about here? Do you think you're on par? Do you think you're failing? Do you think you need to improve in certain areas?
So for apologizing when I've done something wrong, I probably do more than apologize, mainly because...
You apologize when you do stuff right.
Yeah. Like, I apologize when I kick my trumpet.
Yes. Yes, your trumpet doesn't care.
Yeah, so I definitely think I'm good for that one. As permission to do things. Yeah, I ask permission to do things even when I don't have to. So
Yeah, you asked to go to the bathroom and you're at the table. Like that's courtesy. That's old school courtesy to ask to get up to use the restroom or something like that. We're not nearly that formal though.
yeah. Don't answer calls when you're in the middle of a face-to-face conversation. I don't really do that because
Nobody calls you.
I don't really answer calls unless I'm alone and you guys or my friends are calling me. That's kind of it.
Right.
Refrain from texting or using social media when talking with people. I do try to stop what I'm doing when you guys are trying to talk to me.
That's good.
Yeah.
I try. I like that. I try to stop. Sometimes I just can't resist.
No, I am able to stop, but it does take me some time to hear
To
you.
hear that's another key thing is with the headphones in, the AirPods in, you never hear us.
Yeah. Keep hands to themselves. Yeah, I really don't. I'm not grabby with people.
No, you're not.
In fact, I'm the exact opposite, and I don't really want people touching me.
True.
And it's if I want a hug, then you can get a hug, and surprise hugs and stuff like that I really don't go
Right.
with. Say excuse me when you need to interrupt. I don't do that. I'm more than likely
You
just
raise your
my
hand and you get a Hail Hydra. Your turn to talk.
Yeah, like I'm in school, because that's what they've taught me. I don't interrupt a lot. Make eye contact. Like I said, I do have problems with that, but I'm trying to take your advice by watching your mouth.
Yeah, you're getting better with that.
Wait their turn to speak in a conversation. I'm incredibly patient when it comes to conversations.
You are?
Say please and thank you when it's appropriate. Yeah, that's
Never a problem there.
never really a problem. Shake hands when greeting someone new. I do shake hands when I greet someone new. Not with
When you could.
When I could. Take care of basic hygiene. Yeah, I try doing that.
You wear masks all the time now, too. So.
I mean, yeah. Use appropriate language and answer questions. I really don't.
You are not a potty mouth. I will give you that.
Yeah, I don't blurt out, bad words to people. I do use slang around my friends, but I don't really use it around, older people or anything.
Even when you lose your temper, you don't lose your control over what you say. I give you credit for that.
Yeah, somehow. Don't entirely know
I
how.
don't. So you don't get that from me.
I know. Proper manners. Mostly.
You do wear a lot of your food, though, and we're working on that.
Yeah, working on it. Just learned how to drink from a cup properly, so that's...
So you had a drinking problem. Different kind of drinking problem.
Yeah, different kind of drinking problem. Write thank you notes. I'll probably be doing that a bit more. So yeah, probably pretty good when the spectrum.
Yeah, I think for the most part you're pretty good. So let's take our last break here, and we'll come back and we'll talk about how to encourage good manners in your teens.
Alrighty.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back. Today we are talking about common courtesies, and now we're going to be discussing how to encourage good manners in your teens. You can get your teen to use their manners the same way you get them to do anything else.
You bribe them. No?
Were you just waiting to say that?
Yes, I was.
Oh my gosh. No, I don't think that's part of this. Anyway, the first thing we have is to be clear about what you expect.
That makes perfect sense. And that's kind of what I was saying about with the school. You know, school kind of just assumes you know how to be polite, right?
Yeah, kind of.
So you need to explain what you want. What else we got?
Next up, we have give your teen consequences when necessary.
That's right. Punish them, right?
When necessary.
Speak softly and carry a big stick, Theodore Roosevelt.
What?
That was one of his famous sayings, yeah.
Okay, then. We're not going to read into that. Model the behavior you want to see.
Lead by example.
Yeah, pretty much. And I definitely think, so yeah, that's probably one of the better ones.
Yep.
Next up, we have talk about the benefits of having good manners.
Sure. Treat people like you want to be treated yourself.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the most basic benefit you get from this.
Yeah, pretty much. Next up, avoid lecturing your teen or embarrassing them in public when they make a mistake.
Is that directed at me specifically?
I mean, considering... Instead, have private conversations about their manners when you see a problem.
Except to the rule on disrespect. If your teen is disrespectful toward you, intervene right away. Make it clear that you won't tolerate being treated in an unkind manner. Remove your teen's privileges and allow them to earn their privileges back when they behave politely. The biggest, I think, thing here that I've had that I can convey is, as a child, my father was he was abusive, unfortunately, but he treated my mom really bad. And the funny thing is that if any of my brothers raised their voice to my mom or spoke disrespectfully, he would immediately jump to her defense and yell at any of us who were disrespecting her. Yet he didn't practice it himself, which was kind of annoying.
Yeah.
They also say give your teen opportunities to practice good manners, returning an item to the store, scheduling their own appointment, asking the wait staff for another drink in a restaurant from the server. And chances are, for them, it's an ability to practice their skills from a social standpoint and from a polite standpoint. Do we do any of these things for you or to you or with you or...
I mean, I don't know if you've ever made me schedule my own appointment.
Not yet, no.
No. Returning an item to the store, I sometimes go with you when you guys return items to stores. Asking the waitstaff for another drink.
We just want you to ask the waitstaff for the food that you want.
Yeah.
But this is a very good example of why we do that. We don't do that because we don't want to ask them. Mm-hmm. We do it because it's an excellent opportunity for you to get practice doing it. Mm-hmm. If you don't go out and engage with people and talk to people, whether it's in a professional environment like this or in school or whatever, you'll never get a chance to practice it. And then when you have to do it, like if you have to go for a job interview, and I've interviewed people who have no social skills whatsoever. And a job interview, and I've interviewed a lot of people, a job interview is about getting the other person to talk. I need to find out what their personality is. I need to find out what their professional qualifications are, what their background is, what their professional history is. Most people come in with a resume, but that resume doesn't tell me anything about them. One, I have to verify what's on that resume, and I can only do that by talking to them. So when I get people that are in my office who lack the ability to interact like this because they haven't had the practice, it's exceedingly painful to try and interview someone like that because they don't want to talk. They're terrified to talk. So I'm usually a pretty easy interview because I'll spend the first third or half of the interview not talking about anything that has to do with the resume or the job or the company or anything. It's just icebreakers to get this person to talk. And once they start talking and they get comfortable, then they open up. Then I can start asking the questions. I just interviewed a guy the other day. He was very nervous when he came in. And it took me about 15, 20 minutes of this interview to finally get him comfortable and realize. And again, part of that's probably because I'm very intimidating. In fact, the individual that came in was a very small guy. And, you know, I probably had about 2.5 feet of height on the guy. So that tends to put people on the defensive. But the moral of the story here is you have to learn these skills, and the time to learn them is when you're a teenager. So if it's a matter of ordering your dinner at the restaurant or asking for a refill that gets you started down that path, it's much better to do it then and flub it and fail and learn from your mistakes than it is when you really need those skills, right?
Okay, that works.
So what else do we have?
Next up, we have you can also talk about characters on TV or in movies and how they interact with others. Discuss how manners affect people's lives. When your teen is about to enter a new situation, role play. For example, before they pick up a date for the prom, talk about how to greet their parents. Or before they go to an apartment on their own, role play how to check in at the desk.
So a great example of this is just about every sitcom that's on TV. Because every sitcom is based on a real-life situation, which is what the sit part of it, situational comedy.
Oh.
That's what that actually stands for.
That's what that stands for.
Yes. And what they do is they take an everyday thing that you do, picking a date up for the prom, and they lampoon it. They make fun of it. They tear it apart. They show you all the wrong things to do with it. And my father was famous for saying, nobody's useless. You can always serve as a bad example. And that's what these things do. So they show you a comedic take on how these things happen. And it's a great way to learn what not to do in those circumstances. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot that you can learn from these. Even though they're fictional and they're made up, the situations themselves are inspired by real life situations. So that's a great example of that. They also go on to say that when you see your teen display good manners, point it out. And I've always been in favor of this. If you do something right, you deserve to have it pointed out and be praised for it. Acknowledge when they're doing a good job, and they'll be more likely to keep up the good work. Your feedback can be a critical component of your teen's ability to learn new manners and sharpen their skills. Now, how do mommy and daddy do with manners if you're not observing manners, or if you are, how do we treat you with that?
You always make sure that when I do observe good manners, you do compliment me on it and say, hey, you're doing a good job. If I am doing something wrong, you tend to point it out and kind of give me a little lecture about it.
And that's what I do. I lecture. I should have been a university professor somewhere. I probably wouldn't have any students in my class, though.
Why?
Because they wouldn't want to listen to me lecture. So overall, how do mommy and daddy do setting an example and setting the expectations for you?
You probably definitely set a good example for me and make sure that I am observing proper manners. So I'd say you're pretty good.
And I think for the most part, you're fairly successful at what we do. And there's not too many chances for us to criticize you or complain. A lot of it's really just a matter of teaching you the right thing to do, because sometimes until you face a certain situation, it's difficult to kind of prepare you for it, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, for instance, we have an orthodontics appointment coming up. Well, you do fantastic at your orthodontics. You know, you can go in there, you can talk to the nurse, you can talk to the doctor, you interact with, you know, other patients that are there, and because you've been doing it for so long, you're an ace in that environment, you know, to the point that you're probably more comfortable talking to the doctor there than I am. So that's one area that you're very good at, but it's because you've had a lot of exposure to it, a lot of practice.
Probably, yeah.
And that's the way courtesy is in just about every instance. It's one of those things that, like a muscle, if you don't exercise it, it starts to atrophy and it's harder and harder to remember to do it. So if you try and do it all the time, you're better off. Email, all right? So here's something that I get dinged on at work a lot, really, for. When I write emails like I'm writing letters. I have a salutation, I have a greeting, I have a message body, the entire message, and then I have a close and a conclusion to it and a signature to it. I was taught in school that this is how you write a letter. And I do it a lot. And as a result, my emails tend to be very long and very formal. I don't work in a very formal environment. So a lot of times when I do that to people, it kind of puts them on the defensive because they think, a lot of people, when you're formal with them, they think that there's a disciplinary action or because of my position with the company as well, because I'm upper management, there's almost this sense of, oh my God, he's doing this to document it for HR, for discipline reasons or something like that. And it's not that. It's just that's the way that I learned to write letters, because if I'm going to engage you with a letter or an email, you deserve that level of attention and respect. Mm-hmm. Even my boss yells at me for that, because I'll get 1 or 2 word responses from him and he'll be like, too long, didn't read. It's like, okay, well, I don't know how to communicate in shorthand. It's just, I was never taught that. I communicate in a formal way because to me, it's always been a sign of respect for the other person. The rest of the world doesn't always look at it like that, though.
Yeah, maybe hopefully putting this out will get people to understand that a bit more.
Oh, I highly doubt my boss watches our podcast. It's wishful thinking, though. I'll give you that. So I think that we've covered pretty much everything we wanted to cover today. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing remarks. Go for your closing remarks.
Alrighty, to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that everyone should probably relearn and reteach common courtesy, because while you don't have to go to the extremes of common courtesy, it's good to at least instill in your teens for the rest of their lives about common courtesy, so that, everyone they encounter, they're proper with them, they can gain better relationships, and ultimately have a better life.
Okay, good advice.
Thank you.
Before we go, I do want to remind folks that you can subscribe to the podcast. You can subscribe to the audio version of this podcast, listed as Insights into Teens. The video version of the podcast is listed as Insights into Things. And we're anywhere you can normally get a podcast. Also, would ask folks to give us some feedback. Give us some specially show suggestions. We've got a number of shows lined up for us, but there's always a shortage of topics for us to talk about that we're always scrambling for. So if you come up with anything good that we should talk about or address, or readdress that we've talked about in the past, email us over at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can also get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week, both on YouTube and on Twitch. On Twitch, you can find us at www.twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate if you threw that our way. It helps us to pay the bills, and there are substantial bills associated with producing this podcast. You can also get audio versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are also on Instagram at instagram.com/insights into things, or you can get links to all those profiles of our hosts and much more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Very good. Now, before we go, I do want to point out that I often end the show on some random camera angle. And Madison here is always trying to figure out which camera angle it is, because she likes to wave to the camera before I go to the outro, which is always the same camera angle. So the confusing part right now is we're on that camera. So I'm not going to change it. I'm just going to cut to the outro. That's all, folks.
Bye, everyone.
Another one in the books. We're out.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights in Entertainment. This is episode 117. Disney isn't number one.
We're not number one.
I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my lovely and talented co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Aww.
How are you doing today, dear?
Hot.
Yes,
How are
it is.
you?
It's computer says it is 90 degrees outside.
Yeah.
The inside temperature in the studio right now is 77.5. It's gone up 3 degrees since I started setting up for the podcast.
Awesome.
Yes, so it's uncomfortable.
Another heat wave again, but yeah. Well, it is what it is.
So today in our Disney Detective, we're going to talk about the fact that Disney isn't number one according to fans anymore. And then some unhappy guests burst into song while stuck on a popular ride. In our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, an actor from The Mandalorian says why Season 3 will be more like Season 1, and the completed Star Wars show that we'll never probably see. And for our entertainment news, Kevin Feige reportedly is not pleased with Disney over their release strategy for Black Panther, right? Black Widow. We did Black Panther last week's story.
Right.
And a Willy Wonka child star said this actor made sure she was looked after on set because her parents weren't around during filming. Very nice story.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And then we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week. And we'll have an abbreviated version of our afterthoughts as well. Ready to get started?
Sure.
All right. Go for Disney Detective.
So our first story comes from InsideTheMagic.net, and it talks about how fans don't think that Disney theme parks are number one in the U.S. anymore. So obviously, there's popularity surrounding Disney and all of its theme parks, and it's, easy for people to consider them number one in the United States. But however, a recent poll that was actually conducted by USA Today revealed that is far from the case. So it seems USA Today asked its readers to vote on their favorite theme park as well as their favorite roller coaster in the United States. Now, Disney almost didn't make the cut when it came to a fan favorite theme park, and it also and it didn't rank in the top 10 when it came to roller coasters. Instead, another Florida theme park took the number one honor when it came to both categories, and kind of shockingly, it was SeaWorld Orlando. So SeaWorld actually took to social media to share the exciting news to all its followers, saying, "Breaking news, you voted and the results are in. We won not one but two incredible awards. SeaWorld Orlando and Mako have been voted the number one amusement park and number one roller coaster by USA Today's at 10 Best Readers' Choice Awards." So not only was SeaWorld Orlando ranked number one for the amusement park, but their roller coaster was named number one as well. So Mako is the tallest, fastest roller coaster in Orlando, reaching speeds of 73 miles per hour and a height of 200 feet. Hate to say it, but I don't care, because there's no way I'd be going on that anyway. But, so while Disney nor Universal Orlando took the number one spot, they did both make appearances on the list. Disney World's Magic Kingdom theme park ranked number 9 on the best theme parks list, and Hagrid's Magical Creature Motorbike Adventure took the number 10 spot on the best roller coasters. So in order to determine a top theme park and top roller coaster, a panel of experts at USA Today created an initial list of nominees from more than 400 theme parks and hundreds of roller coasters. Readers were then asked to vote on their top 10, and that's how they came up with their final list.
So the only objection that I have to this is that there aren't 400 theme parks. There are tons of amusement parks.
Right.
So the fact that you're and I'm not saying this in the defense of Disney or Universal at all, but to classify a theme park like Disney in the same realm as an amusement park like a Six Flags, they're completely different types of parks.
I completely agree.
They're targeted for completely different audiences.
Right.
And well, I don't think anybody ever expected Disney to come in the top in roller coasters, because their roller coasters are family-friendly roller coasters.
Right.
They don't have breakneck, super high, super fast, super long, nothing. They're pretty tame roller coasters when it comes to the world of roller coasters.
Right. When you look at, because it's meant to be an attraction.
Right.
That's one of the things. There's somebody who I follow actually now on TikTok. He's a cast member. He does a lot of the emceeing events that they do online and stuff like that. And he actually talked about one, and one of the kind of Easter eggy type things is that, like, when you enter the Magic Kingdom and you kind of walk through the tunnel, the idea is supposed to feel like you're at a movie premiere.
Right.
And all the posters that you're seeing are the coming attractions, and that's why all of they're not called rides, they're called attractions, and that's what they really are. Like, yes, there are some that are thrill rides or thrill attractions,
are tame compared to some of the crazy roller coasters
absolutely. The slingshot rides and the roller coasters that take you up and go backwards. Yes, totally agree. It's really two different you know, genres, really. You have
they're for different audiences.
Right. You know, I would not classify Hershey Park, you know, or Six Flags, like you said, with Disney. You know, like if I wanted.
And that's the thing. Like a theme park is an immersive experience.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you go to Orlando, Universal Orlando, you're going for the Harry Potter experience or whatever.
Right.
You go to Disney, you're going for the Disney experience or the Star Wars experience or the Animal Kingdom, whatever it is.
Right.
It's themed. It's there to immerse you and to keep you occupied. Everything keeps you occupied.
Right.
Whereas you go to a Six Flags and you're going there for the rides. And that's really what you're there for.
Right.
Even SeaWorld. Like what is, aside from being sea themed,
right,
because they've got aquariums and they paint their roller coasters blue,
right,
like
I've never actually been
it's
to
an amusement. That's an amusement park to me.
And you know what, I could almost up it a little bit higher quality than, you know, a local theme park,
right?
But I don't know. And I don't know, maybe there are people that are like diehard SeaWorld fans, you know.
And I'm sure they are. But
right.
I guess my point is that to me, it's not a theme park. It's an amusement park.
Right.
You're not going there for the immersive experience.
Right. And I could see doing a strictly roller coaster, you know, because Six Flags has their New Jersey Devil and there's,
sure. Yeah.
You know,
and there are tons of roller coaster rated lists in
Cedar Creek, not Cedar Creek. I can't think of the, you know, there's all these like amusement parks that have been around for like,
yeah, you got Kings Island, you got Kings Dominion, you got Knoebels, you have all these
who have these, you know, wooden roller coasters and, you know, these roller coaster
even Coney Island, you know?
Right, you know, these roller coaster enthusiasts who, you know, they have their own list of
there are people that vacation and travel around to do roller coasters.
Just to do, you know, so
nobody's going to Disney for a roller coaster experience. So
right.
I hate to break it to you.
I'm going for the Haunted Mansion, but that's just
right.
That's just
so I have to question the methodology in which they did this. It clearly wasn't a particularly scientific one, especially since their editors picked the 400 and then asked people to vote.
And then said, out of these 400s, which did you like?
Right. So, as much as I don't have a problem busting on Disney and giving them digs when they deserve it,
right,
I don't think they deserve the bad press on this one here.
Right.
So, anyway, what they might deserve bad press on is when you actually get on a ride, but it doesn't work.
And you're stuck.
Let's talk about that one.
So this story also comes from Inside the Magic. You know, so obviously when somebody is planning a trip to Walt Disney World, it hopefully will be one of the most magical trips that a person will take. And of course you have, you know, at the Walt Disney World Resort, you have the Magic Kingdom and Epcot and Hollywood Studios and Animal Kingdom and, you know, the various water parks and then the shopping district and everything. You know, so you would hope that things go smoothly on your trip, but obviously things happen, you know, just like anything else. Things break down, people get, you know, things get stuck. And this is actually what had happened. So there was a bunch of people that were on a ride, and unfortunately the ride got stuck to the point where most of the guests were stuck for about 20 minutes until they could get these guests, the cast members could get them off. But somebody had actually shared a video on TikTok, and the video shows a group of guests who were stuck on the mine train while singing a Neil Diamond classic. So the user also shared some key information saying that I think we waited for about 20 minutes. We had some young ladies who threw on some music from their phone and it kind of lightened the mood. They're the ones that really deserve the credit. They got the party started. It, you know, quickly turned from ever being frustrated to something very funny where everybody started singing Sweet Caroline while waiting on the ride. So that's where you kind of, you know, you take a bad time and you kind of turn it into something new. So obviously, one of the things that they do is when guests get stuck on rides, they'll usually try and compensate you for the time that you were there by giving you some sort of fast pass that can be used on pretty much any ride at any time to kind of make up for it. So they had mentioned in the article that they were giving out the fast passes that they could be used for a single turn just on anything that wasn't Peter Pan for some reason. But everybody had a good time and nobody was hurt, obviously, which is a good thing. Just inconvenienced by the ride breaking down, which it happens.
Well, and we've had situations where we've been on rides that have gotten stuck or they've slowed the ride. A lot of times, if it's a continuous loop ride, they'll slow them to allow handicapped folks to get on and get off. Right. Or if it's busy. You know, we've been on Pirates of the Caribbean where we've been backed up in the boat queue for 15, 20 minutes at a shot.
Right. Which isn't so bad because you're in air conditioning. So
Right. And the one ride we never really have a problem getting stuck on is Haunted Mansion.
Right.
And we've had that happen a few times. I had it happen one time when we were going backwards down the thing.
I did too. It was kind of like a nice little nap.
Right.
Yeah, that's definitely one I never mind getting stuck. I'm like, you could just leave me for like 5 hours. I'd be eating snacks.
The best place that I've ever gotten stuck was on Haunted Mansion in the seance room.
Yes.
That was a good place to get stuck.
Or right during the ballroom scene. Yeah. Anywhere in the ballroom scene.
Someplace where you got a good view. And we weren't stuck for very long.
No, usually just a couple of minutes.
I've never been evacuated from a ride there?
Maddie and I were evacuated from Winnie the Pooh. I remember that. We were actually almost towards the end. We were in like the Heffalump Woozles section, and we had to walk out. So that one was kind of like, oh, really? This is where we get to walk out? Like it wasn't like something like, ooh.
Now, we've been on the People Mover when Space Mountain has been shut down and lit up, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, that's a nice little bonus treat.
Right.
You know, when you get to see that, because most, 99% of the time, it's
pitch black in there.
Pitch black and you can't see anything. So on those rare occasions where the lights are on, it's like,
We did have that one year we went down and we had Sam with us, and Sam was on 3 rides that broke down.
He was on the poor kid.
3 rides broke down, and then 1 ride broke down as he was standing in line to get onto it.
Right.
So that was a rough.
Yeah, the
trip for
one
him.
time we got stuck before we even made it on Test Track. It was Maddie, Sam, and I, and they ended up giving us fast passes for a return, But then we also had an instance, and this is one of our favorite instances of stuck, was we were doing a photo.
Right.
A photo op.
Disney Visa photo op.
Disney Visa photo op. They used to have this special area where you could go, show your Visa card, and they usually had like 1 or 2 characters, and you would get a free photo with it. And as soon as we got in, something happened with the cast member's camera.
Right. And we weren't even first. They had gone through a couple of families
they had gone
already.
through a bunch of other families, and by the time they got to us, they were like, hey, we have to change out the cameras. You're already in here, whatever. And I don't know, like 15 minutes.
It was easily 15
It was easily
minutes.
15 minutes. And the characters were still in there. Like the characters didn't go off stage. Yeah. They stayed and played Duck, Duck, Goose.
Right. Duck, Duck, Goose and hide and seek with our daughter. It was incredible.
That was probably our most favorite.
Like at that point, we didn't even care if we got a picture because we were taking pictures like crazy with the characters playing with her.
Right. And taking video and stuff. So, sometimes when you have those stuck moments, they turn out to be kind of magical.
And that's what I like about this story. It was the people on the ride kind of made the best of the moment.
Right. Like, hey, we're here, we're stuck, what are we going to do? Right. Let's do a sing-along.
And then you get off the ride and, they give you your fast passes.
Right.
So that was kind of a cool story.
Yeah.
So that was all we had for our Disney Detective. We'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
So our first story comes from thedirect.com, and it talks about how while the MCU has been cranking out, we're up to now 3 Disney series on Disney Plus, Star Wars fans are kind of still looking to, what's the future of The Mandalorian's 3rd season. So the first ever live action Star Wars series obviously was a massive hit. It established Baby Yoda as a pop culture phenomenon, because of course he's phenomenon. Because of course he's located all over the place here. And season 2 blew our minds like a Christmas miracle, with Luke Skywalker making a cameo in this episode's final revealed, subversive fan expectation in a different way. So, and then, of course, you had the post-credit scene in the Star Wars, that showed the new project of the Book of Boba Fett, which obviously let us know that, Mando season 3 wasn't going to be the next thing coming. So this kind of left everybody wondering what the future held for The Mandalorian, and obviously what was going to happen with Grogu, since at the end of the season, he left with Luke. Spoilers! So in the Star Wars Sessions podcast, the Mandalorian stunt double, Brendan Wayne, who happens to be John Wayne's grandson, which I thought that was kind of, an interesting little thing, had a few things to share about what fans can expect from the eventual 3rd season. And he kind of said that there would be a lot less introductions, and they would kind of delve deeper into the character. So we know that leading actor Pedro Pascal provides the voice of Mando, but a lot of the movements and the mannerisms, it's actually Brendan that we see doing a lot of that. So he's, largely responsible for creating the stature and like I said, the mannerisms. So when he was asked about the 3rd season, was it going to be bigger than both season 1 and 2? He kind of shared his thoughts, and he said, I think we've introduced the world in which Mando now exists now. Not that there are going to be a lot of new things. He says, I think there's going to be a lot less introductions and a lot more going back towards the first season of delving deeper into the character and things like that. When we left Mando at the end of season 2, he was now in possession of the Darksaber, and he had just separated from Grogu. The episode ended before, he had time to process either event, not to mention that his own Mandalorian belief system had now kind of went mind-blowing, like, what do I do now? And then, of course, Grogu leaving off with Luke Skywalker. So how's that going to change? So they had asked him, have you heard things? Have you read any of the scripts? And he said, no. Well, have you heard some things? And he said, yeah, but I can only, kind of assume where they're going. Right now the storytelling it's Jon, Favreau's story. So however he wants to lead the story. So obviously there are speculations that, Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni have plans to see the galaxy's favorite father figure even earlier than that. So now you have Boba Fett and that whole story. It seems that there was a leaked t-shirt of the crew from the Book of Boba Fett that shows a little Grogu in the artwork. So does that mean that Mando will have another adventure or two in, Book of Boba Fett? Is he gonna kind of just stay in the back and then you'll just wait to see him in The Mandalorian? So a lot of speculation, nothing really concrete, but obviously we know that we're not getting the third season yet because Book of Boba Fett is gonna come first.
Well, and I have to say, it's kind of a relief to hear this because you figure you had they tried to spawn 3 different shows out of last season.
True.
We're only going to get 2 out of it at this point, but it was too much.
Right.
It was almost like all the guest spots overshadowed The Mandalorian.
Right.
And it wasn't like The Mandalorian season 2. It was like everyone else and The Mandalorian season 2.
Here's all our cameos of what you can see later on.
Right. So, okay,
not in The Mandalorian.
We need to get an Ahsoka show. Let's get her in there.
Right.
We need to get a Boba Fett show. Let's do that. We need to do Rangers of the Republic. Let's do those guys.
Right.
And it was like every show, these people were appearing, but they weren't really lending a whole lot to the overall plot of the season.
Right. I could definitely see them kind of going back towards a season 1 mentality. Give us a little bit more history about how he came to be. Like,
Absolutely.
They always show these little, flashbacks of things with his parents and, let's see his teenage years. Let's see, him growing up and dealing with the other Mandalorians and being accepted and doing all of that. So
a question came up today on Twitter. I think it was on Star Wars feed or something like that.
Okay.
What gave you more goosebumps? Vader at the end of Rogue One or Skywalker at the end of season 2 of Mando? My answer was more goosebumps for Vader, more tears for Luke. Because it was a very emotional experience.
I definitely, I would say goosebumps equal goosebumps. But yes, I definitely cried when I all of a sudden realized it was Luke.
Yeah.
And I was
and it was
like,
a much longer sequence than Vader got too.
Yes. But definitely the shock and awe of Vader, where I know you were like, yeah, Vader! You were cheering him. I was like, no, he's gonna kill people. But it was still like, dude, he's a bad A.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I thought that was a really good question.
That is a good question. That is a good one. I like that.
So let's take a little detour on the topic today.
That was good. This was actually a story that we had brought up a couple of weeks back, but it happened to pop up again. So Disney, this comes from sci-fi.com. So Disney Plus may be the home of all kinds of new Star Wars content, from space westerns like The Mandalorian. Now you have, the Bad Batch animated series. But don't expect the long-shelved animated series Star Wars Detours to be joining the lineup anytime soon. So series creator Seth Green had actually told Entertainment Weekly that despite Star Wars creator George Lucas's involvement in the project and the completion of 39 finished broadcast-ready episodes, it has basically been shelved indefinitely. Interesting fact is that Seth Green actually voiced, is it Toto?
Sure, we'll go with that.
360, who was a techno service droid on a recent episode of Bad Batch. He said, we finished the episodes almost 10 years ago, and so there would be a bit of, reconfiguring of the existing stuff to make something that Disney Plus would release as a Lucasfilm offering. But all that way, it's been explained to me that there just hasn't been enough interest high enough up to go through that. That it would take to, what it would take to put it out, that there's just not an interest of releasing the content on Disney Plus from Lucasfilms. So Star Wars Detours, as we had talked about before, was announced actually back in 2012 at Star Wars Celebration, and would have been another partnership between Lucasfilm Animation and Robot Chicken. Matt Senrick and Seth Green, following the studio's 3 Star Wars specials, which of, each of them, were lovingly lampooning the franchise. So the episodes were roughly about 6 minutes long in length. If you're a fan of Robot Chicken, that's about what each, episode was. For that, and there are 62 more episodes that were written and were awaiting animation. But unfortunately, before it could make it to air, Disney bought Lucasfilms and decided to go in a different direction, focusing on the sequel trilogy as well as more serious animated series designed to explain and build out the universe further, rather than continuing to poke fun at it. And Seth actually said, you know what? I really don't have an emotional position because I got to spend 4 straight years making something with George Lucas. He said, my partner and I and all the other people that got to work on it, the artists, the actors and directors and animators, we all got to make something Star Wars with the guy who created it. And so I know over those 4 years that, he was having fun, and that's what I really care about. I got a priceless experience with one of my truest heroes and got to see him laugh and enjoy all the things that he had created in a time before he agreed to sell them all to somebody else. Green also went on to say, it's not that I don't care if people never see it. It's just that it's ultimately doesn't matter if nobody ever sees it because nobody can take that away from any of us. And that's the kind of thing that would never happen again. And I realize it. Lucas wasn't the only big name who was working on the project. You had Billy D. Williams and Anthony Daniels and Ahmed Best, who lent their voices to the projects, along with Zachary Levi, Weird Al Yankovic, Seth MacFarlane, and Felicia Day. So it's kind of a shame when you have all these people involved with it. But I think, again, kind of like Seth said, we had so much fun doing it. They can't take it away from us. Right. The experience. It's just kind of a shame that,
Well, and I loved the Robot Chicken episodes. I thought they were hilarious. I even liked the Family Guy ones. But I think part of the problem that Disney had was an image issue with it because you literally were endorsing people making fun of it. And I think anything that Disney wants to go in that direction with, they're going to do it in a more controlled fashion.
Right.
In a more family-friendly fashion. Because the Robot Chicken stuff was not really family-friendly.
Oh, absolutely. I could see it, like the Lego Star Wars stuff.
And that's what I was getting at, is that
that's where they do their tongue-in-cheek.
Disney goes with the Lego stuff because it's all directed at kids. We can have fun with it. We can play around with it and make jokes, and we love those too. So, I understand why Disney didn't go with it. The sense of humor that he has with the other projects can get a little raunchy.
Right.
And it's just not something that Disney, you look at all the other stuff that Disney's pulling the plug on for things that are not family friendly.
Yeah.
At least they're consistent. I'll give them credit for consistency. It's a shame to see that much work go to waste.
Absolutely. It's not like, we did 5 episodes.
It should be there should be a bootleg version of it released like the Star Wars, the original holiday special.
And that's exactly what I was thinking, is that I hope somewhere down the line, 10 years from now, 5 years from now, somebody manages to get a copy of it and you can buy it on eBay. Yeah. And you get the bootleg copy.
I think fans deserve to see it and they'll appreciate it, but not through traditional Disney channels.
Right.
So that was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be right back with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges.
Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insights into things. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So our first story comes from WeGotThisCovered.com, and it seems at long last, Black Widow is now less than 2 days away from being released. Given its numerous delays over the past year, Marvel fans had become increasingly desperate to see the movie and had been demanding it drop on Disney Plus and forego a theatrical run. But as it happened, Disney elected to release it in both the cinemas and on streaming, with Scarlett Johansson vehicle being available to watch online through Disney Plus's Premier Access label this Friday. So audiences, are hungry to watch the film from the comfort of their own home and are less eager, to stream it then, but it sounds like Marvel Studios themselves are less than happy about the arrangement. So according to tipster Daniel Rickman, Marvel's president, Kevin Feige, is not at all pleased with Disney over their revised Black Widow release strategy. In fact, the Scooper had said that he was actually mad with the studio for releasing it on streaming and in the theaters at the same time. So the reason why is because he was apparently not told about it and wasn't personally involved in the decision to put Black Widow out on Disney Plus. So if the intel is correct, it would be very surprising. Because Feige is one of Disney's most lucrative partners, and he's brought them billions upon billions of dollars over the past decade. You would have thought that they would have kept him, in the loop that they were doing this with one of his own productions. However, this sort of snub is kind of in keeping with the outrage that we've actually heard from other filmmakers over their movies getting put out on the streaming release. Pixar seems to be kind of mad as well with Disney for repeatedly sharing their efforts for free on Disney Plus. And then, of course, you have other creative movies that have been coming out that have kind of been hitting against Warner Brothers Media and films that have been showing on HBO Max. You had the Christopher Nolan movie and a whole bunch of other movies that have been coming out since the beginning of the year and have been only on HBO Max. Now some of them are in theaters as well. So obviously, as studios are kind of adjusting to the changing cinematic landscape, it definitely seems like they're struggling to keep both movie makers and the moviegoers happy at the same time. So obviously, whether or not he's happy or not, Black Widow can be found in theaters and on Disney Plus for $29.99 additional charge starting this Friday.
So I'll give you 3 guesses on why he's not happy, and we'll see if you hit on the reason that I'm thinking.
He's not making money.
Exactly. Exactly. So I'll guarantee you that he has bonuses that kick in at certain box office levels. And
Absolutely.
He's not going to see those bonuses come out because they're not going to pull in those numbers. Mm-hmm. And I'll guarantee you, knowing Disney, as cheap as they are, they're not going to count any of the membership purchases through Disney Plus towards that number either. So Disney, who's already got a reputation for stiffing, writers and other people that have worked for them, is really found a way that they can make these multi-million-dollar movies where they can suck the money in through Disney Plus and not have to pay on their promises, their contracted promises to the talent that they have that are making these things.
Right.
And I'll guarantee you're going to see that same kind of problem with your actors as well.
Right.
And we know that Robert Downey Jr. brought in $66 million. More than half of that because his salary was, I think, $20 million.
Right.
The rest of that were bonuses based on what the box office numbers were.
Right.
So if a Robert Downey Jr. is going to get stiffed on box office bonuses because you're going to release it on Disney Plus at the same time, how much of this talent do you really think Disney's going to have to pull from at that point in time if you're going to continue to stiff your actors?
Right.
Disney's going to be making their money. And this is a problem that they're going to have moving forward, because you're going to have people like Feige here, who's literally made the company more money than any single person in the history of the company. And when you look at just the MCU movies,
Right. Yeah.
he's made the company more money, and they're going to piss him off to the point that he's going to go somewhere else. How stupid is that from a business standpoint?
Yeah.
So again, it's Disney doing it wrong. Every time, almost every chance they have to do the right thing, they deliberately choose to do it wrong. It's amazing that they're as successful as they are with that kind of strategy.
So here's a question. Do you feel that they shouldn't be streaming it?
I think you should probably have a 4-week period where it's only in the theaters. Right now it used to be a 3-month period. I think you can cut that down, have it release earlier on streaming, but you have to have that mega opening weekend at the box office. You need to have those couple of weeks there where that's where the exclusivity is. So you're screwing your studios, you're screwing your actors, you're screwing your directors, and you're screwing everybody who's involved in this success.
But the thing is, 6 months ago, you couldn't do that.
I agree. So what we ran into was a workaround. What's happening is you can go to the theaters now.
Right.
And they are simultaneously releasing in both. So the question is, why? And the answer is because it's more lucrative for them.
Well, and the other thing, too, is not everybody has Disney Plus.
A lot of people do.
Right. But there are still people that don't.
Right, but for $30, the 10 people on our street that don't have it can come over and watch it with us.
Right. But that's the thing is, and there are people who enjoy the atmosphere of going to the movie.
Let me ask you a question. Are we going to the theater to watch this?
I don't know. Are we?
No, we're not.
Okay, we're not.
We're going to get this on Disney Plus, or we're going to wait the 6 months for it to come out for free and not pay for it at all.
6 months.
I didn't want to wait 6 months for Mulan, but we did.
It wasn't 6 months, wasn't it 3?
It was however long it took for it to come out free.
No, because when it did finally come out free, we still didn't watch.
We waited even longer.
We waited even longer because we had everything else going on.
Right.
But
so we're not going to pay the money to go see this because Disney's not making us.
Okay.
But I mean, that's what you have to give give the talent a chance to make the money off of it.
True.
Now, if Disney wants to come out and pay Robert Downey Jr. his $66 million for Avengers and still release it on Disney Plus, more power to him for that.
Right. But the thing is, the movie's also been done for over a year too, and just sitting there not making anybody any money. So
why didn't they release it on Disney Plus earlier? Because clearly they weren't waiting for the okay from Feige to release it.
Right. Yeah.
So it's money. Because they knew they could make more money by releasing it in theaters and on Disney Plus at the same time. They're trying to get their cake and eat it too. And in the process, they're rubbing cake in everybody else's faces that gave them the ability to make the money.
Right. Whereas you have, poor Pixar who,
all their stuff is getting released.
All of their stuff is getting released for free. Yep. There's nothing that, that they've had where, it's a premiere. It's all, hey, this is out. Enjoy.
Yeah. So I don't know what the contracts look like there. Yeah. We know that the Marvel Cinematic Universe people involved in that are getting bonuses for box office numbers.
Right.
So they're going to piss off their talent. They're not going to have it. And then you're going to go through a dark period where Disney's not going to be able to make a decent movie. It's going to be like the 80s all over again.
I don't know, because they have so many different things that are up and coming. I could see them, I could see that whole 2-month, 3-month thing. Now it's available on streaming. So
yeah, and I would even say a month, because most movies that are box office blockbusters, you don't hear too much about after the first month.
Right.
It's your opening day, your opening weekend, your opening week, and then whatever you get, residuals for the rest of the month there.
Right.
The only time you heard about anything more than that was when you had Avengers, where they wanted to break the Avatar record.
Right.
So they re-released it multiple times and kind of cheated the system to do that.
But then they also re-released Avatar to kind of get back
Right.
at them too.
Right. So
Oh, and they're all owned by Disney, so it was kind of like
right. But my point is that
Right.
after that first month, it doesn't matter because the bulk of your money's been made.
Right, and the majority of the people are going and seeing it a second or third or fourth or fifth time,
Right.
By that point.
So that's where I could see that model
Okay.
going, not the simultaneous release.
Okay.
So tell us about Willy Wonka.
So this was a really sweet story. So Willy Wonka actually just celebrated its 50th anniversary. It was actually last week that it had hit its milestone. So this was a story that actually came out that Julie Dawn Cole, who played
Veruca Salt.
Veruca, had talked about how excuse me, Gene Wilder was just, such a loving person. So it seemed that she, along with some other co-stars, Peter Orstrom, who played Charlie Bucket, Michael Bolner, who played Augustus, and Paris Thelman, who played Mike TV, spoke about the late Wilder in a conversation with Insider to mark the film's 50th anniversary. So the movie was based on the 1964 novel Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and the 1971 movie tells the story of the I can't say the word.
I'm not sure. I'm not reading it.
Okay. Anyway, tells the story about Willy Wonka, who is played by Gene Wilder,
Eccentric.
Thank you. Who invites a group of golden ticket winning children to his secretive chocolate factory. Cole, who played Veruca Salt, described Wilder as a kind, warm, kind person with piercing blue eyes. Cole, who said that she was actually the only kid in Germany that didn't have a member of her family on set, recalled how Wilder found out that she was unaccompanied a few weeks into filming. The movie was primarily shot in Munich, Germany. So according to Cole, her mother was away working in England, and the then 12-year-old actress was basically on her own while they were in Germany with just a registered chaperone. Cole had said that when Wilder learned that she was on her own, he ended up telling Roy Kinnear, who played her on-screen father, Jack Albertson, who played Charlie's Grandpa Joe, he said, "Look, boys, she's on her own here. We got to look out for her." And that's what they did. They took care of her, she said. That was just so Gene. He was very much looking around at what was going on and taking care of everybody else. He was a very kind man. Bolner, also recalled a funny interview experience that he'd had with a German newspaper. He said, Gene doesn't speak German. I don't speak English very well, and the newspaper girl didn't speak English at all. So Gene was just very gentle and very nice to all of us, and he tried to make the best of the situation. Since Willy Wonka, the movie, was released in 1971, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory has been remade into musicals, video games, and then obviously the 2005 Tim Burton movie starring Johnny Depp. Most recently, Deadline had reported in May that they were set to come out with an upcoming Warner Brothers movie that was going to be dealing with his life before the Chocolate Factory. So the prequel is actually tentatively slated to be released in 2023, according to Deadline. Peter Ostrom, who had played Charlie Bucket, told the Insider that he was excited about the prequel. Woo, can't talk. He said, that it would kind of be nice to find out what happened to Willy Wonka prior to me meeting him. So all the references or anything new that they could do can still be with Willy Wonka as a positive. And then Paris, who played Mike TV, agreed and said that he'd even be open to making a cameo in the prequel if people wanted him to. He said, "I think it's nice for them that they're not doing a remake. They're doing a prequel because it's a way to avoid a direct comparison, especially in the area of Gene Wilder. That might always be a good thing because he was just so wonderful in our version of the film.
Yeah, I think that was a nice turn, and I don't think it comes as a surprise to anybody,
Right.
How they describe Gene Wilder here, because it reflects pretty much every other interview or description I've ever seen about the man, was that he was just a kind, gentle, and caring individual who was always looking out for his co-stars.
Yeah.
So that was a nice thing, especially with the 50th anniversary coming along. So we'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick is actually kind of a twofer. So they're both based on the same topic, and it happens to be Halston. So first, there is the Netflix show that just released about a month or so ago, 5-episode limited run series, which is actually based on a book that was written about the fashion designer. And then what was funny was after I watched the series, I ended up finding on Amazon Prime a documentary of Halston that was kind of done as a documentary, but also with like a little twist because some of the people involved weren't alive anymore or weren't available for interviews, so they had like some actors. So, part of that was kind of cheesy in that. But what's interesting is that between watching the series and also the documentary, there were a lot of things that were very similar. There were a couple of things, obviously, that the documentary showed that the television series didn't show, and then, vice versa. Excuse me. So if you don't know Halston or, not into the fashion industry, which I'm sure you're not.
I totally am.
So his name built an empire, his style defined an era. American fashion designer Halston skyrockets to fame before his life starts to spin out of control. So it shows how, he kind of started off, he was born and raised in Iowa and left and went to New York City and was actually a hat designer. And how he kind of came to fame was he had designed Jackie Kennedy's pillbox hat. And as soon as everybody saw her wearing that, that's when everybody knew who Halston was. And then unfortunately, within a couple of years, women stopped wearing hats. So it was like, well, now what do I do? And he kind of went through the whole fashion line of different things. And what was very interesting was they showed it in the documentary is that he would just take a piece of fabric and just kind of make all these weird cuts, and that became a dress or an outfit, where most fashion designers would cut this and sew this together and sew this together, and you'd have all these different pieces, where he was kind of known for like the one piece of material that maybe just had one seam on it. He would just kind of look at something and just kind of know instinctively, like it was almost like it was a piece of art, for him. So, the show goes through, his heyday, and then the whole time of Studio 54 and all the partying, and, he and Liza Minnelli actually became like the best of friends, and basically up until his passing, they were still very close. And, just kind of sad to see, his creativity kind of come, crashing down. But very interesting. And the one thing, you get to see a lot of corporate America in this, because he basically, signs this, $1 billion deal, to have this company kind of come in and help take over. And in the end, he basically loses the right to his own name. They basically hire these other fashion designers to create for Halston. It's Halston by somebody else. And even to this day, you can go out and buy a Halston outfit that obviously it's just under that name. Now it's just a corporate name, but again, very interesting. And like I said, if you end up watching the show and you want to have a little bit more factual information, you can go and watch on Amazon Prime as well.
All right. Good pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week is a departure from my typical documentary picks, and it is the movie The Tomorrow War on Amazon Prime. In The Tomorrow War, the world is stunned when a group of time travelers arrive from the year 2051 to deliver an urgent message. 30 years in the future, mankind is losing a global war against a deadly alien species. The only hope for survival is for soldiers and civilians from the present to be transported to the future and join the fight. Among those recruited is a high school teacher and family man, Dan Forrester, played by Chris Pratt. Determined to save the world for his young daughter, Dan teams up with a brilliant scientist and his estranged father in a desperate quest to rewrite the fate of the planet. The premise of the movie is somewhat unique. A mix of Alien, Independence Day, and a bit of Terminator mixed in for a unique take on time-traveling, world-ending alien invasions. The character development is predictable and rushed, with early scenes that are supposed to establish certain relationship dynamics that are almost completely forgotten later in the movie when they were supposed to be critical. As always, Chris Pratt does a fantastic job of playing Chris Pratt. Much like Nicolas Cage, Chris Pratt plays himself in just about every role I've ever seen him in, once again showing his stunning lack of depth as an actor. You get the same personality traits, the same quirky comments, the same goofy facial expressions, and the typical befuddled look in more scenes than is needed from Pratt. Despite his lack of screen time in the movie, J.K. Simmons steals the show with his portrayal of Pratt's on-screen mercenary father. The story progresses to a natural conclusion, only to have a bit of today's political strife injected into the plot to supply us with an unneeded 45 additional minutes to a movie that should have ended on a high note. The last few scenes of the movie, set in the present time, are even less believable than soldiers from the future returning to the past to recruit everyday citizens as a sacrifice to an unbeatable enemy. Somehow, in all the twists and turns, the writers neglected to think about sending scientists into the past to come up with the very solution to the problem that Pratt's character is sent to the future to work on as a last desperate measure. Big plot hole there. Up until the last present-day plot twist, the movie was entertaining just before it went off the rails and turned into a bad remake of John Carpenter's The Thing. If you turn the movie off at the instant that Pratt's character is transported back to the present day, you'll probably find it a much more enjoyable experience than watching it to its boorish conclusion. One good thing about the terrible ending, J.K. Simmons gets the bulk of the screen time here. So it's not a terrible movie. I didn't walk out of the home theater wishing to have that 2 hours of my life back. But I've seen better movies, and it could have been done better. But if you have Amazon Prime, it's free. So it's definitely worth the price of admission.
Bring your own snacks.
And that's it for me. That's The Tomorrow War, currently streaming on Amazon Prime. We'll be right back. So, afterthoughts. What do we have for afterthoughts?
So, just gonna plug, what was it, the next 3 months worth of things? Because the list, fortunately, is growing, so that's kind of a good thing. So coming up in 10 days, actually, is one of our favorites,
ZoloCon.
And that'll be on Saturday, July 17th from 10 to 6. And also July 18th, also from 10 to 6. And that one is at the Fuge, which is in Warminster, Pennsylvania. Again, it's one of our favorites, not only for the merchandise, but really it's the venue. That's what, I think it's what, $5 or $10 to get in. It's a relatively inexpensive one. Toy show. They have various artists there selling their stuff. They have a couple of cosplayers. You can come dressed up if you want. But again, it's the location that's really cool. Then of course we have Monster Mania. You have the 3 different dates. You have the August 13th through 15th in Cherry Hill, September 24th through the 26th in Hunt Valley, Maryland, and October 22nd to the 24th in Oaks, Pennsylvania. Then another one that popped up, which is part of toyshows.org, is the Carnival of Collectibles, which is a free toy show that'll be Saturday, September 11th in Sicklerville. And then RetroCon, which will be 2 weeks later, September 25th through the 26th. And that is going to be at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks as well.
And I think that's it, right?
That is.
We've got a bunch more lined up. We're going to show them to you gradually as we get there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's looking promising.
Mm-hmm.
Looking promising. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. The video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc., etc. We would also invite you to reach out to us, tell us how we're doing, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us on Instagram at insightsintothings.
Audio versions of this podcast can be found on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find all the video versions of our podcasts at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us streaming 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate your support there.
And if you missed any of our links, you can go to our main website to find our bios as well at insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 12, The Cryptocurrency Conundrum. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen, today.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing okay.
So today we're going to be talking about crypto. Do you own any crypto?
I did for a little bit. I had Dogecoin when that was like a joke.
Yeah, it still is, by the way.
Yeah, but it's kind of settled out because I was using, we'll talk about it, but I was using Robinhood to get it.
Yeah.
And I think my friends and I all started doing it as a joke. But yeah, I had a little bit of Doge for a while. Not anymore, though.
Okay. Doge actually is not that difficult to generate. It's not like your Bitcoin and stuff like that where it's finite and crypto complicated.
Yeah, I don't know how any of it works, though. That's the point of this show. You'll explain it to all of us in great detail.
Yes, I will, hopefully, in terms that we can all understand. But before we do that, I would suggest folks subscribe to the podcast itself so you get it first thing Monday morning at 8 o'clock when they come out. You can subscribe to the audio version of the podcast by looking us up as Insights into Tomorrow. The video versions of the podcast and all of our network podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. You can get us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite folks to give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Let us know how we're doing on Twitter at insights_things. You can give us feedback on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Shoot us a note on Instagram at Insights Into Things, or you can reach out to us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. So today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to take a look at what cryptocurrency is. We'll understand a little bit about what blockchain technology is. Then we're going to take a look at some of the real-time or real-world impacts that cryptocurrency is having on today's economy and whether it's worth investing in. And then finally, we'll wrap up by looking at how cryptocurrency is changing the world and what the future of crypto looks like. And we'll talk a little bit about a new phenomenon in crypto called NFTs. So hopefully by the time we get done here, we'll all have a good understanding of what crypto is.
And we'll be dumping money into the market to buy some.
Shall we get started?
Yes.
All right. So, what is crypto? So, this definition of crypto comes from NerdWallet. Figure that was kind of a safe place to go to. So, cryptocurrency or crypto is a digital currency that can be used to buy goods and services, but uses an online ledger with strong cryptography to secure online transactions. So when you, unlike a nationalized currency, there's no borders to crypto at this point. It exists entirely online, and it's basically tied up inside of a cryptographic algorithm. Much of the interest in these unregulated currencies is to trade for profit, with speculators at times driving prices skyward, as we've seen recently with Bitcoin. Many companies have issued their own currencies, often called tokens, and these can be traded specifically for goods or services that company provides. Everyone's familiar with microtransactions, and nowadays you can buy currency with a company that you then use to buy things inside that company. It's no different than when you used to go to the arcade and the arcade machines didn't take quarters, they took tokens. So you put a dollar bill in a machine and got 4 tokens out instead of 4 coins. And that kind of kept that money tied up inside of that establishment. So cryptocurrencies also use technology called blockchain. So we'll talk about blockchain in a second. That's really the driving technology behind blockchain. But part of the appeal of cryptocurrency is the security of it. A lot of people feel the anonymity that cryptocurrency offers is a selling point because you can go out and make a transaction, a purchase online somewhere, and not have that traced back to you through a PayPal account or a credit card or something else. But what people don't realize is it's not as untraceable as they think it is, because there is a digital footprint. There's a digital trail that goes along with it that can be traced back to your wallet, because you have to have a digital wallet that you apply these coins to. So, with that in mind, questions, statements, inquiries?
No, I think that all makes sense. I mean, my familiarity with Bitcoin is mostly from the last season of Mr. Robot, actually, which ended a while ago. But in that show, the economy basically tanks, and this one company, eCorp, comes up with eCoin, which is basically takes the place of physical money. So everybody has their eCoin wallet on their phone. So I kind of got the concept a little bit from that. I mean, it's a fictionalized portrayal, but they did their research in terms of, using Bitcoin as a replacement for physical money.
Sure. And really, I mean, money is, currency itself is anything that has a value associated with it that you can trade for things. Whether it's paper money that we have, whether it's gold coins because the material that it's made from has a value associated with it, or nowadays with U.S. currency where there isn't a backing to it. There's no silver or gold backing to it. There's an intrinsic value based on the current economic state. So as a result, the dollar goes up and down depending on what our trade state is and other factors in the world. Cryptocurrency is the same sort of scenario, but it's affected by things very differently. Like one of the things that we're seeing nowadays is Bitcoin is soaring right now. And one of the reasons it took a recent jump was Tesla, Elon Musk's company, decided that they're going to take Bitcoin payment for cars, and they invested more than $1 billion to acquire Bitcoin. Well, anytime a commodity is purchased in volumes like that, the cost of it goes up just because of the perceived value of it at that point. So you have speculative investment like that that's causing a rise in value.
Yeah, that happened with, we talked about Dogecoin earlier too. Elon Musk would make a tweet about Dogecoin and it would shoot up 20 cents or something like that.
Sure.
So and you get that with regular stocks too, but with crypto, it's even more volatile like that.
Well, and Elon Musk is a great person to pick on because he's the type of person who stock in Tesla goes up significantly, and then he tweets and says, "Oh, well, that's overvalued," and then the stock plummets. Mm-hmm. And when you're the second richest man in the world, you can stand to lose $40 billion, and it doesn't really put a dent in your bank account. But your other investors can't afford that kind of recklessness and that volatility in a stock that they're investing in. And we'll talk later about the investment angle of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, but we're going to find that's the same type of thing with crypto. So the technology that is based on is blockchain. Now, this information comes from another website, Investopedia.com. Blockchain is a decentralized technology spread across many computers that manages and records transactions. Blockchain is a specific type of database. It differs from a typical database in the way it stores information. Blockchains store data in blocks that are then chained together.
Blockchain.
Hence, blockchain. Once a block is filled with data, it's chained onto the previous block, which makes the data chained together in a chronological order. So one of the problems that you have with this is that as you continue to mine coin in a blockchain, the blockchain gets larger and larger and larger. which requires more storage capacity, it requires more bandwidth to handle, it requires more computing power as it gets progressively larger. Different types of information can be stored on a blockchain, but the most common use so far has been as a ledger for these transactions. In Bitcoin's case, blockchain is used in a decentralized way so that no single person or group has control. Rather, all users collectively retain control. So when you're going to mine Bitcoin, you download whatever the current version of that blockchain is, the entire thing. And as you're churning through it and you fill up the block itself, you're sending that data back out to this collection of computers.
So when we're talking about downloading it, is this like terabytes, petabytes? I don't know, how big does it get?
I don't know what the last count was, but you're talking a massive amount of data right now. Like it would take, I think I was looking at numbers earlier, and it took 8 hours or so over a gigabit line to download the current one. Once you have it, though, you get incremental updates to it. But that's just a sign of how large this is. And the larger it is, the more computations have to be done. So the problem a lot of people are running into is that in order to mine Bitcoin now, people are using very sophisticated hardware. In fact, NVIDIA just came out with their latest line of video cards, and they cryptographically crippled them through a driver update so they couldn't be used for blockchain. Because what's happening is you're actually burning more energy in computational power and cooling to run these machines than you're generating in actual funds. So it's environmentally, it's not a good thing. I mean, we're not drilling another hole in the ozone or anything, but this is not going down the right path. So in Bitcoin's case, the blockchain's used as a way to store the ledger on here, and the decentralized blockchains are themselves immutable, which means that once the data is entered, it can't be changed. And for Bitcoin, this means that transactions are permanently recorded and viewable to anyone. And that's where that lack of anonymity comes from. Because in order for this whole system to work, you have to use a shared database for these transactions. Now, your existence in here is probably some, 64 character long random GUID number, not, Sam. So there's that level of anonymity. But it also records origins of these. So it can tell geographically by your IP address where it's coming from. So when you process something on the blockchain, it knows what your ID is. It might not know who you are, but it can see where you're at. So a lot of cyber forensic analysis is going into some of these because a lot of people in the criminal underworld are using Bitcoin to fund their terrorist organizations and criminal organizations because of that level of security. So as a result, federal authorities and government authorities around the world are developing new tools to try to de-anonymize some of these transactions to track it down so that they can generate evidence against criminals. So that's really what blockchain is. It's the technology behind, it's the database behind cryptocurrency. Questions, comments?
No, I mean, it seems relatively straightforward so far. So my only thing is, how does this translate into actual value? Because, I understand how you get it and how it's made, but, is it just because there's so much of it that it gives it value?
It's not that there's so much, it's that there's so little. So, for instance, if you look at Bitcoin, the way that you compute or the way that you mine Bitcoin computationally, there's a finite number of Bitcoins that are out there. And the more that are found, the fewer that can be found. So it's almost like, think of it like a baseball card. 10 Ricky Henderson rookies are made. That's all that will ever be made. And they're all in packages that are sitting in stores. So when the first one gets purchased, it's worth, say, $1,000. But when the second one gets purchased, you know that there's only 8 more out there. So the value of the ones that are found go up until all 10 are found. And then there's a fixed value because they exist. They're the only ones that are going to exist.
So that's why you have Tesla getting a bunch of it.
Exactly.
And then it skyrockets.
The problem that you run into is as people trade it and buy and sell and companies start to adopt it as an actual currency, it gets more precious because you have a finite pool of resources now that are now being traded in large blocks.
So people fight over it and then
exactly. Then you have governments. Like, for instance, Russia has outlawed Bitcoin. So you can't use Bitcoin in Russia to do anything. Where in the United States, I could spend Bitcoin to buy a pizza. It's literally that simple. And in the early days of Bitcoin, it was used very frivolously. It was generated a lot on colleges because a lot of college students would use computers on campus because of the computational power to generate these. So you'd have students that would have 10 Bitcoins that would generate overnight. Then they'd want to order pizza. Well, they didn't have any cash, so the local pizzeria would accept Bitcoin. So you'd spend 2 Bitcoin to buy a pizza.
And 1 Bitcoin now is worth like $10,000 or something like that.
Right. So you have people that spent over $20,000 on pizzas when they were in college. So that's why the volatility of it kind of makes for opportunities, but it also makes for misuse of the currency as well. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about what the impact of cryptocurrency is on today's society.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Today on Insights into Tomorrow, I find the button on the board to actually hit the right scene. Today we're talking about cryptocurrency, and we're going to talk a little bit about the impact of cryptocurrency on today's economy. So we've talked about Bitcoin, we've talked about Dogecoin a little bit. There's actually more than 6,700 different cryptocurrencies that are traded publicly today. And this is according to coinmarketcap.com. Cryptocurrencies continue to proliferate, raising money through initial coin offerings. You've heard of IPOs, initial public offerings for stocks. ICOs are what crypto coins actually use to generate their funds. The total value of all cryptocurrencies as of February 18th, 2021 was more than $1.6 trillion according to CoinMarketCap. And the total value of all Bitcoins, the most popular digital currency, was pegged at about $969 billion. Now, you can't have that much market cap and not have a huge influence over the economy. I mean, I can't, it's hard for me to imagine another segment of the economy other than like Apple, that's $1 trillion company, that has that kind of influence over it. So just that value alone gives you a footprint and a place at the table that countries, I mean, that's more value than most countries in the world actually have as far as value goes. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's an astounding amount of wealth. And
Yeah.
like going back to the pizza analogy from earlier, like to think that it's come from that, you know, using it to get a pizza to $969 billion in what, 20 years?
Yeah, not even that.
Yeah, less than that. It's just interesting, and stocks in general, or the market, how that works. It all kind of mystifies me. It seems like it's gambling with extra steps, and like how things get value, and in this case, how things can skyrocket in value over time. It fascinates me, but it's not something I have any idea how to get involved in.
Well, and that's one of the things, that's one of the real distinguishing factors between a cryptocurrency and a stock. A stock is a piece of something. It's a piece of a company. And its value is based on the value of that company, its revenue, its profit, and how that company is being run. And all that information, when you're a publicly traded company, is publicly available. So if you want to go do the research on Intel and see how much Intel is worth, you can see what their assets are, what their liabilities are, what their profits are, what contracts they've landed over the last 12 months. You can do all that research and find all that information. And largely that's what, you know, analysts and stockbrokers do for you. They do all that work for you and come back and say, okay, buy Intel because they're worth it. But you have the freedom to go get that information yourself and do it. You lack that information for the most part when it comes to crypto. I mean, crypto isn't representative of anything substantial. It's literally data that's being passed around. And a lot of people have a very difficult time wrapping their heads around that. It's hard to understand why you would need something like that. Granted, you can have a currency that doesn't have borders. So, for instance, you know, you have the euro versus the dollar. And the euro traditionally trends a few cents higher in value than the dollar does, depending on what's going on from a geopolitical standpoint. But that currency itself is based on gross domestic product. It's based on manufacturing output. There's a measurable metric that you can look at for it. So you can kind of predict, okay, well, you know, we know that everyone's being hit by the pandemic right now. And Europe, sections of Europe are being hit worse than others. So the chances are their economy is going to be impacted by that further. So maybe now is not a good time. And I'm saying this strictly from a theoretical standpoint. I am not an investment broker, or am I qualified to comment on any of this stuff? But you can see these signs, these trends, and determine that that might not be the investment that you want because the euro may go down as their economy is impacted. You can't do that with Bitcoin. Tomorrow, Bitcoin could lose 30% for no apparent reason. Or it could gain 30% for equally no reason.
It's volatile.
That is
It's the buzzword, yeah.
incredibly volatile. So why do people like cryptocurrency? Why don't you tell us, you know, why people, what the appeal of cryptocurrency is?
Yeah, so supporters see cryptocurrency, things like Bitcoin, as a currency of the future, and they're racing to buy them now before they become more valuable, which we've already seen that with going from buying pizzas to being worth, you know, $900 billion. Some supporters like the fact that crypto removes central banks from managing the money supply, since over time these banks tend to reduce the value of money through inflation, so Bitcoin can't be inflated the way normal money can. Other supporters like the technology behind crypto, like the blockchain, which we talked about earlier, because it's decentralized processing and recording system and can be more secure than usual payment options. And then finally, some speculators like crypto because they're going up in value and have no interest in the currency's long-term acceptance as a way to move money.
And that's a very good point, is that if you look at it from a long-term standpoint, it's so volatile and traded so frequently that people aren't looking at it as a long-term. Like people buy Disney stock and they hold on the Disney stock for 30 years, and they continue to increase in value. They may get dividends from it, but ultimately it's a long-term thing that someday you'll sell that and it's an investment. Whereas cryptocurrency is almost like day trading.
Yeah.
I'm buying it this morning because I know this afternoon chances are it's going to be 30% higher and I'm going to make a fortune off of it.
That's essentially what I was doing. Me and my friends, when I talked about Dogecoin earlier, that's what we would do. We bought it, and then for like a week straight, we would check every day to see what the value was. And you could set, in the app we were using, you could set, I think it was called a limit order. So like if Dogecoin went up to 80 cents, you could have it sell then.
Right.
So like if we thought like, Elon Musk was going to tweet about it and it would make it go up in value, which happened, a lot of people made a lot of money when Dogecoin, like when that phenomenon was happening.
Sure.
It's kind of stabled out now, but like it was like day trading. And Robinhood, I know, got a lot of flack for that because so much money was being dumped in that they couldn't keep up with it. And I think that finding came out a couple of days ago, where the way Robinhood works is when you go into, and for those that don't know, Robinhood is an app where you can, trade stocks and trade crypto. When you go to buy something through them, they actually wait and basically give you an IOU so that if they can get a better value for it, they can then take that and then you also get the stock. They take off the top.
Right.
But when the things with Dogecoin was happening, so many people were buying in, and with GameStop as well, the GameStop stock situation, they didn't have enough money to keep up. So it's like, when the trend hits the whole world and everybody's doing it like day trading, it can cripple something like Robinhood that's just, the app to the middleman almost.
Yeah, their business model was not capable of keeping up with that. But one of the other things about crypto that we talk about here is that it doesn't use a centralized bank, which means it can't be influenced by governments or government regulation. So you look at how some of the economy works in the United States, and you've got the Federal Trade Commission that makes sure that there's no insider trading and that things are done on the up and up. You have the Federal Reserve that sets interest rates. So with a traditional economy, you have a lot of outside influence. It's not just the market value. A lot of it is the government trying to control the money. Part of that's inflation. When the economy is bad, the government puts more currency into circulation, which devalues the currency but increases spending. And with a cryptocurrency, they don't have that control, which is one of the reasons why Russia had banned Bitcoin, because Bitcoin could really come in and take over an economy because the government has no control over it. So a lot of governments don't understand crypto yet, and those that do and have kind of a good understanding of it are kind of afraid of it, and with good reason. Yeah. One of the other things that we talk about here is the encryption associated with it. Well, that encryption allows you to hide transactions. So right now we've got a big push in the United States where the federal government wants to have access to encrypted data on your phone, in your email, through your social media, because they claim that without that, then they can't do their job from a law enforcement perspective. So the federal government wants access to your encrypted information on your phone, so if they get a warrant for a search warrant, they can execute it, where they can't do that now. Well, they'll never be able to do that with cryptocurrency. They can't go to a manufacturer like Apple or Google and say, put a backdoor in or we're going to put you out of business. There's no central authority for Bitcoin. So they can't exercise that control. And as a result, it's very appealing to a lot of people who want to do international transactions. When we do transactions with a company overseas, there's a conversion rate that happens. And that conversion makes money for someone. Some money broker somewhere skims off the top, like you talked about with Robinhood. With Bitcoin, it's traded at face value. Nobody skims off the top. Nobody makes a profit off of it. And generally, when no one's making a profit off of a transaction, people have a problem with that.
Yeah.
So you can't have that man in the middle who's doing things. But again, cryptocurrencies are speculative. There's nothing tangible about a cryptocurrency that says, okay, well, I see that Tesla put out 20% more cars this year than they had forecast, so their value is going to go up. There's nothing like that with crypto. It's literally just made up as it goes along. And that's something that scares off investors. So what you get is a completely different class of investors that go after cryptocurrencies. As an investor myself, I'm very risk averse. I will invest money in a guaranteed 8% return any day over the possibility of a 15% return with a 50% chance of loss. That's just the way I am. I'll always go for the sure thing.
I mean, like, I've been investing a little bit. Like, I don't, as I've made clear by this show, I don't really understand how a lot of this stuff works. So I've been using Robinhood, and they got in trouble for kind of gamifying it. But I like that personally because it makes it a lot easier to understand. And the way I've been trading it is it is like gambling, where if you're putting money in, like, you have to be okay to lose it if you mess something up, or like you're okay having it sit there for a long time, because a lot of stocks are, like you talked about with the Disney example, a long-term thing. So I haven't been doing it enough to understand how I do it. But at least with the crypto stuff, I was doing it daily, trying to get like just the smallest amount of value out of it. Where it's not a set 8%, a guaranteed 8% return like you were talking about. So it is weird seeing the comparison of, play it safe long term, but with crypto, it's play it now and hope for the best.
Absolutely. So I guess the real overriding question is, are cryptocurrencies a good investment? So like we said, cryptocurrencies may go up in value, but many investors see them as more speculations and not real investments. And the reason for that is that just like real currencies, cryptocurrencies generate no cash flow. So for you to profit, someone has to pay more for the currency than you did, which is called the greater fool principle. Yeah, I love that one.
That's a funny name.
And it's a legitimate theory for investing. But if you contrast that to a well-managed business, which increases its value over time by growing the profitability and cash flow of an operation, experts note that cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin may not be that safe. And some notable voices in the investment community have advised would-be investors to steer clear of them. Because it's gambling.
Yeah, it's just gambling.
You hit the nail on the head. You're probably better off going to Vegas and betting, $5,000 on black at the roulette than you aren't putting it in to cryptocurrency. Of a particular note, Warren Buffett compared Bitcoin to paper checks, saying, quote, it's a very effective way of transmitting money, and you can do it anonymously and all that. A check is a way of transmitting money too. Are checks worth a lot of money just because they can transmit money? And I think that really boils it down, because in order to do anything with Bitcoin, you either have to generate them through very complex, very costly computational efforts, or you need to buy them. So if you invest the money to buy them, you've paid somebody money for money. Really.
Yeah.
And you're paying that conversion rate.
Mm-hmm.
If you generate it, then you're paying the money to actually, it's not free. Like a lot of people think that, and that's part of the problem, is that people think that, oh, well, cryptocurrency, I can generate that, I can quote unquote mine that on my computer. Well, I already own the computer, so it's costing me nothing. If I can mine 3 Bitcoin, that's a fortune. Well, you're not mining for nothing. You're paying the electric bill. You're paying to cool it, because it generates so much heat to do these computations. People have actually turned mining computers into heaters for their homes.
Oh, wow.
What they've done is they build a computer with 5 or 6 graphic processor units, high-grade graphics processor units, and they channel that heat into their house, and that's how they heat their house.
That's insane.
I saw one person who lived out in Colorado or something like that, and he actually funneled the heat from his cryptocurrency computer to a chicken coop, and that heats the chicken coop outside.
Well, there you go.
But that's no different than, because you're still paying to use that power. one of the latest trends now is they're putting a lot of crypto mining farms in Alaska so they don't have to pay for the cooling costs. So they're just pulling,
Put them in the ice.
yeah, they're pulling outdoor air in, and that's cooling these machines off.
Yeah, I know there was this was a while ago, probably like a year ago, but the Nintendo Switch had a thing, the gaming console, where people couldn't figure out why when they played this one game, it was like some cooking game, why their Switches kept overheating. And it was because they were using it to mine Bitcoin in the background for the game. So people's Switches would overheat and turn off, and they couldn't figure out why, because it's not like, the Switch is like that big. It's not like it's a PS5 or something.
Yeah.
So people were like, what's going on here? And they looked into it, and they were mining Bitcoin in the background when you played the game. It was insane.
Yeah, it's scary. It really is.
Yeah.
For those who see cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin as the currency of the future, it should be noted that a currency needs stability so that merchants and consumers can determine what a fair price for goods is. So let's take the instance of Tesla. So they're going to be selling a car, and they're going to price the cost in Bitcoin out to what the equivalent dollar value would be. So let's say, for instance, you buy a Tesla for $80,000. Let's say that's, for the sake of easy math, that's 8 Bitcoin. All right. Say Bitcoin's at $10,000 each. Well, if Bitcoin drops in value at any point in time while you're still paying for that car, then you just got, like, if it drops to 5,000 per Bitcoin, you just paid half price for that car. What merchant is going to deal with a currency that's that volatile and that prone to have them lose money? Like, it just, for Tesla to go that route, I think puzzled a lot of people.
Do you think that it's going to end up becoming regulated if enough businesses get involved? Do you think it's just going to sidestep the government and they're just going to regulate it themselves? Especially if they have the majority of it, like a Tesla or another big corporation?
Well, and that's actually a very interesting proposition. You can't regulate it. You can't, because of its decentralized nature. So even if you own the majority of it, like owning the majority of a company, you control that company. If you own the majority of Bitcoin, you can't dictate the price of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is only worth what the market will bear. So if Tesla owned 60% of the available Bitcoin out there, they could ask whatever they want. But if nobody wants to pay that value, then it's not worth that, right? Like, think of selling on eBay. Oh, I can put my Star Wars figures up on eBay and ask $5,000 for them. Doesn't mean they're worth $5,000 if nobody's going to buy them. And that's what you're looking at with Bitcoin, is that you can't deregulate. So I don't know why at this point in time someone like Elon Musk would get into it, if for no other reason than just for publicity.
I'm pretty sure he had an SEC filing the other day where they have to call him like Crypto King now or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which one of my friends, it was half joking, but he was like, well, that's so they don't have to say he's a CEO. So when he does dumb stuff like this, he can say, well, I'm not CEO, I'm the Crypto King.
Right.
It's different.
Right. But I don't know. He does things like, this is the man who sold flamethrowers to promote his boring company, his mining company. So
we could do a whole show on him if we wanted to.
Yeah.
He's like Tony Stark, but not as cool.
But as we said, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies have been anything but stable through much of their history. For example, while Bitcoin traded close to $20,000 in December 2017, by 2020 it was trading at record levels. It dropped as low as $3,200 later that year. That's 70% of your value. That's ridiculous to have a drop like that. And then by 2020, it was back at record levels again. So the price volatility creates a conundrum. Hence the title to the show.
Hey-o.
See, you made fun of me
circle.
for the title.
I did make fun. It was funny.
If Bitcoins might be worth a lot more in the future, people are less likely to spend and circulate them today. So I'm going to stop buying pizzas with my Bitcoin. I'm going to hold on to them, making them less viable as a currency. So think of it almost like a commodity, like gold. So gold rarely drops in value. And what happens is a lot of people buy gold and they hold on to it because it's a good investment because it doesn't drop in value. Nobody deals in gold as a currency anymore. It's not practical to deal in it. But because it's stable, people are going to hold on to that and use that to back other ventures. Because this is volatile and could drop or increase dramatically, people don't want to spend that because they don't want to spend $20,000 on a pizza. Even though it may only be $20 today, a year from now, it could be $20,000. So it doesn't lend itself to being used to transmit money. And finally, they say, why spend a Bitcoin when it would be worth 3 times that value next year? And that's exactly what they're saying. It's more an investment gimmick, I think, than it is a real currency.
So then do you think it will go by the wayside eventually? If people adopt this line of thinking that it's not worth the effort to spend it?
I think Bitcoin has a very limited lifetime to it. I think cryptocurrency in general does. I think blockchain has other practical applications that can be used for more realistic things. I think what we're seeing right now with crypto is probably a fad because it's just too unstable. Yeah. Investors don't like instability. So you're going to find that it's going to probably lose its widespread adoption pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. But let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll look at what we do think of what the future of cryptocurrency is and how it's changing the world.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking cryptocurrency. And as we said earlier, cryptocurrency is not new. It's been around since roughly 2009 when Bitcoin was first created. But in recent years, it started to have a more significant impact on the world. Cryptocurrency has done this by changing the way various industries operate and opening up new opportunities for individuals and businesses alike. The creation of cryptocurrency also introduced blockchain technology to the world, which is, I think, the most significant contribution that we get from crypto. According to Statista, revenues from the technology are expected to reach more than $39 billion by 2025. From these figures, it's clear that cryptocurrencies and the technology that surround them are having a major impact. Here are some of the examples of how cryptocurrency is changing the world. Why don't you tell us about these?
Sure. So alternative international financial transactions, which we kind of talked about earlier with it being a borderless currency. Businesses are always keen to find a way to complete international transactions in the most secure way possible. So cryptocurrency-based solutions like Ripple can help with this. Ripple operates on an open source platform and it enables the seamless transfer of both cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Litecoin and fiat money like USD and yen. I don't know what fiat money is.
Fiat money is national currency.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was a term for it. And then finally, the main process of Ripple is payment, settlement, and remittance that is similar to the traditional SWIFT system, which is used by financial institutions. What is the SWIFT system also?
Well, SWIFT system we're not going to go into today.
Okay.
That's a lot more complicated.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get an economist next time to break that down for us.
Yes.
Second, more options for secure online payments. Cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology can make it easier for people to make online payments. Blockchain wallets store private and public keys that enable payments to be made securely and quickly. Also, many sites in various industries accept cryptocurrencies as a safe way for people to send and deposit money. So, for example, online gambling sites that accept cryptocurrencies are popular among young adults and in general with players due to the added security that is provided. The worldwide online payment system PayPal has also recently announced that it is going to start allowing customers to buy, sell, and hold cryptocurrencies in its online wallets. PayPal was Elon Musk, right? He invented that?
I believe that's where he started.
So yeah, another Elon, he's back. Another mention of him. Revolutionizing supply chains. So Bitcoin, the global economy, is reliant on secure and efficient supply chains. This makes supply chain security a major concern. The blockchain technology that enables the use of crypto can also be used to improve the security of supply chains thanks to its transparency and decentralized nature. Certain currencies like Walton Chain and VeChain, or VeChain, are specifically aimed at improving the safety and speed of supply chain operation. Providing a platform for creatives, it can often be difficult for professionals like musicians to sell content without interference from middlemen like producers. So they can use crypto like XRP to allow them to sell content directly to consumers. This is because consumers can access the content and pay for it using a real-world payment solution. That's an interesting note. I never thought of that, of how it can be used to actually help people that might be, scammed by a producer or something like that. Changing the way NGOs deal with money, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, engage with crypto as a way of getting currency to underprivileged areas of the world. During the current crisis, the Red Cross in Italy has also started accepting Bitcoin donations from people in order to boost its fund and help it provide the support that people need. So using it for more humanitarian efforts.
Sure. And the other thing we kind of have to make note of here is that we talked a lot about Bitcoin because that's in the news a lot. And Bitcoin's a form of crypto, but it's obviously not the only version. Crypto in general can be used for other different things depending on how it's generated. Like, for instance, we talked how Bitcoin has a finite number of Bitcoins that you can ever get out of the blockchain. But other currencies like Dogecoin, it's unlimited. So you can continue to generate Dogecoin, which is why the value never really soars, because there's an infinite amount of it out there. But it's also a legitimate form of currency because it is digitally signed through a very strong encryption. So something like that, you can easily use that to do electronic transactions back and forth online, or to transfer large sums of money, or, things like that, where you want to have secure, borderless transactions. That's not to say that Bitcoin's the best crypto for that, but crypto can be used for these things. It does away with that decentralized bank. It does away with these conversions. It does away with the regulations that you get bogged down in. One example, which is probably not a good example, is North Korea. Okay, so North Korea is under all kinds of sanctions. They can't trade, tea at this point in time without having some kind of sanction slapped on them. But they can trade crypto because it's unregulated. Yeah. There's no way to stop that.
I didn't even think of that.
Now, that's a bad example of that, but the good example of that is if you're in a oppressive third world regime that you're trying to fight for the freedom of the people there and the government is oppressing you. You can fund those operations through cryptocurrencies and still manage to get the funds that you need.
Yeah, it sort of cuts out the red tape and the middleman and all that to just get the currency where it needs to be.
Exactly. I think personally moving forward, cryptocurrencies themselves are going to be more of a medium than they are an asset or an investment. They're going to be used for transactions. Like a lot of business transactions use EFT fund transactions now, and you get a lot of hands touching that type of stuff through the banking industries. And I think cryptocurrencies eliminate a lot of that stuff. So I think there's a future for cryptocurrencies. I think it's very different than what we see today. I think we're going to see them take on a different role. I think we're going to see them be used by different people for different reasons. I don't think they're going to be a viable investment anytime in the near future just because of the volatility. But one of the things that we are seeing crypto use for, and again, this is a different use of blockchains, is something called an NFT, or a non-fungible token. And these are a type of cryptocurrency created on smart contract platforms such as Ethereum. And they're unique digital objects that can be cool to own or even profitable to trade.
Like it's World of Warcraft or something.
Similar to that. I mean, you joke,
Really?
but it's similar to that. But for instance, Elon Musk's girlfriend was just in the news because she put up $8 million in artwork as NFTs. The NBA is involved in this. You can purchase an NFT, a non-fungible token of an NBA highlight, and you own that highlight.
Like the footage?
No, just the rights to the highlight.
Okay.
This is where it gets confusing.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost.
Think of it as, let's go back to the analogy of baseball cards. All right. So as a kid, I would buy baseball cards. You'd go out to the store, you'd buy a pack of them, you'd open them up and you'd see what card you got. And if you got a rookie card of somebody that you knew was good, you held on to it and it had value. I could take that to a trading card store somewhere and sell it. This is sort of the same type of thing, but you never get the card. So, for instance, you pay for an NFT, and that NFT happens to be for, I say Ricky Henderson because that's the only valuable baseball card I ever owned. So you pay for a token, a digital token for Ricky Henderson's rookie card. And that card stays in the store in the window, and everyone can come by and they can look at that and they can gawk at it and they can ooh and ah and everything, but nobody can have it. They can just see it. You own it. Now you can trade it to someone else. You can sell it to someone else. You can sell that right to it, but you never actually own it.
That sounds lame. Why would you want to do that? Especially if it's like Grimes' artwork. Wouldn't you want to hang artwork like in your house? You just have a thing that says you own the artwork. You don't own the art.
Well, and that's like, you can have copies of it, but you own the right to that item itself. So no one else can own the right to
It
it.
seems like a pyramid scheme or something.
And that's how it's been described.
You own
by
the
a lot
idea
of people.
of art.
That's how it's been described. So what is fungible and non-fungible?
You're asking me.
Yes.
Oh, well, conveniently enough, we have a very well-produced show notes. Cryptocurrencies can be fungible, meaning all the currency's unit, i.e. tokens, are the same and equal, like grains of rice or dollars. Non-fungible tokens are the opposite. Every cryptocurrency unit or token is unique and cannot be replicated. This, quote, non-fungible property can be used for many things, even certain types of currencies. But the current NFT craze is mostly fueled by digital art and collectibles, kind of like we talked about. People have figured out that a unique digital object can be interesting, cool, and even have a significant monetary value. It's why the space has recently blossomed, encompassing thousands of projects involving artworks, gaming, and sports.
So how do NFTs work? So it really depends on the platform, right? So given the vast majority of NFTs that are created and traded on Ethereum, let's focus on that. So NFTs created on Ethereum's blockchain, which is immutable, meaning it can't be altered, like we've talked about all blockchains. No one can undo your ownership of an NFT or recreate the same one. They're also, quote, permissionless. So anyone can create, buy, or sell an NFT without asking for permission. So if you're an artist, you can create your own NFTs. You don't have to license it through someone else.
So how does that work with like the NBA?
So the NBA creates their NFTs for these highlights.
Okay.
And they're the only ones that can create their NFTs.
Right. Gotcha.
They're the authority for it. Every NFT is unique and can be viewed by anyone, just like that card in the window. Anyone can walk by the window. So again, it's like the analogy I gave you with having a card that's forever available for people to use. I don't know why people would do it.
Yeah.
People are doing it. There's a huge budding industry, which is why I threw it in at the end of the notes here, because it kind of was an afterthought in my research in doing this. But I wanted to put it in here as another example of how blockchain itself is being used without it being technically a cryptocurrency. And I guess, let's take a step back and talk about where we think it's going to go. So we're going to take a quick break. Our last break, we'll come back and we'll talk about what the future of cryptocurrency is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Investopedia.com says that the economic analysts predict a big change in crypto is forthcoming as institutional money enters the market. There's the possibility of crypto will be floated on the NASDAQ, which would further add credibility to blockchain and its uses as an alternative to conventional currencies. Some predict that all crypto needs to be a verified exchange-traded fund, an ETF. An ETF would definitely make it easier for people to invest in Bitcoin, but there still needs to be the demand to want to invest in crypto, which might not automatically be generated with a fund. What do you think? Where do you think we're going to go with crypto based on the discussion that we had here? What do you think its future is?
Well, I didn't know a whole lot about it going in, and I've definitely learned a lot today. So I said I'd probably agree with a lot of what you're saying, is that it seems like it's the blockchain element of it seems like it's useful and can be used for lots of other things. But breaking it down in terms of the actual reasons to invest in it, and there not really being that many, and the volatility of it too, I think unless there's a change in that and how that works, which I don't know how you do that, it seems like, the best thing we're getting out of this is the blockchain technology.
Right. Yeah, and Investopedia looks specifically at the outlook for Bitcoin, and they say the future outlook for Bitcoin is it's subject to much debate, which we kind of agreed on here. While the financial media is proliferated by so-called crypto evangelists, Harvard University professor of economics and public policy Kenneth Rogoff suggests the, quote, overwhelming sentiment among crypto advocates is that the total market capitalization of cryptocurrencies could explode over the next 5 years, rising to $5 to $10 trillion, which is, astronomical. The historic volatility of the asset class is no reason to panic, he says. Still, he tempered his optimism with that of the crypto evangelists' view of Bitcoin as digital gold, calling it, quote, nutty.
Yeah, that's the official economist term.
That is the official term, stating its long-term value is more likely to be $100 than $100,000. Rogoff argues that unlike physical gold, Bitcoin's use is limited to transactions, which makes it more vulnerable to a bubble-like collapse. Additionally, the cryptocurrency's energy-intensive verification process is vastly less efficient than systems that rely on a trusted central authority like a central bank. And I think that's really a great place to make that distinction, is that the value or the viability of a Bitcoin is in its computational authority, whereas the value of a traditional currency or stock is in its institutional authority. And being decentralized with no institutional authority, you have to rely on that encryption to know what the value is and to know that it's a legitimate transaction. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, even this guy that we just quoted, he starts off with towards the more optimistic side, saying, it could be trillions of dollars in the next couple of years. But then once he thinks about it, it seems like he tempers it, being like, well, it's also very volatile. And, he'd say the word bubble. And that kind of got me thinking of like, maybe this is a bubble. Maybe it has the chance to collapse. And especially with it being like, so nebulous too, that it might even lend itself further to a collapse. Like, .com and things like that back in, what was it, the 90s, right? When that happened?
Late 90s, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe, I mean, I hope that doesn't happen because it seems like it's interesting technology. I hope that it doesn't completely collapse. And if it does collapse, maybe it can come back in some way. But yeah, it just seems like overall it's better to just be safe than sorry.
Sure. Yeah. I think, we both agree that there's probably a lot more scrutiny to be paid to this. Bitcoin's main benefits of decentralization and transaction anonymity have also made it a favored currency for a host of illegal activities, including money laundering, drug peddling, smuggling, and weapons procurement. This has attracted the attention of powerful regulatory and other government agencies, such as the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, the SEC, and even the FBI and Department of Homeland Security. In March of 2013, when this was an infant state here, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network issued rules that defined virtual currency exchanges and administrators as money service businesses, bringing them within the jurisdiction of government regulation. In May of that year, the Department of Homeland Security froze an account of Mt. Gox, the largest Bitcoin exchange at the time, that was held at Wells Fargo, alleging that it broke anti-money laundering laws. New York's Department of Financial Services issued subpoenas to 22 emerging payment companies, many of which handled Bitcoin, asking about their measures to prevent money laundering and ensure consumer protection. So these are very real cases out there that the government, fearing what you can do with this cryptocurrency, and they're fearing it under the guise of illegal activity, which is legitimate, but their fear goes a lot deeper than just illegal activity. Their fear goes to a lack of control, a lack of regulation. I mean, the federal government does not like things it can't regulate.
Yeah, and it seems like they're most likely going to use the crime angle to get their foot in the door, right, for increased regulation.
And they're doing the same exact thing with encryption on your personal phones. And even the encryption on your phones, they're taking it even a step further, and they're hammering home this whole idea of child pornography and child exploitation, and that's why, let's do it for the children.
Think of the children, yeah.
Right, and that's really what they're hammering home to try to crack your encryption. But we're looking at the same type of thing here. So I think unregulated currencies like Bitcoin that are speculative and have a potential for high value are much more likely to come under the scrutiny of the government than a transactional thing like Dogecoin, where people are using it for legitimate things, and it doesn't have enough power behind it to really warrant being used for illegal activity. Right. But again, in the end, I think it's really the technology that comes out of this that's going to be the winner overall. I think cryptocurrencies, I don't think they're going to go away anytime soon, but they're not changing the economy anytime soon. Governments just aren't going to allow it.
Yeah, it seems like it would be that simple, right? They could just say no.
Yeah. So what are your final thoughts on cryptocurrency?
Well, I definitely learned a lot about it today. That was kind of nice. And I hope that our viewers learned something too, if they were as clueless as I was. But yeah, I mean, it seems like it's not as future proof as, some of the jokes about it might make it seem like. But blockchain seems like it could be used for a lot of really good things, and hopefully good things. And I'm curious to see where governments take it in the next 5 to 10 years. If we do end up getting, that $1 trillion level that economist was talking about, how governments are going to respond to that, and how they're going to take it seriously, or, try to outlaw it or ban it, and, around the world, and how that's going to affect it. All that is interesting to me. So yeah, it's just a matter of, see where it goes.
Yeah, and I agree. I think a wait and see attitude is probably the best. I think we should not let Elon Musk, people of Elon Musk's nature lead the charge on this. Between selling flamethrowers and launching his Sportster into space for media gimmicks and stuff like that. I don't really think he's the authority that we want to use in this case here. I think it's probably best to, if you're interested in investing in it, I would suggest you do so very cautiously. I would not liquidate your 401k and dump it into Bitcoin, that's for sure. But, it's speculative. There's a chance that you could make some money off of it today. Why not get in on it like everyone else does if you do it smartly? So, but that's all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to discuss?
No, I think we did it.
All right. I think that is it. Before we go, I would ask folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions can be found as Insights into Tomorrow, video versions as Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, and any place you get your podcast feeds from. I would also ask you to give us your feedback. Let us know how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 6 days a week on Twitch when I don't have technical difficulties like this week. On Twitch, we are at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you have a Amazon Prime membership, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly. We would love it if you sent that our way. Helps us to keep the lights on around here. And we have a lot of really bright, hot lights around here we have to keep on. We don't use it to mine Bitcoin. I promise you that. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at insightsintothings. You can get us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. We're done. Another one in the books.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 118, Teens and Rejection. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my intelligent and inspirational co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. So we took some time off, right? Took 2 weeks off.
Yep.
Went on a little vacation, kind of did day trips. We didn't do anything crazy, right?
Yeah.
And last week, we probably could have did the podcast, but we were kind of getting back into the swing of things at home. So we took an extra week off.
Yeah.
In that time, though, we did do some updates to the studio. I have another utility monitor here. You'll see some of the camera angles are a little bit different. We have some new lighting in here, but nothing major. I did want to do the tiles on the acoustic tiles on the wall, but we never got around to those.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is our second one. We did Insights and Entertainment yesterday, and I did not like some of the camera angles, so I had to make some adjustments.
I'm guessing that's what you were doing today.
Yes. So hopefully everything will be satisfactory today. So in those 2 weeks, did anything exciting happen that you wanted to talk about?
Well, we had the day trips.
Yep.
We went, I'm not going to list these in order. We went to New Hope, Lancaster. We also went to Round 1, which we originally thought was Player 1 at the mall.
I keep calling it the wrong name, too.
I had a kind of a play date with Mariah.
Right.
When we went to go to Dave & Buster's.
Who was a guest on this show some time back.
Yeah, in our Friends podcast.
Yep.
And we also did D&D on Saturday. Me and Mommy had gone to ZoloCon on Sunday.
Yep, left me behind for that one.
You weren't feeling well. You said to go without us.
I didn't think you actually would, but okay.
Okay, let's see.
So did you have a good time on vacation?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's all that really matters.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're talking about today. Today, we're talking about helping teens handle rejection. We'll look at how rejection is different in teens and things parents need to keep in mind when helping their teens get through it. We'll talk about some typical coping mechanisms to help teens when they do face rejection. And finally, we'll talk about methods that can help our teens heal, recover, and come back stronger than ever from rejection. Because I think we've all faced rejection at some level, and we'll talk about some of those different levels too. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listeners and our viewers to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can get video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite our audience to give us some feedback. We are always looking for new topics to discuss. And we'd like to know how we're doing. Are we doing a bad job, doing a good job? Pat us on the back. Throw some tomatoes at us, that type of stuff. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. On Twitter, we're at insights_things. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at instagram.com/insightsintothings. And if you don't get to any of those, you can go right to our website at www.insightsintothings.com and get links to everything. Now, we may seem like we're rushing through the podcast today, but that's because we're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and I want to get the podcast done before it hits in the event that we lose power. Hopefully we won't. With that in mind, are you ready to get going?
Sure.
All right. So how is rejection different for teens? So today's research for this segment came from SciComm.net, and this was research that you yourself did, Madison. And you did a very good job prepping the notes for this show, by the way.
Thank you.
They say rejection comes in many forms during the teen years. Adolescents experience rejections like getting cut from a team, losing the lead role in a play to another actor, or rejection letters from colleges. These rejections can feel huge and life-altering in the moment, but adolescents also experience a wide variety of micro-rejections on any given day. Now, micro-rejections, not injections, micro-rejections might include being snubbed by a friend at lunch, a peer saying no to a date, or feeling left out when perusing social media. No matter the size of the rejection, one truth stays the same: rejection hurts. It feels like the opposite of being accepted, valued, and appreciated. In the minds of teens, rejection feels life-altering. In the case of the dreaded college rejection letter, for example, a teen might feel like the hard work of high school was a wasted effort and their goals for the future can no longer be achieved. It's easy for an adult to assess the situation as a minor hindrance, just another part of life to get over and move on from. But for teens, it's different, though. How?
So an adult might view the teen's extreme reaction to rejection as distorted thinking, but for the teen attempting to cope with rejection, the emotional pain is very real. While some teens go to great lengths to avoid rejection by way of playing it safe, staying within the boundaries of what they know they can achieve, and steering clear of anything considered a risk, the truth is that rejection can't be avoided. Rejection is an uncomfortable part of life that all teens need to learn, to cope with, and work through as they prepare for adulthood. Coping with rejection involves working through two very important components, what you feel and what you think. These two things often exist in a cyclical relationship, in that your feelings can affect your thoughts, and your thoughts can in turn affect your feelings. Ignoring either one or both won't reduce the sting of rejection. By separating them and targeting each one will help reduce negative emotional responses to rejection. The good news is that you can help your child navigate their struggle of coping with rejection.
So, the next natural question is, have you ever experienced rejection the way they describe it here?
Probably in various different ideas. A lot of it kind of had to do with my friendships mainly, and kind of how I would kind of feel rejected in certain ways. Like if my friends were doing something else and didn't really want to play with me or what we normally play or something like that.
Right.
I probably experienced the heaviest amount of rejection in 6th grade when I really didn't feel accepted by most of my peers in my class. None of us were really friends. I never really, hung out with them after school. Now, there were people I didn't get along with, but for the most part, I was kind of just, I don't know. I just felt like I wasn't really a part of the class. Most people I felt ignored me, and I kind of felt like I really wasn't a part of the class, and that, honestly, I wasn't very close with many of the people, so it was an interesting form of rejection, I suppose.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about rejection is that it kind of distorts reality. So when you're rejected for whatever reason, a date or a friend or something like that, you try to justify it to yourself as to why. And a lot of times the thoughts of that justification tend to lean towards the negative side. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. When you felt rejected, did you find that you were down on yourself and you thought it was justified that they rejected you? Or did you think differently? Did you wonder why they rejected you? How was your reaction to that?
I mean, I definitely would question, why I wasn't really included, because I was just as smart as most of the people in my class, but none of them really seemed to, accept me, I suppose. None of them really took notice of me, and then I kind of wondered if it was me, and maybe thought that I kind of went in between of wondering why they were like this and getting upset because of it, and then kind of justifying it, thinking it was justified.
Yeah, one of the times, or one of the situations, I should say, that rejections probably had an impact on me is going for a job. Anytime that you're out of work, you have this feeling of questions of self-worth, questions of your own ability to perform a job already. So there's already, because unless you left the job on your own, chances are you were let go because the company wasn't doing well. Maybe you had some performance issues, whatever it was. So when you go looking for a job and you go for a job interview and you walk out of that interview feeling really good about it, that, I answered all the questions well, they seem to like me, I really like the job, I really like the company, and you start to kind of get your hopes up and you kind of envision yourself in that job and how you're going to like it and how you're going to like the company. And then when you get the letter basically saying that they decided not to go with you, you have this sense of rejection. And since you might already have some underlying negative feelings to go along with that because of the position that you're in, having not been working, that sort of feeds into that negativity. So when you get that rejection letter, it hits a little extra hard sometimes, Mm-hmm. So it happens to everybody. It happens at all ages. But there's different ways that you can cope with it. You can take it and run with it and turn it into a positive thing, which is kind of what we hope people wind up doing, because rejection, just because you've been rejected from something or from someone, isn't necessarily a bad thing. It could be an opportunity for you to improve. When you're interviewing, for instance, you may go through 4 or 5 interviews, and by the time you get to that 5th interview, you're very well polished and you know exactly how to go in there and answer those questions. So it's a rehearsal a lot of times, and it's a great way to expand yourself. Mm-hmm. So let's take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about how to help your teen handle rejection. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and rejection. So how can you help your teen handle rejection? Well, dismissing or downplaying the rejection might feel right to a parent on a mission to protect the teen from emotional pain. It can actually intensify the pain. Rejection feels isolating and lousy, and teens already know this. What they need is sympathy, understanding, and someone who will listen. They don't need to be told that their pain doesn't really matter, when to them it feels like the only thing that matters. What's the first thing that we should do to help our teens to handle their rejection?
The first thing...
One more time?
The first thing we should do is name it. Talk about the specifics of the rejection and encourage your teen to label the many feelings overwhelming their mind in response to the rejection. Labeling emotions is the first step toward working through them and moving beyond them. If your teen is unable or unwilling to take this step, label what you're seeing. Your girlfriend broke up with you and you're probably feeling rejected, overwhelmed, sad, and even angry. All of these feelings are perfectly normal reactions to this. Helping your child understand what emotions they are feeling and why, specifically, they are feeling them, will help them cope with all sorts of situations, not just rejection.
And I think this is important, and we've kind of talked about this technique about just understanding and handling emotions in the past, right? A lot of times as you go through your teenage years, you experience emotions that you've never experienced before. And there's really no owner's manual or instruction manual to how to handle them. So a lot of times you don't know what to call the feelings. Like, you know how they make you feel. And when you can't name them, it can be very frustrating trying to deal with them.
Mm-hmm.
So just helping your teen to understand those feelings and to put a name or a label on those feelings is really the first step to trying to address those and deal with them.
Yeah.
What's the next one that we should talk about?
The next one we have is remain objective. You might be tempted to yell out all of the reasons that your teen should have been accepted to that college from which they've received a rejection letter, or why your teen's ex-girlfriend is making a huge mistake by breaking up with them. But responding in anger will only intensify your teen's negative emotional response. Teens look to their parents for cues when they're under stress. It's essential to remain calm and objective in the face of rejection to show your teen that your love is unconditional, and this rejection won't actually ruin their life. Remember, your teen will pick up on the behavior that you demonstrate. To demonstrate anger at every rejection encourages a sense of entitlement, and it will make coping with inevitable rejections all the more difficult.
And I got to say, as a parent, this is a tough one because, like, my first reaction anytime I see anybody hurt my kids is, I don't want to say violent, but it's anger.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I don't want to see anybody hurt my kids. And my first reaction is to sort of jump in there, white knight, shining armor, come in and save the day. And that's not always the best thing to do.
Yeah.
So one of the things, and honestly, one of the things this podcast has kind of helped me to do is to try to be that calm voice of reason. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So when something happens, let's understand what happened first. Let's understand why it happened. Let's understand how we can avoid it happening in the future. And let's figure out what our lesson is to be learned from something. I'm less apt to just jump in and sort of be angry from the start. Do you find that helpful? Do you find that kind of attitude is calming and helps you to deal with situations?
Yeah, you've definitely and of course, like they said before, kids kind of follow with what their parents do. So you've helped me to become much more calm whenever I can control and understand these kinds of situations. So I've become better at handling them myself. But having you around, if I can't handle them myself, is always good as well.
Yeah, and that's really, I mean, ultimately, as a parent, that's our job. It's not to solve your problems. It's to teach you how to solve them.
Yeah.
And rejection's one of those ones that everybody's going to experience. As much as I'd like to shelter you from it so that you don't have to face the pain, because I know how painful it is. I've, especially talking about a relationship breakup. Ironically, probably my biggest rejections have been in relationships. Some of them have been in relationships that existed only in my mind. You develop feelings for someone and they don't have them in return, and it's immediate and ultimate rejection, I guess you could say. So you deal with these things differently. So I don't want to see you go through some of the pain that I went through. And my philosophy's always been, why make the mistake yourself when you can learn from somebody else's? But there's certain things that you can't avoid in life, and rejection's one of them.
Yeah.
So we take it with a grain of salt. We deal with it as we experience it, and then we learn from it and move on. It's the best we can do. The last thing they talk about is connecting. They say this is a time to convey empathy and understanding. Admitting that you don't know exactly what your teen is feeling right this very moment, but that you do know what it feels like to face rejection opens the door to conversation. Teens don't necessarily want step-by-step instructions on ways to recover from a rejection, but they do want to connect and talk through it. Leaning on past experiences and sharing your painful memories of rejection as a teen can bridge the gap between you and your teen. While your experiences are not exactly the same as your teens, you can use them to talk about how you felt, how you responded, and what you did to recover. Now, do you find that useful at all? When we have these conversations and I kind of convey some of the experiences that I had.
Yeah, that probably works just as well as just, helping me out through it. And it also is probably more positive because, we connect, like this is suggesting, and it also is a good way to help me, get over rejection if I do face it. So I would definitely say this is also a pretty good way that, parents help.
How about talking in general? Just talking about, not just specifically rejection, but talking about anything in general that's bothering you. Do you find that to be at all helpful or therapeutic?
Yeah, I remember you had this one metaphor where, I was basically kind of a boiling kettle. Basically, I'd boil up for the entire day, and unless I was release some steam, I'd explode.
Right.
So talking it out would basically be releasing that steam, and even if you didn't really give me any advice and was just there to comfort me, just letting all of that out was always something that always made me feel better. Even when it wasn't really specifically with you. If I was at recess with Mariah and I needed to, talk to her about something, I would just, spit out what I was feeling, and she didn't really have to comfort me if she only really needed to comfort me, and then, I would feel better just, letting that out.
Yeah, my mom was like that. My mom was a very good listener. And there were times, I was divorced before and that had a, emotional impact on me, obviously. And I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to talk about it with anybody. We had even gone through marriage counseling at the time to try to, make sense of everything. And I was never the type of person who talked about his problems. It was always one of those things where I kind of kept them inside and I dealt with them internally. And my mom was the type of person who you'd sit down with her and she wouldn't ask you questions about the problem. She would just have a conversation with you. And through that conversation, you wind up talking about the problem and not realizing you're talking about it. And it might be a 15-minute conversation. It might be a 2-hour-long conversation. But when you got done talking to my mom and you walked away, you felt better. You felt like you had a plan. You felt like you understood the problem. You felt like, there was this tremendous weight lifted off of you. And she just sort of had that effect. And I don't know if it was her or just her ability to get people to talk. But I always found that to be very therapeutic with my mom. Whenever there was something bother me, something happened, I had a fight, I had a bad experience, whatever it was, she never gave me advice. And she would admit that she didn't really understand the circumstances. And I think that's why she didn't want to talk about the specifics. But just that encouragement to talk and discuss it and to deal with it. Because a lot of times human beings tend to compartmentalize these things. We kind of lock them in a box and stick them in the back of our brains because we don't want to deal with them. And then eventually all those boxes start to stack up and they wind up falling on us. And my mom had a way of, pulling that box out and opening it up and finding out what was good in that box and throwing the stuff out that was bad that you didn't need and moving on. It was kind of like, house cleaning. So she was very good at that. And I think this kind of goes along with that connect, that talk, that cope with it. You have to accept that it's happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, hopefully you get that kind of service from us and hopefully we provide that service to some of our audience as well.
Yeah.
So let's take our second break, and we're going to come back and talk about bouncing back from rejection. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insights into things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about rejection, and now we're going to talk about how teens can bounce back from rejection. So this research for this segment comes from a website called kidshealth.org, which I'm pretty sure we've used before.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing they say is to be positive. When you're dealing with a painful emotion like rejection, it's easy to get caught up in the bad feeling. But dwelling on the negative stuff can feel like living the experience over and over again. Not only does it keep hurting, it becomes harder to get past the rejection. So admit how you feel, but don't dwell on it. Avoid talking or thinking about it nonstop. Why? Negative thinking influences our expectations and how we act. Getting stuck in a negative outlook might even bring about more rejection. It certainly doesn't inspire a person to try again.
Well, that's true. So, this is sort of a recurring theme in a lot of the self-help stuff that we talked about. Be positive, right? Mm-hmm. Don't be negative.
Yeah.
The more negative you are, negativity leads to negativity.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? And I'm not talking specifically about rejection, but what do you do when something bad happens to stay positive?
Well, some things I would probably do to stay positive in most scenarios is to try to find try to look on the bright side at least. Like, kind of look at the glass that's half full and half empty, and I try to look on the bright side, kind of thinking, like, what good came out of the bad scenario, how I can kind of learn from it, and stuff like that. Other ways I can kind of think positively would I guess include just being around positive energy, like playing with the cats, watching videos, stuff like that. Things I typically enjoy, and I find it easier to be positive that way.
That's interesting, the use of positive energy. I don't think a lot of people appreciate that concept very much. And it's simple things like that, spending time with the cats, getting that unconditional love that you get from a pet is hugely positive.
Yeah.
Even like reading a book or listening to listening to the uplifting music. It's stuff like that that kind of tweaks the brain, and you start to release those endorphins in the brain that help you to be more positive and to deal with things like that. And a lot of times people don't think of the physiological effects of thinking positive and what it can do for you.
Yeah.
The next thing they talk about, and this is an interesting concept that I liked, examine your thought soundtrack. Consider how you're explaining the rejection to yourself. Are you being too hard on yourself? It's natural to wonder, why did this happen? When you give yourself an explanation, be careful to stick to the facts. tell yourself, well, I got turned down for prom because the person didn't want to go with me. Don't tell yourself, I got turned down because I'm not attractive or I'm such a loser. Those aren't facts. They're imagining a reason, reading too much into a situation. If put-down thoughts like these start creeping into your mind, shut them down. Self-blaming or put-down thinking can exaggerate our faults and lead us to believe stuff about ourselves that simply isn't true. This kind of thinking crowds out hope and a belief in ourselves, the very things we need to get past bad feeling and wanting to try again. If you start blaming yourself for the rejection or put yourself down, you can start believing you'll always be rejected. Thoughts like, oh, I'll never get a date or no one will ever like me amplify a simple rejection to disaster levels. Rejection can hurt a lot and can be terribly disappointing, but it's not the end of the road. Now, one of the things that we've talked about in the past is you are oftentimes your own worst critic.
Yeah.
So how do you avoid, going down this disastrous path of blowing something out of proportion and blaming yourself for it? How do you cope with that? Do you cope with it?
There aren't really many things that can help with that. But one of them is talking it out with you, kind of talking out with you guys, kind of saying how I think and, talking about the negative thoughts that or the monster that kind of roams around me whenever I just feel negative emotions. I typically would go to you, kind of just express these emotions and, connect with you. But, also you just being the outlet for me to kind of just talk out my problems and maybe offer your own solutions to them. That's probably one of the main things I would do.
One of the things that I try to kind of suggest that you do is to look at your track record, right? Like sometimes you get concerned about your academics, despite the fact that you bring home straight A's. I have no idea why you get concerned about them. Like you'll get yourself psyched up about a test thinking that you're not going to do well on it. And you've never not done well on it. So one of the things I don't want you to get complacent.
Yeah.
But it's important to look at how you've handled things. School, you're going into a new school, you're going into high school. A lot of anxiety, a lot of nervousness, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is the third time you've done it. And every other time you've gotten upset about going into a new school and you've aced it. You've knocked it out of the park. So at this point in time, you kind of have to look back and say, well, all right, so it's another school. Big deal. I've done it twice already and 3 times already. And what's the big deal? I'll deal with it. I'll take it as it comes and whatever happens, happens and we'll deal with it. Because you've done that in the past,
Yeah.
That math test. Oh man, that was a tough math test. I studied for it. I did everything I could. I got to take the test now. Okay, well, the last test you did, you had the same thing, and you got to nail that one, and the one before that, the one before that. Until you start having failures or you start missing things, you really shouldn't put yourself down because you consistently perform. So I think looking at your successes is something that should be instilling that level of confidence in you. Like, all right, we'll deal with it. What's the big deal? It's not the first time we've done it. It's not going to be the last time we do it. So I think if you can draw some level of confidence from that, it'll help some of those negative feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Mommy and I have total confidence in you. That's why we encourage you to go into all the advanced classes this coming year. So I think you'll do fine. I think if anything, my biggest concern for you is not being challenged. Because if someone like you is not challenged, you'll stagnate. You'll do just enough to get by because that's what's required. And that's excellent for you. Because of how well you do. And it's good that you challenge yourself. I don't want you to take the wrong impression there, but not to the point of generating anxiety needlessly.
Yeah.
So dealing with positive emotions and negative emotions is important, very important, because they can be self-fulfilling prophecies here if you get negative and you get down on yourself. And that's really what they're talking about here. What's the next thing they talk about?
The next thing they talk about is keep things in perspective. Tell yourself, okay, so I got rejected this time. Maybe next time I'll get a yes, or oh well, this is what happened. I don't like it. It's not how I wanted things to work out, but everyone gets rejected and I can try again. Think about what you're good at and what's good about you. Remember times when you've been accepted, when you've made the cut, and when someone told you yes. Think of all the people who like you and support you. Give yourself credit for trying. You took a risk, good for you. Remind yourself that you can handle the rejection. Even though you were turned down now, there will be another opportunity, another time. Get
Philosophical.
Get philosophical. Sometimes things happen for reasons we don't always understand.
So this one had an interesting point here, and that is you took a risk. Good for you. There are a lot of people out there who just play it safe.
Mm-hmm.
And life is a risk-reward system. If you don't take a risk, you won't get a reward.
Yeah.
So a lot of times the rejection comes from taking that risk.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of have to accept it. Because when you don't get rejected, the reward is significant.
Yeah.
If you just want to go through life playing it safe, you can do that and probably minimize your chance of being rejected. But you'll also limit what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you just stay in your regular math class, you'll do fine. You'll get through school, you'll get your grades, and everything will be fine. You try to get into college. If you want to be an engineer, you try to go be an engineer with average grades, you're probably not going to get the kind of position that you want. But if you take that risk and you take that advanced class, the reward that you get from that will far outweigh the risk that you're putting into it normally.
Hmm.
So I'm not saying bet the farm on everything,
Yeah.
you know, but you kind of have to pick your battles and pick your risks. And you have to look at it objectively and see where your risks are going to be and what the rewards are going to be. And when you take that risk and you fail, you don't let that discourage you.
Yeah.
You know, how many times do you throw a dart at the dartboard and it hits the bullseye? 1 in 10, 1 in 100 maybe, but it doesn't stop you from throwing the darts.
Yeah.
So you get up and you do it again. You ride a bike, you fall, you get up, you do it again. You ride a bike, you fall, you get up and do it again till you can ride that bike. You know, I got a lot of skinned knees when I was learning to ride a bike. But that time that I didn't need those training wheels anymore was more than worth it. So the risk reward is something that you really have to take a look at. And even when you fail, you have to pat yourself on the back for having the courage to take that risk. You know, when you took your advanced, what advanced class? It was advanced math that you were in the first one, right?
Yeah.
And it was hard. It was tough. And when you brought that first A home, how did that make you feel?
Really happy.
Exactly. And the next day and the next day. And, you know, you were able to consistently do that because you pushed yourself. Now, had you not been in advancing, you'd been in a lower level math, you would have brought A's home constantly. But it wouldn't have felt as good because it would have been easy.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't try for something, it's hardly worth the reward that you get from it.
Mm-hmm.
And rejection happens to be one of the consequences that you have to live with when you do that. So they talk about using rejection to your advantage. A rejection is a chance to consider if there are things we can work on. It's okay to think about whether there's room for improvement or if your goals were higher than your skills. Sometimes it puts things into perspective. If your skills weren't strong enough this time, maybe you need to work on your game, your studies, your interview technique, or whatever it takes to improve your chances of getting accepted next time. Use the rejection as an opportunity for self-improvement. Sometimes a rejection is a harsh reality check, but if you approach it right, it could help nudge you in a direction that turns out to be the perfect fit for your talents, your personality, and all the really great things that make you who you are. So when you come to me, a great example of this is when you come to me with a drawing, for instance, and I look at it, what do I do? What's the first thing that I do?
You typically think you kind of take a glance at it and kind of see like what you think I can improve on.
Exactly. It's not when, like we talked about this when we talked about lying. If I just told you whenever you brought something to me, I love it, it's great, it's perfect the way it is, you'd never improve.
Yeah.
Now, if you came to me and it was perfect, I would tell you. But when you come to me and there's things that you can improve that would make you better, as a parent, I'm obligated to help you with that.
Mm-hmm.
This is sort of along the same lines. So when you go and you apply to college and you get rejected, they may or may not come back and tell you why you were rejected. But you're going to look at that rejection letter and you're going to look at your application and you're going to analyze it. And you'll come up with ways to improve the next time you submit a application. You go to a job interview and you think everything went great during that interview, but you get a rejection letter. You're going to go back and you're going to question, well, maybe that answer I gave to the question about what I really liked about my last job probably wasn't the best answer. Or maybe I was too familiar with the guy. Maybe I was too casual with him, or maybe I didn't dress the part, or whatever. Maybe my resume wasn't as polished as it should be. It's going to make you look at what you put on the table at that point in time and help you to improve yourself. And anytime you have an opportunity to improve yourself, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
So that's where you can take it to your advantage at that point in time. What's the last one that we have here?
The last one we have is examine the thought process. When teens are stuck in a negative thought cycle, they can develop negative core beliefs. This can lead to decreased self-esteem and future risk aversion. In essence, when teens feel like they can't succeed, they avoid trying. Explain to your teen that we all have a negative inner critic that drives our thoughts at times. The inner critic isn't the problem. It's what we choose to do with those critical thoughts that matter. Share a few thoughts that run through your mind when your inner critic is loud. Talk about how you feel as a result of those thoughts. Finally, share ways you reframe those negative thoughts to refocus on positive thinking. Helping teens learn to accept their negative emotions, state their negative thoughts, and reframe their thinking gives them the tools to cope with future rejection and other stressful events. When we normalize the process, teens internalize these skills and are able to use them when rejection occurs. Rejection is inevitable, even if you, as a parent, try to avoid it for your child. Your child will face rejection, but if you help them by using these tools and instilling them with their own coping mechanisms, they will be able to move on from rejection.
Well said. And these are proven techniques. I've used them to some extent. I've imparted them to you to a certain extent. Really, the important thing is you're always striving to improve. We may fail for different reasons, and we don't know what those reasons are. But as soon as you find out what those reasons are, you can improve yourself. If you don't do well in school, they'll usually come back and tell you what your problem is.
Yeah.
Where you failed, what answer you got wrong, what skills you need to work on. So school isn't really a good life lesson for learning about rejection
Yeah.
because school's a little too clinical when it comes to that.
Yeah.
And rejection really is something that's more of a real world thing. If you don't experience it, it's very difficult to understand how to overcome it.
Mm-hmm.
And some of what we talked about here should help with that. And, I think the important thing is communicate and talk, right?
Uh-huh.
So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing thoughts.
Alrighty.
All right. Go over your closing thoughts.
Alright, so to everyone out there, teens, parents, whoever you are, I do want to reiterate again how teens, like myself, experience rejection a lot differently than adults. So parents of teens should probably utilize some of the skills we have here in order to deal with rejection. And if you are an adult that does actually have problems with rejection, I'm pretty sure these tips can also help anyone out there, really. And they're not really just subjectively to teens. But, for the parents out there, please use what we mentioned for how to help you teens,
All right. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
So I think that's about all we had today. Before we do go, I do want to once again plug the show and tell you that you can subscribe to the audio versions of this podcast, listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions will be listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and any place you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to reach out to us, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of the videos at YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch and YouTube, but on Twitch, you can get us at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a monthly free Twitch Prime subscription. It would be most appreciated if you subscribe to us on Twitch. Audio versions of this podcast can be found on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. We are also on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things. a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 118, A Little Cocoa with Your PhilharMagic. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my allegedly rested and refreshed co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Sure, we'll go with that.
How you doing today, dear?
I am fantabulous, and you?
I'm great. So we had 2 long weeks off, unexpectedly. We had kind of planned on doing podcasts last week, but
Yeah.
kind of scratched that idea. We did do some upgrades to the studio in the process.
None that you can see.
That's not true. I do have my third
Okay.
utility monitor up here.
Okay.
And we have the new stand for the
Sure.
mixer there. So you'll also notice we have a couple of slightly changed camera angles.
Mhm.
We moved our cameras around a bit because they were a little low. Did a little bit of rewiring. I did want to do some changing, some
Tiling.
of the walls with
And
the
that didn't
acoustic, and
happen.
that
Yeah.
didn't happen.
Yeah.
So that's probably something we'll do in a December break or a winter break because it was a little too warm to be working in here for
True.
too long.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Once I got all the wiring done, I was
You were like,
I was
"Nope."
spent.
I am done.
I was spent. But we did take a couple of weeks off. We are back. We have lots of news to talk about in our Disney Detective today. We're going to talk about Imagineer Tom Fitzgerald going behind the scenes on making the new Coco scene for Mickey's PhilharMagic. And did you ever want to spend a night in the Haunted Mansion?
Nope. Never.
Never.
No. I
Well,
would. No. Mm-mm.
We're going to tell you how to make it happen.
Just come to our house. No.
Exactly. Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Mark Hamill says he's secretly been in every Star Wars movie since 2015, and Grogu and Luke build a lightsaber at Disney when they go to
Galaxy's
Galaxy's Edge, and they make
Something.
it. They go through.
Yeah.
That's not it.
No, that's not it.
One can hope.
Yeah. Well.
And in our entertainment news, a decades-old Walking Dead lawsuit has ended in a settlement. Big shocker there.
Yeah.
But it hasn't really ended, though. Plus, why didn't Loki use the void popularized by the Mandalorian's production crew to do their production?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting story there.
Yep.
Then we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week and some afterthoughts. But before we do that, I would invite our listeners and our viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. We're available on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon, etc., etc. We would also invite you to give us your feedback. We are looking to take viewer feedback and hopefully incorporate it into the show in some way, but certainly looking for topics or just tell us what we're doing wrong and to stop doing it. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, which we occasionally, monthly, maybe post on there. We're at instagram.com/insightsintothings, where you can get links to everything on our main website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Sure.
All right, here we go. That's the wrong camera angle, by the way.
Oh.
I'm a little out of practice. Go for
Hey,
Disney
everybody.
Detective.
It's okay. So this was an interesting little story that was popping up most of last week. Was talking about how they are adding a new scene to the Mickey's PhilharMagic attraction at the Disney parks. So Disney has shared a new behind-the-scenes look at creating the new animated scene based on Disney and Pixar's Coco that is coming to Mickey's PhilharMagic this year at Walt Disney World's Magic Kingdom. So Imagineer Tom Fitzgerald explained some of the process that went into creating the first new scene for the 3D show in almost 20 years. The musical number Un Poco Loco will anchor the new scene when it opens to guests at Disney's California Adventure Park and Disneyland Paris on July 17th, before being added to Magic Kingdom Park later this year during Walt Disney World's 50th anniversary celebration. So according to Disney, this is the first time that Disney and Pixar animators have actually worked together on a creative endeavor where characters from both animated studios will actually be seen together on screen. The film's original composer, Jermaine Franco, has produced a unique Coco score for the new scene in Mickey's PhilharMagic. Now, don't get upset. No scenes will actually be cut to make room for the new scene. They're actually just adding it on in addition to the other scenes from the movie.
So this is kind of cool that they're doing this. And a couple big things. One, first time you're seeing Disney and Pixar characters together.
Right, because Donald Duck is going to be interacting with the characters from Coco.
Now, they're obviously different animation styles. How do you think that's going to blend together?
Well, if you remember from watching Mickey's PhilharMagic, it's done in the computer-generated version. So they upgrade all of the older Disney classics that are part of it into the more computer-generated version of things. So, sorry, the rain comes like, what is that? It's rain, and our daughter's at band camp. Awesome. This is going to be fun. Anyway, so that's what's nice about it, is that they don't take like Aladdin, the original Aladdin, and take this computer generated version of Donald Duck and try and put it together. They upgraded when they started making PhilharMagic. Right.
They hand-drawn animations.
They redid a lot of it so it matches. So I'm sure it's probably going to, look like Donald should have been in Coco.
Right.
Making sure that's not her.
Yeah. Just making sure.
Like, okay, we gotta go pick up our kid.
So they're adding it on. They're not shortening the scene
and that's
at all.
what's kind of nice too. Nope, that wasn't her. So that's what's kind of nice too, because there are some times when they do sort of updates, like to not PhilharMagic, because PhilharMagic is what we're talking about, to Fantasmic. When they had the original version of Fantasmic, and then they did the newer version for Florida, they changed certain scenes. So, so if you wanted...
it's a completely different venue, too.
Right. It's done in a completely different venue, but you have, Pocahontas is kind of the main theme of one, and Peter Pan is kind of the main theme of the other. So they didn't add it, they just changed it. So again, a lot of times when they do these modifications, they sometimes take something out to put something in. Same thing with parades that, when they update, they don't make it longer, they take something out. So this was kind of nice that they left it the same. So now if you go, you're not looking to see what they took away.
Right.
You're getting that added something at the end.
So now Mickey's PhilharMagic is a 4D movie. Are they incorporating 4D elements into this segment? Do you know?
I didn't hear anything. So that'll be kind of a surprise.
That would be interesting.
And now
they're doing this at Disneyland first.
Right. So they were doing it at Disneyland. Actually, Disney's California Adventure Park, and then Disneyland Paris. So it'll actually start there July 17th. So it already passed, I guess, because it's 20.
July 17th. Yeah,
I don't know what.
I know.
Whew, I don't know what day it is. You know, that's what happens when you're on a vacation. You kind of lose all sense of
Right.
time and space. But that it'll be coming to the Magic Kingdom in Florida later on for
Okay.
the 50th anniversary.
Cool. Tell us about how we can stay a night at the Haunted Mansion.
So this was a cool article that, again, was popping up in various different spots. So, of course, when it comes to decorating your home with top-notch Disney merchandise, fans go all out when sporting their favorite memorabilia in their homes. Now, however, it's a whole other ballgame when you want to transform your house into a popular attraction, especially the Haunted Mansion. I know nothing about that. Oh, wait, I do, because our living room is all Haunted Mansion. So one Airbnb owner has now converted his rentable home into the Haunted Mansion like no other fan, and it happens to be a short drive from Disneyland. So unfortunately, we're a little far from it. So a massive Disney Parks fan has converted his Orange County, California, 4-bedroom, 2-bath home into a perfect recreation of Disneyland's Haunted Mansion. He had said, in the past, most guests kind of do 1 or 2 bedrooms, but he actually took it to the next level and did every room of the house. So the official page of this Haunted Mansion inspired Airbnb states that leave the world of the living behind and cross over, at least for a few nights, to this ghoulish, delightful Haunted Mansion inspired and frightfully immersive treat. You and your loved ones will encounter a plethora of Haunted Mansion replicas, ghostly illusions, and sights and sounds that will make you feel like you are truly spending a night in Disney's Haunted Mansion. So just looking at some of these pictures from it, it looks amazing. It looks like a Disney version hotel, that Disney would have done. So they have various different suites. There's the Master Gracie room, which has a California king bed, the Madame Leota room, which has a queen bed, Hatbox Ghost room, 2 queen beds, and then the Ravens room, which has 2 twin beds. It offers free Wi-Fi and a washer and dryer and, all the amenities that you would expect. The other thing is, like the stretching portrait room is a game room. So they have that. They have a pet cemetery out back. They do have various sights and sounds that if you're having trouble sleeping at night, they can turn off. So I thought that was kind of interesting, to put as a different plug. We can turn it off. So looks really cool. At the moment, the nightly rates are going for $572 per night. But if you're splitting the cost amongst 5 or 6 people, then you're staying for about $100 a night, and it sleeps, obviously if you take up the whole area, you can sleep at least 6 people, maybe even more. So very cool looking.
Very cool. I mean, I can only imagine how much something like this costs to
just to decorate it. Yeah.
I'd like to reach out to him and find out where he got his wallpaper from, because that's one of the things that we've been trying to find that we can affordably do here.
Right. And that's one of the things whenever because I'm part of a bunch of different Haunted Mansion Facebook fan groups, and everybody always, whenever they wallpaper anything, it's always like the bathroom or some small corner, because nobody ever, because to buy the wallpaper, is just so expensive. So,
but even this room here, the portrait room, where you have the digital versions of the changing portraits.
That's still cool.
And you've got the bus built into the wall.
Yep.
It's just the level of detail that they went to.
Oh, yeah.
On some of the things that they had here was just incredible.
Yeah. So if anybody, that's listening, goes to it or please reach out to us and let us know, because I'd love to, see some more behind the scenes photos and experiences, from it. So.
And honestly, for $5.42 or whatever it was a night, to spend a night there,
yeah,
it's worth it.
Oh, absolutely, because you'd be like roaming the halls and.
Speaking of the halls, we even have the breathing doors with spirits trying to get out.
Yeah. So that's just, again, that's for anybody that's a Haunted Mansion fan and would love to just spend a night in the Haunted Mansion. This is obviously the next best thing.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Cool article. Mm-hmm. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. That was a little loud, huh?
Pew, 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 pew.
Sorry.
I'm like, holy moly, where's that coming from?
We'll fix that in post. Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
So it seems that Mark Hamill says that he's secretly been in every Star Wars movie since 2015. So everybody knows that Mark Hamill is in Star Wars, unless you only...
He is?
Yeah. Unless you've been living under a rock. And then what's funny is in the article it says, or you know him from the Batman animated series. Your mind just might have been blown because now you found out that, the Joker is also Luke Skywalker. So again, unless you didn't already know.
And he plays such a good Joker, too.
Oh, he does. He really does. So now, did you also know that he was in a lot of other Star Wars movies? So yeah, obviously we know that he's played Luke Skywalker in a majority of the films. But what, kind of came out, that was kind of revealed was actually prompted by a tweet from some other Star Wars, it says in the article, a Star Wars nerd who was doing some archiving work in the Wikipedia and noted that Mark Hamill had provided the voice of the bartender from The Mandalorian, the bartender droid EV-9D9. Well, then Mark Hamill actually responded by saying that he's actually had multiple secret voice cameos in every Star Wars movie that's been released since 2015, which covers all of the Disney movies, even the ones that Luke Skywalker is not in. So Disney and Disney-owned studios have a pattern of selecting voice actors who are kind of good luck charms and putting them in every movie. Just like Alan Tudyk does for Disney Animation. He's basically in every Disney animated movie since I don't even remember, how far back. And obviously John Ratzenberger is in every Pixar movie that comes out, and that's been since every Pixar movie has come out. So now it seems that Mark Hamill is kind of the Lucasfilm's version of the voice actor who's in every movie. So who are these, other secret characters? So Wikipedia knows about a couple of the named aliens in the sequel movies, but those definitely aren't the secret ones. And the page actually says nothing about him being in Solo or Rogue One. But obviously someone needs to sit down and kind of watch all of them and try and figure out.
As painful as that might be.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, is there might be a few people that would want to...
Who's a glutton for punishment?
into. But then again, which character is it? Are you listening for a Luke Skywalker voice or are you listening for a Joker voice? So, there's a good chance that you heard him and you didn't even know that it was him. So Mark Hamill actually offered a couple of hints a while back explaining that any Star Wars character played by Patrick Williams is actually him. But it seems like he's actually just mentioned in the credits without saying who he actually plays. So the only solution is to just watch everything and try and listen and figure out if it's him or not. So,
well, this doesn't really surprise me all that much, given the number of cameos that have been happening in the Star Wars movies themselves.
Right.
Everyone and the brother is getting a cameo. Even the heir to the throne
Prince
of
Harry,
England,
or was it
both of them? Were
both of the brothers
stormtroopers.
were right, and they were all uncredited cameos for the most part.
So this doesn't surprise me
Right.
because of the number of cameos that are being done, and it doesn't surprise me because of all the different voices he's capable of doing.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And he does it uncredited just as to be a good sport, and be
right? And just to be
involved.
like, hey, I'm an Easter egg in it.
Yeah, the fact that Kathleen Kennedy keeps him involved in all these things, I think, is a great tribute to him. As the legacy that he's brought to the franchise.
Yeah.
So kind of a cool reward you get there.
So to keep on with the Luke theme, so it seems that Grogu and Luke are part of an official Comic-Con at Home exclusive poster. So although The Mandalorian Season 3 has yet to confirm a release date, a new Comic-Con poster teasing what's in store for Grogu and Luke. An official licensed poster based on The Mandalorian has been released that depicts Luke Skywalker and Grogu building a lightsaber. And no, they didn't go down to Disney to do it. But
It would have been so much easier if they did that.
That would have been cool. So The Mandalorian Season 2 obviously concluded at the end of last year, bringing an end to the season filled to the brim with cameos, Easter eggs, for all the Star Wars fans. And while the studio has yet to confirm a concrete release date for the show's third season, there are reports that Season 3 is actually currently filming right now. So obviously, if you watched The Mandalorian and you saw the Season 2 finale, very action-packed. The last few minutes, you had The Mandalorian with, him handing off Baby Yoda to Luke Skywalker to basically be trained in the Force. Obviously fans were very excited to see a young Skywalker in action once again. So where does this all go from here is what everybody wants to know. But Shop Trends had unveiled the Comic-Con at Home exclusive wall poster that shows the two of them working on a lightsaber. So does that mean that we're going to see a little bit more of that? That would be kind of cool if that's like some sort of Christmas, toy that comes out. That'd be kind of cool.
That would be kind of cool.
So obviously Luke's cameo was possible, thanks to Disney's patented de-aging technology, which now has been used across several of their franchises, including Tron, the MCU, and obviously Star Wars. So while everybody was kind of, happy to see him, now people are wondering, is he going to be part of more in the future? So,
well, on a side note with that, there was a story in The Verge that I stuck in here, and it'll be in our show notes when we publish them. About a deep fake that was created based on the de-aging scene of Luke by YouTuber Shamrock. And he went through and de-aged Luke again with a deep fake that made him look even more realistic and more lifelike. And apparently Disney got a hold of this and liked it so much that they actually gave him a job produced as I didn't write down what his title was, but like his job is like facial reconstruction or something like that.
That's cool. That's cool.
In their studio now. So kind of a cool little offshoot to this that turned into a career move for someone, which was really cool.
Yeah, very cool.
So that was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
Yep.
We'll be right back with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
I was impressed that it wasn't so loud and,
I have a slider over here to adjust the volume, so
Thanks. I
can do
appreciate
it on
that.
the fly. Everything doesn't have to be fixed in post.
That's awesome. So after nearly a decade, Frank Darabont's Walking Dead lawsuit has now ended with a $200 million settlement. Phew, thank goodness. I feel so much better now.
Yeah, it had a real effect on my life, too.
Well, and what's really kind of funny is the person that wrote this article, which came from avclub.com, he obviously had no love for the guy at all. So he goes on to talk about, it may be difficult to remember at this point, but there was a time when AMC's The Walking Dead was a really good show, specifically during the majority of its first season. And it wasn't that it was surprisingly good. It was better than it had the right to be. It was legitimately good. So obviously this person is not a fan of the current version of The Walking Dead. But it seemed that apparently the extremely expensive and difficult to make first season, after the first season had ended, AMC and the original showrunner, Frank Darabont, had split. They had gone their separate ways. He was actually fired. So they had fired him ahead of the second season of The Walking Dead. And then he, in turn, sued AMC for allegedly forcing him off of the show and for refusing to pay him for what he thought was his share of the show's profits, with the profits growing and growing as the show obviously became more and more of a hit. One of the core issues in the case was that The Walking Dead was AMC's first wholly owned original series, and it both produced and distributed the show. And while this was kind of an industry insider thing, the results of the lawsuit could have had all sorts of huge implications for how profit sharing works in the world where it's increasingly common for show networks and streaming platforms to both produce and distribute their own content. So, for the average person watching the show, this had no effect on anything. It was basically he, kept going back and forth with AMC with this lawsuit for the last, again, 10 years. And they finally basically settled out of court for $200 million. And now, that's it. And as we know, The Walking Dead, the final season is coming up. The final season is going to be broken up into a couple different versions or segments, so it's going to be over the next 2 years. So again, no change for the show, but he's finally getting payback for being fired.
Well, and I think it's kind of odd to expect you to continue to get profit sharing from a show that you're no longer involved with.
Yeah.
Had it gone to court, they would have looked at the profitability of that first season. And based on all accounts, it wasn't profitable because of how high the production costs were. And the production costs were that high because of him.
Right.
So if anything, he should have had to pay them back.
Right,
from
for all the
any-
money.
Right, from any residuals he was getting from it.
Yeah.
And then not having a creative hand in the rest of the show should have entitled him to absolutely nothing.
Right.
So, it's one of these things where it's funny how legal things tend to work themselves out like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I can't really get upset or overly interested in
Right.
millionaires arguing over how many
Right.
millions they should have.
Right. And that was what was kind of funny because, again, the person that wrote the article had no love for the guy and was like, good for him.
Right.
Yay, he got the money. But I wrote a story on it and okay.
Right.
Like, that was
he'll get
kind
a couple bucks for writing a story, and that's
Right.
about it.
right.
So.
Not $200 million. So.
Yeah. So
if you need to borrow any money, he's the guy you go to now. So.
right. So moving right along, why didn't Loki use the void?
Yeah, so this was kind of an interesting story because, again, if you have watched the various Disney Plus shows and the behind the scene shows that they've done showing how they film it, you would kind of think, oh, Loki probably used it too. And it seems that the production designer revealed why they didn't use the technology called the volume.
The volume. I'm sorry, I said the void.
Right. So in the AMC's third series, which follows Loki after he messes with the sacred timeline by stealing the Tesseract during the Avengers time heist in 2012, he gets apprehended by the TVA and he, forms a friendship and a bond with Agent Mobius, and then they set off on some time-traveling adventures where they encounter multiple variants, including variants of himself, including Sylvie. But unlike Marvel's two previous shows, WandaVision and Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Loki actually jumped around different points in time and space. And what they... people presumed was that they had used the volume just like in The Mandalorian. But however, the production designer and his team decided not to use the cutting edge technology for the Marvel series because it didn't coordinate with their goals. So according to comicbook.com, he had said it just wasn't creatively super relevant for Loki. So now the volume, which is also referred to as Stagecraft LED services, is essentially a 360-degree virtual set within an indoor soundstage, which was popularized, obviously, by The Mandalorian. So the created VFX company, Industrial Light and Magic, and the technologies with combination of the high-res graphics, basically, allow the background to move as the actors are moving. So it's not like a stagnant set. So you can have them, walking across the desert and have it as a continuous scene. But it seems that, for what they were looking for in Loki, they didn't want to use that they actually wanted more traditional practical sets for it. Now, this was something that we actually did get to see when we watched the making of special, which is one of the nice things with the Disney Plus shows is after the season's end, they do this behind the scenes episode where they show you various different things. And the one scene they showed was this big giant set that they built because they wanted it to have that 360 look. And it was something that they probably wouldn't have been able to capture if they had done it in The Void. So you could definitely see, some of the difference. But also what's kind of neat is until we saw the stuff about, not The Void, the volume. See, you got me saying that. So until we saw the behind the scenes stuff of The Mandalorian, we didn't even know what scenes were done in the volume and what weren't, because that's how seamless it looked. So obviously they didn't use it, but there were obviously, other special effects that they used in the show. So Marvel has clearly spent a lot of time and money on the reality bending series special effects. So while the volume wasn't used for this, obviously it'll be used for other things in the future.
And that's cool. I like the fact that they already have it. They're being used on Thor: Love and Thunder. And,
Yes.
They've built 4 of them around the world.
Right.
So clearly they're in high demand. Before we get off of this story, though, I did want to. This wasn't the meme that I was looking for.
Okay.
But it kind of gets the gist of it.
Okay.
Hang on a second. So in Loki, you have all these variants, right? So one of the variants happens to be a crocodile Loki.
Right.
And
Alligator Loki.
Alligator, crocodile, whatever.
Right, yeah.
He winds up biting off one of the other variant Loki's hands.
Right.
So I happened to come across this meme today about a Thanos crossover.
Okay.
Where, Thor went for the chest. He should have gone for the head.
Right.
Croc Loki would have gone for the hand.
Right. I am inevitable.
You would have gotten...
Croaky now.
You would have gotten Croaky biting the hand off with the Infinity Gauntlet on it, and that would have solved the problem right there.
There you go. Okay.
So that's an alternate universe one we're all looking forward to seeing at some point in time.
All right. That's kind of cool. I like that.
So, but that was all we had for our entertainment news this week.
Yep.
We will be right back with our what do we got next? Oh, our insightful picks of the week. Yeah, I'm a little out of practice. You got to work with me here. We'll be right back. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick this week is a new documentary that just aired on Disney Plus, and I was very excited to hear that they were doing this. And now it is available, and it is called Behind the Attraction. So you get to get a peek beyond the magic of Disney parks to discover what's behind the attraction. From executive producers Dwayne Johnson, Danny Garcia, and Brian Vokes Weiss, explore how Imagineers filled the Haunted Mansion with 999 happy haunts, how the Twilight Zone's Tower of Terror transformed into Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout while defying gravity in the process, and why Space Mountain took so long to launch. From the 1950s to today, from Jungle Cruise to It's a Small World to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, Disney parks attractions have amazed millions, and this is the story of how they did it. So it's a very cool documentary. It's not one of those boring put you to sleep. It's definitely meant for...
Oh, you mean the ones I recommend?
No, I'm not saying that. Mm-hmm. Some of the ones you watch are funny too. Well, not funny, but entertaining. But it's definitely meant for the family to watch. So there are little things to kind of keep the kids entertained, but then there's some inside jokes and different things for, the adults to kind of laugh at. It was kind of done in the style of the Netflix documentaries, the movies that made us, or the toys that made us, so that, tongue-in-cheek aspect, again, to kind of keep it going. We've watched 4 of the 6 episodes so far, and it's neat because they don't just talk about the one attraction. They kind of give you a little background, because when they talk about the Jungle Cruise, they talk about how the whole idea of the park came to be and how they created the Jungle Cruise, and then how they did the Jungle Cruise in other versions of the park, and how they modified it. Same thing with the Haunted Mansion. It was, okay, we know we're going to do a Haunted Mansion, and if you're a fan of certain things, you already know a lot of the backstory, because the Haunted Mansion was supposed to originally kind of go in this direction, and then it went in that direction, and then the idea of, okay, how do we bring it to each park, and how do we modify it? Do we keep it the same? Do we change it? And that was the other thing that was kind of interesting with Tower of Terror, was once they created the ride technology, they enhanced it for other parks, But then when they brought it to Tokyo, they had to completely change the story around because nobody in Tokyo knew about Twilight Zone. So it's interesting to see how they, take the one idea and it kind of gets morphed into all these other ideas where they're able to use them, and bring them to life in all of the parks in various ways. So very cool. Looking forward to seeing the rest of the series. And I think there's possibly going to be a second set of shows that come out, because I remember that there were supposed to be some other episodes. So I don't know if it's that, because they dropped all 6 at once. So I don't know if maybe in a year from now they're doing more. I'll have to, look it up and find out more. But as of right now, there's 6 episodes available, all on Disney Plus.
Cool pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week, lo and behold, is not a documentary. My pick is actually Black Widow on Disney Plus. In Marvel Studios' action-packed spy thriller Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, aka Black Widow, confronts the darker parts of her ledger when a dangerous conspiracy with ties to her past arises. Pursued by a force that will stop at nothing to bring her down, although clearly they were stopped, but no spoilers, Natasha must deal with her history as a spy and the broken relationships left in her wake long before she became an Avenger. The first film in the Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is a bit lackluster in my opinion. Good movie. I probably not delivered the best way that it could have been. Suffering from the fact that the ultimate outcome of the character, which is kind of alluded to at the end of the movie, it was difficult to get invested in the movie as anything significant to the MCU. There is some tie-ins that will carry on later on, but you have to watch the movie for that. Other MCUs are usually chock full of cameos of other familiar faces, but they were severely lacking in this movie. You didn't get any Avenger crossovers or anything that you were expecting. There were a couple of really great points in the movie that it would have worked and enhanced the movie, and you didn't get anything from it. So that was kind of disappointing. Most of the backstory that we do get is done in flashbacks and references, much like all the other backstory we've ever seen on this character. So it didn't seem particularly revealing. All in all, it wasn't the worst MCU movie. Thor, I think, still holds that title. But I feel the story could have easily been better, and it could have been told over a 6 to 8 episode arc on Disney Plus like the other MCU shows we've seen. At least then we would have had some more time to explore the characters and experience some real backstory. In the end, it just felt like a final farewell to a character, which cheapened the tearjerker farewell she had in Endgame. One plus side is we finally get to know what happened in Budapest, or is it Budapest? They couldn't figure out how they wanted to pronounce it. But that was nice. I am thankful we didn't invest the money to go see this at the theater. It's definitely worth a watch, just like everything that's come out so far on Disney Plus, but it's not worth the investment to go to the theater to see it, I don't think. But it's, check it out. It's worth seeing Black Widow on Disney Plus. We'll be right back with our afterthoughts. So what do we got on the docket here?
So we have coming up in a couple of weeks, Monster Mania Con. So Monster Mania 46 will be August 13th through the 15th in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Then a few weeks later, you have Monster Mania 47, which is in Hunt Valley, Maryland. And then the end of October, you have Monster Mania 48, which will be in Oaks, Pennsylvania. Then we have a bunch of different toy shows that are coming up. The first one, which will actually be a free toy show, which is at a very interesting shopping experience called Carnival of Collectibles. They'll be doing a small version of a free toy show on Saturday, September 11th, and that's in Cross Keys, on Cross Keys Road in Sicklerville, New Jersey. The same organization that does that also does the Delaware train show, which will be October 9th, and the Oktoberfest Toy Show, which is Sunday, October 10th, and that's at the Near Shrine Center in Newcastle, Delaware. That's one of our favorite locations to go to. We've never been to the train show, but we have been to the Oktoberfest toy show many years, and obviously this is the first time they're back in 2 years.
Right.
And then we have RetroCon,
RetroCon.
which will be September 25th and 26th. Again, another one that we enjoy going to, and that is also held at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks,
And why is it greater?
because they said so.
Exactly.
And finally, the last one that we added, which will be also at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center, so put that in your GPS and save it, is Brickfest. So if you are a fan of Legos of any shape and size, this is an interesting one to go to. We went to it a few years ago, and it was really fascinating to see, because you have, beginner level builders putting on display their little creations, and then you have these big elaborate moving parts.
And I'll also say that if you're a Star Wars fan,
oh yeah,
the displays that they have are ridiculous. The detail they have,
Yeah.
like on the image itself, you see a Darth Vader. Well, that Darth Vader is life size.
yeah, he was like 7 foot tall.
They had Star Destroyers
Right.
that were 12 feet long. Almost to the point that they were set design pieces for a movie.
Yeah.
They had an Attack of the Clones scene that was
Yeah.
an entire 20 by 20 table. So
Right.
just to go and appreciate the artwork of what these people do
absolutely.
is worth it. Plus all the other things that you can do there.
Right. So they have different things where you can, help build things, and they did a couple of different panels of different things, and they have various vendors selling, older Legos, hard to find Legos, loose pieces of Legos.
And if you
some
like
of the
Lego minifigs, this is the place to go, because you can get anything imaginable.
basically there's tons of different vendors selling them. I know when we went, they were offering time tickets. So if you went after like 12 o'clock or something, it was like half price or something.
And this was before the pandemic.
Right. So I have no idea how they're doing the tickets for that. But that was kind of cool, because we didn't know what to expect. We didn't want to get there first thing. We kind of did like the half day thing.
Right.
And that gave us plenty of time, to do everything that we wanted to see. So again, if you're into Legos of any kind, very cool. And again, just to see the magnitude of some of these creations is fantastic.
Very cool. That was it. Before we go, I do want to once again remind folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Things. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, any place you can get a podcast these days. We would also invite you to reach out to us, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us at Twitter at insights_things,
On Facebook, we're at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
or find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Audio versions of this podcast can be found on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
Or you can find us on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
We do stream on Twitch and YouTube 5 days a week. You can get us on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you subscribe to us there.
Or you can find our main website, which has links to everything, along with bios of all of our hosts from all of our shows, and that is at insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 13, Modern Monopolies. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay. How you doing?
Doing all right. So today's topic is one that we've kind of been tossing around for a little while now, and it's in the news a lot lately with a lot of the tech companies and politics involved. It came to the forefront few months back during the Trump administration. They were kind of going up against some of the big tech companies, Facebook, Amazon, Google, and so forth. So I thought it was worthwhile to sort of take a look at this. So today we're going to discuss what monopolies are in the modern age. We'll understand what a monopoly is, how they operate, and why they're detrimental to a free and open market. Yet they're a unique product of capitalism. We'll take a brief look at the history of monopolies in America and how they've been handled before, and we'll look at the future of what today's monopolies and the complications inherent in regulating them are. Ready to get started?
Yep.
All right. So what is a monopoly? So in doing research for today's episode, I went to a couple of different sites, and this definition, I think, captured it best. It came from Investopedia.com. They say a monopoly refers to when a company and its product offerings dominate a sector or industry. Monopolies can be considered an extreme result of free market capitalism in that, absent any restrictions or restraints, a single company or group becomes large enough to own all or nearly all the market, goods, supplies, commodities, infrastructure, so forth, for a particular type of product or service. The term monopoly is often used to describe an entity that has total or near control of a market. Natural monopolies can exist where there are high barriers to entry, a company has a patent on their products, or is allowed by governments to provide essential services. So based on that definition, let me ask you real quick, do you think we have modern monopolies that fit this bill?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think it takes that long to figure it out. There's like 3 drugstores. That's the first one that came to mind for me. Like if you think about it, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and CVS. That's just an example. Airlines too. Like if you just, I don't know, I feel like if you just think about it, there's pretty clear examples of at least a handful.
Sure, yeah. So in understanding a monopoly is characterized by the absence of competition, which can lead to high costs for consumers inferior products and services, and corrupt behavior. A company that dominates a business sector or industry can use that dominance to its advantage and at the expense of others. So, taking your example of the drugstores, if there are 3 drugstores that control all the pharmaceuticals to consumers, is that really a monopoly if there's 3 of them?
I think it's a monopoly if by there being 3 and they're being so established that it eliminates the ability for other new drugstores to rise up. I think that's where you get into the monopoly territory if they're creating that barrier of entry.
So it's in that case, it's a monopoly of 3 where they're colluding to prevent competition at that point in time, essentially.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
They also say that it can create artificial scarcities, fix prices, and circumvent natural laws of supply and demand, which I think is exactly where your pharmacy scenario falls into place. It can impede new entrants into the field, discriminate and inhibit experimentation on or new product development, while the public, robbed of the recourse of using a competitor, is at its mercy. Do you think, again, sticking with our pharmacy example, do you think that the consumers are at a detriment because of having 3 major pharmacies control the entire industry?
I'm not so sure about that because, I mean, the medication is still, as long as the medication's effective from pharmacy to pharmacy, that's the important thing. I mean, it's not like you're getting like faulty products. Now, if, say, for example, Walgreens had their over-the-counter allergy medication and it was defective, but there's only Walgreens in your area, that's where you run into some issues. But I think as long as the products are still working, then, I mean, monopolies are still generally bad, but I think in that example, you could probably get away with it.
Well, how about an example where you've got 3 pharmacies and they all decide that instead of selling your allergy medicine to you at 20% over cost, with a 20% margin, they're going to up it to 50%. They're all going to sell for 50%. So there's no one in the market that the consumer can go to get it at that reduced price. Do you think that would be monopolistic?
Yeah, definitely. Because at that point, they're using their hold on the industry to screw over the customer, which is where you get into like the definition of monopolies.
Exactly. Yeah. So they go on to say that a monopolized market often becomes an unfair, unequal, and inefficient market. Mergers and acquisitions among companies in the same business are highly regulated and researched for this reason. Firms are typically forced to divest assets if federal authorities believe proposed mergers or a takeover will violate anti-monopoly laws. We just had a major takeover very recently among the cellular carriers.
Oh, yeah.
Where T-Mobile bought out Sprint. So we had 4 major competitors in the market. T-Mobile bought out Sprint to become the number 2 in consumer size at that point in time, and to reduce the market down from 4 to 3. At the same time, one of the contingencies associated with that was the emergence of another network that would come out eventually, which it hasn't come out yet. I think it's Dish is going to be running this particular network, but they're going to be using the services of the existing networks. So it's almost like it was a fictional way of putting a 4th competitor into the market.
Mm-hmm. Like a puppet competitor almost.
Exactly. So in that instance, do you think the T-Mobile merger with Sprint will be good or bad for consumers?
I think about this with mobile companies especially. Like there's whole regions of the country where you can only get one mobile service provider. And I think by merging like that, it's going to make that problem even worse. So say I know in this area it's kind of like that with T-Mobile. If you're forced to have T-Mobile and now Sprint, but the coverage is poor and you don't have any other option, I think that's definitely an issue.
Yeah.
It's because you're forced to have an inferior product just due to the monopoly. Right.
And there's no incentive for them to improve their product because there's no competition.
Right. And what are you going to do? Move?
Exactly. You're not going to move because you're a cellular carrier. Exactly. So they see monopolies typically have an unfair advantage over their competition since they're either the only provider of a product or control most of the market share or customers for their product. Although monopolies might differ from industry to industry, they tend to share similar characteristics. Why don't you tell us what these characteristics are?
Sure. So the first one is the high barrier of entry, which we kind of talked about already. This is when competitors are not able to enter the market, and the monopoly can easily prevent competition from developing their foothold in an industry by acquiring that competition. Sort of like we talked about with the mobile company, where they put, I guess not really, because they kind of let them use their own services. The second example is the single seller. There's only one seller in the market, meaning the company becomes the same as the industry it serves. The third is price maker. The company that operates the monopoly decides the price of the product that it will sell without any competition, keeping their prices in check. As a result of this, monopolies can raise prices whenever they want. And finally, the economy of scale. A monopoly often can produce at a lower cost than smaller companies. Monopolies can buy huge quantities of inventory, for example, usually at a volume discount. As a result of this, monopoly can lower its prices so much that smaller competitors can survive. Think like Walmart. Essentially, monopolies can engage in price wars due to their scale of their manufacturing and distribution networks, such as warehousing and shipping. That can be done at lower cost than any of the competitors in the industry. I guess that'd be Amazon too, both those companies.
Yeah. So it's interesting because some of these same practices they talk about here that are considered to be monopolistic are also ones that are generally used in business for efficiency reasons. For instance, here in New Jersey, we have a lot of cranberry producers in the state. And one of the things that you have is everyone's heard of Ocean Spray, right? Mm-hmm. You buy Ocean Spray cranberry juice off the shelves and whatnot. Ocean Spray is actually a cooperative. And what they do is they partner with a number of independent farmers to pool their resources. And it's not just cranberries, obviously, it's many other things. But they pool their resources together and sell as one single entity so they can get advantages in the economy to scale by supplying all their entities at the same time for a bulk cost. They're sort of fixing their prices by not competing against each other. They all agree upon a certain price that they sell at. But somehow the cooperatives aren't targeted for monopolies, even though they take on some of the same characteristics of a monopoly. This has happened traditionally in the past with a lot of food industries have done this. A lot of your fast food places, when they go through franchising, they do sort of the same thing. You buy a franchise of a pizza place, Papa John's or I can't think of another
Dunkin'
one.
Donuts.
That would not be pizza, but sure, we'll use that as a franchise.
Yeah. That's the first thing when I think franchise.
But yeah, that's another good example of you have a whole bunch of people that buy the stores, buy the franchise where they have the rights, but they also get all their supplies that way. So instead of, mom and pop down the street going out and buying flour to make donuts, they put their purchase into the corporation, and the corporation buys it for 500 bakers at one time and can get a discount on it. So that's another thing where cooperatives can be targeted as monopolies, but they're not in today's society. So the next thing that we talk about is what's called a natural monopoly. So a natural monopoly can develop when a company becomes a monopoly due to high fixed or startup costs in an industry. This happens a lot with utilities, internet, electricity, telephone. Because of the amount of money that you have to tie up in order to provide that service, the government is willing to allow you to become a monopoly. AT&T at one point in time had so much money tied up in copper. It was like 1/3 of the company's value was in copper, just in the wires that they had, because copper is a commodity.
Wow.
Also, natural monopolies can arise in industries that require unique raw materials, technology, or it's a specialized industry where only one company can meet the needs. Again, this goes back to AT&T. They were Bell, I guess at the time and they wound up getting broken up in the early 80s. Companies that have patents on their products, which prevent competition from developing the same product in a specific field, can have a natural monopoly. So a lot of these things here have traditionally been associated with the utility sector. Your television, your cable, your internet, your electrical, your plumbing, things that aren't state-owned but offer private services. We just ran into one incident last week with the Colonial Pipeline, where they supply a chunk of refined fuels to a large sector of the country. They're a private company, but they have a monopoly on that because of how expensive it is to build a pipeline. So let me ask you, when it comes to natural monopolies where you have this investment or you own the technology, do you think that justifies monopolistic tendencies?
I think that's a tough question to answer, because it reminds me of when we did our streaming services episode. We talked about like something like Comcast, who's internet and TV and there's cell phones, and they're sort of expanding in that way too. But if, again, kind of like when we talked about with the mobile providers, if you can only have Comcast, but it's because Comcast controls all those resources, is that a bad thing? I think it becomes a bad thing when you go back to the inferior product thing. If your product's bad, but you have this obligation to provide the service because you have all the resources, then I think you also have an obligation to make the product at least usable consistently.
Well, and to add to that is, if the government is going to allow you to be a natural monopoly because of that technology or that investment, then there's a certain right that the government has to...
we didn't check the shop beforehand, everybody.
No, we didn't. Just lean a lot that way. There's a certain obligation the government has to regulate you at that point in time as an industry. Do you think that expectation of government regulation, because a lot of the cable companies are trying to get away from government regulation, do you think that expectation that government should have the right to do that when they grant you a monopoly is realistic?
I think maybe not realistic, not in these days, because these companies have so much power. I think it's idealistic that, ultimately at the end of the day, the government is going to have the say in what needs to be regulated and what doesn't. But I think we're seeing so often that the companies have so much power that the government just chooses not to do anything.
Yeah, I think
which we'll get into more later.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that one. So there's public monopolies that are set up by the government to provide essential services, such as the U.S. Postal Service, although the U.S. Postal Service is getting a run for its money these days with private parcel companies like UPS and FedEx. Utilities, which we talked about already. The utilities industry is where a natural government allowed monopolies flourish until the government doesn't allow it anymore. And it's kind of strange, because this happened a few years back, where back in the early 2000s, we had a major power outage in the Northeast. And it turned out that power outage was a result of a mismanaged power network out in, I think, Ohio at the time. And it's a privately owned company. They weren't under any kind of monopolistic regulations or anything. But because of the problem that they caused that took down the rest of the network in the Northeast, the government came in and imposed sanctions on them and fines and so forth. Do you think that's a way, or an efficient way, for the government to sort of allow monopolies to happen, but penalize them if they don't adhere to some level of standard?
I mean, yeah, and that's a pretty extreme example. If you cause the Northeast to have a blackout, I think you deserve to get punished for some reason. But I think you said it was a privately owned company. It wasn't like, yeah. So if it was, I don't know. I think if it was a larger company, they might not be as harsh. If it's the small independent company, they can easily point the finger and blame them. But if it was something like General Electric or something, they might be a little bit hesitant to punish them as harshly, I think.
Right. No, I could see that. So the monopolies in these instances are allowed because the suppliers incur large costs of producing power or water or providing these services to each household, and it's considered more efficient for there to be a sole provider for these services. Do you think it's more efficient for you to have a sole cable provider, or do you think competition in the cable market would be better for the consumers, because right now cable is not considered a public utility, and there's a lot of push to have it considered that way as far as protections and regulation go. If they did, do you think having 2 or 3 cable providers would be better, or having a monopoly would be better?
Yeah, definitely, because I think competition, it breeds innovation, right? Because you need to be able to beat your competitor, and you beat your competitor by making more money, which means having a better product in theory. So I think if there was only one company, then it would just stagnate. They would settle for, whatever service they're going to provide. But if you've got that competition, I think that ends up benefiting the consumer in the long run.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think the only time you get innovation is when companies have to innovate. And the only time companies have to innovate is if the competition makes them, which is their number one motivation, because that's where their profits are, or if the government forces them to. And to a certain extent, the government did force a lot of these cable companies to innovate their technology because they were taking bandwidth back from them, which is why we have digital TV now. That was not because the cable companies were in competition for each other to provide better services. That was because the government mandated that. So you can, in certain circumstances, still have monopolies that innovate when the government forces them to do so, and still allow monopolies to exist in the country. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some of the antitrust laws and a little bit of what the country has done to break up monopolies historically.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern-day monopolies today. We're going to talk a little bit about antitrust laws, and you can't really talk about monopolies unless you mention at least the Sherman Antitrust Act. So in 1890, the Sherman Antitrust Act became the first legislation passed by the U.S. Congress to limit monopolies. It had strong support by Congress. It passed the Senate with a vote of 51-1 and passed the House unanimously 242-0. And that was put in place to regulate mostly the big industries at the time, which were oil, locomotives, your rail service, your steel industry, and so forth. Then in 1914, 2 additional antitrust pieces of legislation were passed to protect consumers. The Clayton Antitrust Act, which created new rules for mergers and corporate directors, and also listed specific examples of practices that would violate the Sherman Antitrust. And then the Federal Trade Commission, the Federal Trade Commission Act, which sets standards for business practices and enforces the 2 antitrust acts, along with the Antitrust Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. So the laws are intended to preserve competition and allow smaller companies to enter a market, and not to merely suppress strong companies. And I think that's a theme that I think resonates today, because a lot of what people are talking about today with our big monopolies is that they're not harming people because they're not producing a product or a service. And the biggest example of this would be social media and Facebook. So Facebook isn't harming anyone by not bringing new products to market. They're just a really big company. You know, the same thing with Google. And the push today seems to be targeting, well, these companies are too big and they shouldn't be that big. And I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that's not something that the antitrust laws are designed to cope with. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's these are obviously laws that were made in, before 1900, so they definitely need to be updated. But I think it's kind of what comes with technology, right? It's you've got to make new laws, you've got to adapt the way you think about it, because while they're not making a product, these companies have data on everybody, and when you have things like information leaks, and the companies aren't necessarily held accountable, like Facebook has them all the time, where people's personal data gets leaked, and I think that is a huge problem that should be more harshly punished. And I think that would come with a more modern look at, antitrust laws.
Well, and I think I agree with you to a certain extent that the companies themselves have a certain obligation to protect the user's data. However, the users give the data up freely. So there's not, I don't think there's really an expectation of privacy because it's a social network, right? Yeah. So when I post my information, my pictures and whatever, I'm posting them there for people to see. So I can't really get upset when Facebook leaks that to other people. The other problem that you run into is that the modern laws that we have penalties that are insignificant to the size of these companies now, which I think is where some of the argument comes in that these companies are too big. You might get a couple $100,000 fine for a data breach.
That's like nothing.
When you're a multi-billion-dollar company, that's essentially you lost that money in the cushions of the couch.
Yeah, the time it took to draft the document to charge you've already made $1 billion.
Right. So there's really very little incentive to do anything other than continue business as is and just pay the fines because you're still monumentally profitable. So I think there needs to be a fundamental shift in what the penalties look like in order for the penalties to have any meaning whatsoever. So in talking about breaking up monopolies, the Sherman Antitrust Act was targeted at companies like Standard Oil and even the American Tobacco Company, which didn't break up the companies. It broke up Standard Oil, but what it did was it pushed more public awareness. In 1994, the U.S. government accused Microsoft of using a significant market share in the PC operating system business to prevent competition and maintain a monopoly. Now, this is significant because I think it's really the first modern monopoly with high-tech industry that we kind of see come across the government's crosshairs. Yeah, they broke up the bell companies, the phone companies and stuff like that. But I think that was less significant from a technological standpoint because it was really legacy technology. But here you have Microsoft, who is at the forefront of computer technology, but they're also internationally acclaimed for this technology. And you have the United States that's trying to set precedent here. And I think, if anything, that's where we kind of look back to see what's going to guide our principles moving forward. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I've said it on this show before. Again, not a lawyer, but, the law is about precedent, right? So something like this case here, sets the precedent for technology companies going forward of how their versions of monopolies, are viewed in courts. And I think that, having Microsoft be this big example in 1994 is extremely important, just to have something to look back at, especially, I don't think anybody could have imagined what technology is like now compared to what it was in 1994, but it's much larger and much more in the forefront of just our daily conversations.
Yeah, and essentially what happened is in 98, you had a federal district judge rule that Microsoft needed to be broken into technology companies. But that was a decision that was later reversed. There were compromises that happened. There were fines that happened. Microsoft ultimately agreed to have a government overseer become part of the company to make sure that the company wasn't engaging in monopolistic activities. Microsoft in the 80s and 90s was brutal. You know, they had a philosophy of, well, let's not compete with others. Let's just destroy the competition. And they did. They were very effective at it.
Yeah, I think there's an episode. I don't know if you've ever watched the CNN series. It's just called the 70s or the 80s. It's one of those. There's a whole episode on like the Apple Microsoft war. It's really interesting.
Yeah. And it's funny because Microsoft destroyed Apple to the point that Apple was roughly 3 months away from going bankrupt. And Bill Gates, in a very famous appearance, shows up at the Apple Worldwide Developer Conference via video, and Steve Jobs was still alive at the time and announced that Microsoft is investing in Apple, and they booed Bill Gates for saving the company. All the people that were in the crowd booed when they heard about that. And the funny thing is, the only reason Microsoft did that was not so that they could make profit off of Apple. It was so that they could maintain the appearance
of having competition.
That's all it was. And the government fell for it. Yeah, the government fell for it. So, I mean, a lot of times it's really just about, you know, jumping through the flaming hoops and making people believe the right thing.
Yeah, and like not even in terms of government, but just in terms of public opinion too. You have like, you get that with video game consoles too. I know it's not nearly on the same level, but if you maintain that rivalry between two companies, it makes it look even better than that you're not a monopoly because, you know, I'm an Apple fan, I'm a Microsoft fan, but in reality, you know, it's the same company. Like, not really, but if they bailed out your company, they still owe them a debt in some way.
Sure. Well, and you look at, you know, let's stick with technology, you look at microprocessors. So you've got Intel and you've got AMD. And AMD has always been sort of the redheaded stepchild to Intel, where they were the rebels, they were the underdogs. Their processors were for like the elite group of gamers or overclockers or whatever. And you look at what happened to Intel, and Intel has, in recent years, been completely burned by their technology choices because of the shortcuts that they made that AMD didn't make. And AMD picked up a huge market share. And now you're seeing another fundamental shift that's detrimental to Intel, with Apple moving away from Intel processors in their computers now to their own designed ones that they're manufacturing themselves. So Intel's getting hit again with this. So this was an instance where Intel got very complacent in what they were doing, and now they've fallen significantly behind in the processor market, and the tables have kind of shifted. But at the time when Intel was dominant, Intel was actually supplying information and support to AMD to maintain that appearance of competition.
Works every time.
So again, it really is. It's just a matter of appearance sometimes to keep from getting hit with monopolistic charges. So we talked briefly about AT&T. The most prominent monopoly breakup in the U.S. history was AT&T. After being allowed to control the nation's telephone service for decades as a government-supported monopoly, the giant telecommunications company found itself challenged by antitrust laws. In 1982, after an 8-year court battle, AT&T had to divest itself of 22 local exchange service companies and has been forced to sell off assets or split units several times since. Now, the real interesting thing is you had what were termed as baby bells during this. So you had all these certified local exchange CLECs, certified local exchange carriers pop up all over the country that were all part of the original one. And over the last 10 to 15 years, you've seen all those get swept up, and they're now owned by Verizon. So you went through that huge natural monopoly that the government allowed to breaking them up when they thought the competition was stifled, to now mergers happening to get you back to that position where you have two people that are running the...
Yeah, so many... History in general is cyclical, and I think we're seeing that here too, right? So in maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 years, we'll have another breakup and they'll all come back out again, and then in 30 years, they'll all get swept up again. I think that's just how these things work,
and
honestly.
That's just, and I think that's kind of the point here is that that's capitalism. That's how capitalism works, is that monopolies are a natural outcome of capitalism. And I think the best that government can hope in most cases is to try to keep it at bay as long as possible. And eventually they're still going to get gobbled up and get eaten up. Your pharmacies had the same thing. Your internet providers had the same thing. You know, I remember back in the 90s when I worked for an internet provider, you had just in our area probably 10 different internet carriers. Now you can't get internet from anybody other than Comcast here. You had 3 different cable companies that you could get service from. So it's just a life cycle, I think, of business in a capitalist society. So we're going to take another break and come back and talk more about our modern monopoly problem in America. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern monopolies. So Forbes did an interesting article about America's modern monopoly problem. They said, without realizing it, we become a nation of monopolies. A large and growing part of our economy is owned by a handful of companies that face little competition. They have no incentive to deliver better products or to get more efficient. They simply rake in cash from people who have no choice but to hand it over. This would be impossible if we had true capitalism. Even if we admit some businesses are natural monopolies, most aren't. Most of them found some non-capitalistic flaw to exploit. In theory, this problem should have solved itself as technology and consumer preferences change, yet it hasn't. Axios outlined a problem in a recent article on farm bankruptcies. Why don't you tell us about what they found?
Sure. So 3 companies control about 80% of mobile telecoms. 3 have 95% of credit cards. 4 have 70% of airline flights within the United States. Google handles 60% of all searches online. In agriculture, 4 companies control 66% of U.S. hogs slaughtered in 2015, 85% of the steer, and half of the chickens, according to the Department of Agriculture. And finally, just 4 companies control 85% of U.S. corn seed sales. That's up from 60% in 2000, so there was some consolidation there. And 75% of soybean seed, a jump from about half, according to the Agriculture Department.
That's pretty staggering, and that's not even talking big tech, where a lot of our focus is today. I mean, we're talking telecoms, credit cards, airlines, search, which we'll get to, and agriculture. I mean, our agriculture is really tied up to that few companies. I mean, I find that alarming at best. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you go back to your ocean spray example where it's one company, but it's made up of smaller farms. I guess that's probably similar.
That's
to what's
probably
happening.
would be in this, yeah.
Yeah, so it's if you want to have a successful farm, you have to join up with this company, basically is what you're getting at. And that is a monopoly, but if the independent farms are getting their proper cut, it's not as bad as it could be, right? Where they're just being exploited for their product.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. It's like this big company you just become a part of, I suppose, if you want to have a farm. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and one of the things that they talk about a couple different outcomes that we get from this. One is being having a gummed up economy. Some economists say the concentration of market power is gumming up the economy and largely to blame for decades of flat wages and weak productivity growth. They say gumming up the economy is a good way to describe it because we're getting competition itself is an economic lubricant. And the machines work more efficiently when the parts are moving freely. We get more output from the same input or the same output with less input. Take away the competition and it all begins to grind together, kind of like a internal combustion engine that you don't keep the oil changed in. Eventually, friction brings it to a halt and sometimes a fiery one. Normally, companies grow their profits by delivering better products at lower prices than their competitors. It's a dynamic process with competitors constantly dropping out and new ones appearing. This has been described as what's called creative destruction, which sounds harsh, but is absolutely necessary for economic growth. Today, the creative destruction isn't happening, and as companies refuse to die and monopolies refuse to improve, we struggle to generate even mild economic growth. And I think we're seeing that across our entire economy at this point in time. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just read off all those examples of all those companies that own everything, right? So I think especially when you get to the point where you're too big of a company to fail and it refuses to die, just like that article said, when you're at that level where you control over half of, some kind of domestic product, it's going to be difficult for you to fail, even if you wanted to. And then you end up getting the stagnation that we're seeing today.
Absolutely, yeah. They also talk about uncreative destruction. Creative destruction means companies go out of business and workers lose their jobs. Maybe a few competitors will hire them eventually, but they suffer in the meantime. Politicians try to help, but finding the right balance is hard. Greater blame should be assigned to the central bankers, not just the Fed, but its peers as well. For whatever reason, they kept short-term stimulus measures and near zero rates for far too long. The resulting flood of capital bypassed the creative destruction process. A lot of this happened under the radar. You've probably seen stories about the Lyft IPO and other unicorns that will soon go public. Unicorns being a type of wishful company going public with a very high IPO. The news, this is news because it's now so unusual. The number of listed companies is shrinking because A, cheap capital lets them stay private longer, and B, the founders and venture capitalists often exit by selling to a larger cash flush competitor instead of going public. An economy in which it's easier and cheaper to buy your competitors rather than out-innovate them is probably headed towards stagnation. And that's the problem that we had. We saw all through the 1800s, competition was being bought up constantly. The railroads, the consolidation in the auto industry in the early half of the 20th century. Anytime that you see competition just being eaten up by buying them out, you're not innovating at all when you buy. You just have companies that are so large they can buy out anybody that's competing with them. Facebook is doing the same exact thing now. Facebook has bought up 4 or 5 major competitors, all in different sectors of what they do, but they're buying their way to success, and that stifles innovation. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked earlier about that barrier to entry, right? That's one of the biggest things when you're looking at these monopolies. And if you're a small startup trying to compete with somebody like Facebook and they just offer you a blank check to just buy you out, it's hard to say no to that, especially if you know that you have no real hope of competing with them. And I think that the more they when Facebook buys you out, they then also get more powerful because they have your workforce or your resources or whatever you had to offer, and they have less competition, so they only get more powerful. It's a win-win in the worst kind of way, I think, especially for consumers and the economy.
Yeah, and part of the problem that you have is because of this, you have companies that shouldn't be in business are getting bought out, and the technology they have is inferior technology, but you have larger companies buying them not because of the technology so they can integrate it into their own. They're buying their users. So you may have a company, I don't want to say Quibi, but a company like Quibi that spent all this money up front on advertising and we'll say technology, although it's not that revolutionary. But their whole goal was to basically get a whole bunch of people on the platform and then sell it. And in their case, they failed. In their case, they projected something like 70 million people signing on with this 1.5 billion budget or something that they had. They wound up getting 70,000 people actually subscribing to it, and they went out of business. That's the exception to the rule, whereas that should be the natural order of how business works.
Especially with capitalism. If you're not a good business, you should just fail.
Absolutely. But, instead you have companies that they garner this large following, and it could be because of certain people that might be on your service. One of the things that Twitter ran into was that when they banned Donald Trump around the time of the January 6th insurrection, their user base dropped off significantly because all of his supporters stopped using the service. That cult following is enough to start your own social network, bring all those people on board, and then sell those users. Even if the social network itself is outdated, the technology is 90 years old, they're selling eyes at that point in time. And that's generally not how business is done, because in most cases, traditionally, the consumer isn't the product.
Yeah.
The product is something you produce.
Mm-hmm.
But in the case of technology and social media today, the consumer is the product because that's where people are making money with all your information. So it kind of breaks the rules, and that's why we kind of have an upset balance here. So we're going to take our last break here, and we're going to come back and look at the future of regulating monopolies and why tech might be different.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights Into Tomorrow. We're talking monopolies, and we're going to talk about how to regulate today's monopolies in tomorrow's market. So when the global financial crisis slowly subsided in the spring of 2010, tech giants Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon, known collectively as GAFA.
I've never heard that before.
I haven't either. I didn't write the article, though. So. They were collectively valued at just under 450 billion euros by market cap. These companies were drivers of innovation that pointed the way forward, enterprises at the center of a flourishing technological ecosystem with a creative and technology-driven vision. Over the past decade, the transformation of society's relationship to those companies is unprecedented. We use the products of these companies to manage almost our entire professional and private lives. And during the coronavirus crisis, the value of the tech giants have increased even more. So when we put together the idea of the show, these were really the companies that we're talking about for today's modern monopolies. How do you feel about first of all, let me ask, do you use their products? I think that's probably the most important question to ask anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not to, right? At least like Google and Amazon, even if you don't buy things from Amazon, Amazon still controls a lot of web traffic too for their searches. So you're using them either way. But yeah, I don't think I have any Apple products anymore. I did though for a while. I was an iPhone user. I have a Facebook and Instagram account. I don't really use, but I still look at them. So they're getting, my eyes either way. And then Google, I use all their products and services. So yeah, I'm pretty far in.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things to keep in mind here is that these companies don't just influence the American economy. These are global companies that have a major impact on the world. So looking at the monopolies of tomorrow, I think we have to ask ourselves probably a few questions and kind of come to terms with a few things. Like, one is how we handle the U.S. monopolies today will dictate Europe's future and even to a certain extent the rest of the world, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that in our modern age, it's a global economy. It's not as isolationist as it used to be with things like Standard Oil and things like that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that even though, it's hard to envision, but the technological revolution isn't over. We're kind of still in the early phases of it. And I think one of the issues that we run into is that we don't make the rules as fast as the technology grows. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, just in the last, 5-6 years, you had Snapchat show up, which blew up again and became another staple in the social media icon, on your phone that a lot of people use and is now a publicly traded company. So I think that we're definitely going to see it again. TikTok as well, also huge. Yeah. So I think that, every couple of years, it's, just how these things work. You'll get a whole new social media app or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I think one of the issues that concerns me is that the room for maneuvering needed to figure all this stuff out is shrinking. The time that we have to put measures in place now to govern these things is running out rapidly. If we want to know what to do next, it's vital that we gain some in-depth understanding of the mechanisms by which the tech monopolies operate. And I think part of the problem that we have is that the people in our country, at least, that are making these laws don't have a clue about technology.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have no idea how it works, how it progresses, the impact that it has, the security. There's a lot of talk right now about cybersecurity because of the pipeline hack and all these, the Microsoft Exchange hack and the SolarWinds, all this stuff, this cybersecurity is in the news. And our politicians are trying their best, really, to pay lip service to it, but have no idea whatsoever what the technology means. Like, for instance, my biggest question, sticking with the pipeline incident, they got hit with ransomware. Well, why in the world was your pipeline network even connected to the internet? Absolutely no reason for that. And yet there isn't a single politician who's asked that question yet because they don't understand. They just think the internet is some nebulous piece of technology that connects everything. And these are the people that are making the laws. What do you think about that?
I think that's definitely part of the problem. I think you saw it too back when any new technology, when it showed up, like TV, blew people's minds and they thought it was going to give you the devil in you. So I think it's something like this too. And eventually they'll hopefully catch up. But I think the difference with modern technology is that it's progressing way faster than things like TV ever did. I mean, it's changing almost on a yearly basis what the norms are. So I think that the pace is much more accelerated.
Yeah. So let's take a second to take a look at what the current tech monopolies are and why they're different. So I think the biggest thing, and we've touched on this already, is that tech monopolies survive on data and algorithms. That's their product. You as the consumer are their product. They take your information and they sell it for advertising. They're not necessarily selling you anything. Amazon doesn't make any money off anything that it sells from its store. It's literally a break even. It's a loss leader for them. They make their money on their Amazon Web Services, which everybody hosts everything through their Amazon Web Services, which ironically was kind of an offshoot for their own needs. They had to build out their own network to support the Amazon store. And they found out that they could rent space on their cloud and make more money. But Google, you're the product. They collect your data. Facebook, you're the product. Amazon, you're the product. With Apple recognized this, and now in the latest version of Apple's operating system, they implemented this new privacy feature where applications have to ask if you want them to track your movement outside the application. Which, if you think about it, is almost a no-brainer. Like, no, why do I want Facebook tracking me in other apps? But Facebook is actually fighting this to the point that they're threatening legal action because they're saying that it gives Apple an unfair advantage. So Apple has access to that information, but Facebook doesn't. So therefore, Apple has an advantage.
I mean, I guess, but it's like, geez, guys. It's like just the two crazy billionaires yelling at each other for more money.
You know, if you look at the companies in the 20th centuries, their wealth came from factories and machines and qualified employees and the stuff that they made that consumers purchased. So it was much easier to say, okay, well, you're not innovating cars fast enough. You're not innovating refrigerators or whatever it happened to be because you had an actual defined product. How do you tell when you're not innovating services enough if the consumer's the product? Like what's the answer to that question?
I mean, then we get into a question of privacy, right? Because the only way to innovate that is to become more intrusive in people's lives and to collect more data on them. And then that's a whole nother can of worms of where you draw that line of if it's just, you're purely just a product at that point and the human element is completely removed.
Absolutely. So over the past decade, the big tech companies have built a huge competitive advantage because they control the operating systems and the search engines and the browsers and all the cloud infrastructure. They also own the shopping marketplaces, the communications platforms, the networked household appliances, and the app stores. To return to our picture of the 20th century, tech monopolies not only have factories and machines, they also increasingly own the entire infrastructure of the value creation chain, including all the businesses and all the communication channels to the customer, which, being that ingrained and essentially owning control of the economy, makes it almost impossible to regulate them. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's too late. It reminds me of, and this is sort of related, but movies. There was a big Paramount decision like the 30s because they owned distribution, production, and exhibition, which was like movie theaters.
Right.
And that's what this reminds me of. They're owning every single step of the chain, which is a monopoly. But in this instance, they're way too powerful to be stopped at this point.
Right. And, you know, the capital that the big tech companies suck out of the system using this mechanism is fed straight back in undermining the competition or accessing new areas of business. Vendors on Amazon's marketplace are just as dependent on the goodwill of the platform as media companies are on Google and Facebook. This goodwill can only be acquired by consistently providing access to all content and data, thus continuing to feed the monopoly and making it more efficient. So even for competition to work, they have to cooperate with the big tech and provide the big tech exactly what they need to give the big tech the authority in the first
competition
place.
In quotes there a little bit.
Exactly. So the enormous profitability of the infrastructure services allows the big tech companies to invest in new fields of business on a very long-term basis. To do this, the monopolists are willing to accept high losses for many years in order to weaken the competition and build up market shares. It's ironic what Amazon is doing because Amazon is doing online in the marketplace exactly what Walmart did. So Walmart had this reputation for buying everything in bulk and selling it very cheap with very little overhead. And they would come into a town and they would open up a mega store and they put all the other small mom and pop businesses out of business because they couldn't compete. Mm-hmm. They didn't have the economy of scale to compete with Walmart. Amazon now shows up, and they started out selling books at first, and they changed the way we bought books. Well, it wasn't long before they started selling everything. Mm-hmm. And now, not only do they sell everything, you can get it delivered in 2 days for free if you're an Amazon Prime member. You can get it delivered the next day if you're in certain geographic locations. They basically are putting companies like like Walmart out of business
Yeah,
because they can
definitely.
sell it cheaper than Walmart.
Yep. And that's not even counting all the other services they provide too. Their video streaming services as a competitor to Netflix. I mean, they're omnipresent.
Yeah. I mean, they're literally everywhere. They're in the music.
Yeah.
They're producing their own TV shows. They're producing their own movies that they're putting up for awards. They're selling goods. There's several situations Amazon's been involved in where they've had people on their service, because you can sell through Amazon. So they've had people on their service that were selling, I think one was diapers.com. They were selling low overhead diapers through Amazon. Well, Amazon decided that they were now going to sell diapers, and they would buy their diapers in much larger bulk than diapers.com could, and they would sell them at below cost. They could take the loss because they had plenty of other profit leaders elsewhere that they could absorb it through. And eventually they got to the point where they put this company out of business. And that's a practice that they've done over and over again. And it isn't like diapers.com was bringing in so much money selling diapers that it was a threat to Amazon. So there was no reason to put them out of business. Amazon simply wanted to own that business, and now they do.
Yeah, I guess for them, even if there was a chance, a 1% chance that diapers.com could have taken over the diaper industry, they have to take that as an absolute certainty.
Yeah.
And they did.
And that's really what the scary thing is with these monopolies today, is that they have that ability. You know, they could literally give their products away for 6 months and put everyone else out of business so that they're the only one left after 6 months. They could absorb that loss. And now that bottle of water that cost you $1 before now cost you $10 because you don't have a choice, which is kind of scary. So let's talk a little bit about where we think the future of monopolies is going, and we can sort of sum up this discussion. So I jotted down a few talking points here. I want to bounce them off of you. My first point is that technology moves faster than legislation. Is that something that you would agree with?
Yeah, we already talked about that in terms of, I compared it to television, but yeah, absolutely. Especially today, it's moving even faster than, people in charge of making laws and politicians can even fathom.
Yeah. And today's monopolies are more complicated than railroads and telephones ever were. There's more of an international impact from today's monopolies than ever before. What kind of impact do you think that will have on regulating these companies that are too big to fail moving forward?
I think we're going to have to change the notion of a product, right? Because it's not a tangible thing that you can get. It's data, it's information that's being sold. So I think that's going to be the first step in really making some serious change on how to stop these monopolies, is changing what we view as, the product.
Do you think from a domestic standpoint that the U.S. government should be regulating these, or do you think we should be turning that sort of authority over to the World Trade Organization or something on a bigger scale?
I think the U.S. government should step in and then do it, because these are United States-based companies, and I think that there's a degree of responsibility there. Now, in reality, that's probably not going to happen because they have really no reason to, especially because, like we've said a bunch of times, that these companies are already way too powerful to be regulated. But maybe if, but the World Trade Organization and the U.S. government, teamed up. I don't really know how that works in terms of law, but perhaps that level of force would get something done.
I could certainly see that. I could see, even if you go regionally with things like the European Union and stuff like that, where you might be able to regulate that. Let's talk penalties for a minute. So we already kind of talked about the fact that the penalties that are being imposed on these companies are really insignificant. How do you punish a company for monopolistic practices when they have economies larger than most countries in the world?
It's really hard to. I was thinking of something like when they broke up AT&T, but how are you going to break up Amazon, right? I mean, I guess you could do it where like they own Whole Foods, so Whole Foods would then become its own company again. Maybe something like that would work. Or all the different independent sellers that they've tried to acquire, like our diapers.com example, breaking those up and making them their own independent companies. But then logistically, they're not going to succeed because they're not on the Amazon app, which is what everybody's using. So it's a very difficult thing that, I'm not an economist, so I have no idea how you'd even begin. I mean, more money would be ideal, but like you said, they're bigger than some small countries. So how much money can you realistically find them?
Right. And the last thing that I want to throw out there is one that it seems to seep into every conversation that we have, and that's politics. You have governments that benefit too much from monopolies. The number of people that Amazon employs, the impact it has on the economy and the unemployment rate, and the amount of tax dollars that they get from these companies is vast. You have politicians whose constituents are benefiting by having, Amazon recently had a big competition about where they're going to put their new headquarters. And you had cities rather, that were vying for it, offering up, tax incentives and everything, almost like it was the Olympics, and you had people vying for the Olympics. They were politicians falling all over each other to try to get Amazon in their districts. When you have that kind of power, that you have politicians that are catering to you, and mind you, we talk about corrupt politicians and the fact that the United States has the best politicians money can buy all the time here. But when you have politicians that are falling all over themselves without you even gracing their palm with any money, just the fact that you're bringing that kind of business and economic benefit to their districts, how are you going to have these same politicians now regulate these companies and break them up and try to push some control over them? How do you get past the politics of it?
I mean, you don't really. I mean, this reminds me of, we studied a lot of around the Sherman antitrust time, those politics of that time in high school. And there was a lot of cartoons of like a big octopus that was Standard Oil that would like have its tentacles in politics. And this is kind of what that reminds me of. Except that I think today, while everybody knows about Amazon's like how poorly they treat their workers and things like that, and the accidents that have happened on the company lines, I still think Amazon is still viewed publicly very positively because of their convenience, right? So I think that that's going to be a major step too, because the politicians associated with Amazon aren't like as nefarious as they were when they were associated with Standard Oil. So it's a matter of public perception of even having the pressure on the politicians in the first place to make the change.
I think you're right. I mean, I'm a Amazon user.
Yeah.
I'm a Google user. I'm a Apple user. I don't use Facebook. The show's on Facebook, but I don't manage that. I don't log into Facebook. And the problem that I have is I know these companies are problems, but I still use them, and I will continue to use them. They're not evil enough for me to not. Facebook is evil enough. Facebook to me is a cesspool, so I won't use Facebook. But these other companies provide benefit to me, and I don't personally feel the detriment that's associated with them. So it's very hard for me to even advocate breaking them up or cracking down on them or whatever. So unfortunately, I don't have any answers myself.
Yeah, it's an interesting moral question, right? And I think we get that with a lot of industries. If you really look into them, they're all evil in their own ways.
Right.
But it's a matter of your daily life. And what's one person going to do that? If one person were to stop using this product, realistically, how many products would they have to stop using?
Yeah.
You have to stop using the internet, and probably if you wanted to stop benefiting Amazon.
That's true.
You can not buy Amazon products, but you're still going to benefit them in some way. It goes back to their omnipresence.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this is probably one of the first episodes that we've done where our future look didn't really have a path forward. I don't think either of us, have an answer on how to solve this moving forward.
It's WALL-E. They're going to become by and large. We're going to have to fly off the planet because all the Amazon boxes are stacked up in the cities.
There you go. So I think that's kind of all we can add to this discussion today. I think that was all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Nope.
Well, thank you for listening, folks. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of the podcast if you look for Insights into Things. That will give you video episodes of all of our shows. If you just want audio episodes of this show, you can look up Insights into Tomorrow. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Google.
Whoops.
Yes, all those evil people.
Yeah.
I would also encourage folks to contact us. You can give us some suggestions on what topics you'd like us to discuss, any feedback on the performance that we've done. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 5 days a week, this week 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. On Facebook, we are facebook.com.
Should have plugged the shows in the beginning.
Yes, we are part of the problem. I understand that. We have no other, that's another byproduct of the monopolies. We have no other way to get our products out there without using them. But on Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcast. And on Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can go to our website at www.insightsintothings.com for links to all of those things. Anything else before we go? Any closing thoughts?
No, I think that's it.
All right. The world is owned by the monopolies. It's a good game, too. You should try playing it. That's all for this week, this month, or whenever we do another one. Any closing words?
No, we'll see you next time, folks.
That's it. Another one in the books. Goodbye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 119, Teens and Acceptance. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my exceptional and motivated co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi everyone.
Yeah, you're over there this time.
Sorry, didn't
That's okay.
notice.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Doing good. So you had a couple of marathon marching band days this week, didn't you?
Yep.
How'd that go?
Overall, not horrible, which is good. We're starting to get into,
We'll always take not horrible over horrible.
we're starting to get the drill set up, so that's going to be something we're exploring in band camp.
And that's next week, right? Mm-hmm. So that's 5 days of 9 to 9.
Yep.
It's going to be a busy week. In fact, so busy, we're not going to be able to do our podcast at our regularly scheduled time on Thursday.
Yeah.
So we'll probably wind up doing your podcast on Saturday
Yeah, at some,
or Sunday.
at some point.
I don't know. We've got stuff going on Saturday, so that might conflict.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're talking about today.
Yeah, not.
Today, we're talking about teens and acceptance. So we'll explore what acceptance is and why it's important. Then we'll talk a little bit about understanding teen development and how that plays into acceptance. And finally, we'll explore tips on improving teen acceptance. But before we start that, I would invite our audience, both our listening and our viewing audience, to subscribe to our podcast if you don't already do so. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're basically any place you can find a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, etc. I would also invite our audience to write in, give us some feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us some show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. You ready to get started?
Sure.
So we're going to mix things up a little bit this week, and you're going to intro segment 1. Here we go.
So in this first segment, we're going to be talking about what acceptance is and why it's important. So the research for this, for the entire show, comes from understandingteenagers.com. And they say, and for what acceptance is, they say acceptance means acknowledging your teenager is the way he or she is today, and choosing to deal with it as a fact of life. They are as they are today. They might change in the future, but here and now, this is who they are. They are your child, and you choose to love them the way they are. This is different to consistently saying, I wish she would, or when she is going to, or I'm so sick of. Acceptance is being able to see your teen for who they are, shortcomings and all, and say I love you as you are. Acceptance doesn't mean that you have to approve, agree, condone, support, or even tolerate certain behaviors or attitudes that your teen displays. Acceptance doesn't mean that you forget the things they have said or done that have hurt you or others. You avoid taking appropriate actions to protect yourself and others from unsafe behavior. Lowering your expectations or hopes of your teen. Never getting annoyed, frustrated, or angry at your teen's behavior. Acceptance is acknowledging what is happening, how your teen is behaving, all the feelings that generate for you, and then choosing to say, this is who we are today, and I can live with that today. Acceptance isn't easy, and it can take some effort to get there, but it is important.
So why is acceptance important? So parents need to be an agent of change for their teens. Your teenager will open up to you as an agent of change when they feel accepted by you. If they're not accepted, we can't do our jobs. Mm-hmm. So accepting your teen is an important but difficult challenge for many parents. It's easy for our teenager shortcomings to dominate how we perceive them. The more conscious we become of their feelings, the more negatives we see. It can become a downward spiral of frustration and disappointment. This negative cycle results in many of us trying harder to correct our teens' attitudes and behavior. We become more critical, more demanding, and feel increasingly stressed and angry. The negative emotions come out in how we then relate to our teenager. Teenagers perceive the negativity and interpret its meaning, you're not good enough, when you change, I'll accept you, and things of that nature. The more we relate to our teenager out of frustration and anger, the less receptive they become to our influence. The harder we try to make a teenager change, the more stubborn and rebellious they become. This is why acceptance is so important to foundational to how parents impact teenage behavior. Now, these definitions that we're talking about here and the importance of it center around teens being accepted by their parents. And I think we needed to focus on that at the beginning of this discussion, because if a teen isn't getting the acceptance at home, they can't possibly get the acceptance outside the home with friends or peers or coworkers or other students. So it's vitally important that parents accept their teens. So many parents have this tendency of having this image of what their teen should be. You know, I want my teen to act like me or be like me or do the things that I did. And you wind up putting unrealistic expectations on your teens. And when they fail to meet those expectations, these negative feelings arise.
Yeah.
So you have to have that acceptance from a parent to teenager level before your teenager can go out into the world and get that acceptance elsewhere. The acceptance elsewhere isn't less important, but it starts at home. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on that? How do you feel about that?
I definitely feel like you are right, because at home teens are technically supposed to be really close with the people they live with. And if they can't really find acceptance in where they live, trying to find it elsewhere is going to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah. Now, how do you feel about acceptance from a peer level? First of all, do you feel that you get acceptance at home here from mommy and daddy?
Yeah, I definitely feel like you two accept me for who I want to be and what I want to be, in a sense. So I definitely feel like I feel accepted by you guys. So I think that's kind of covered.
Yeah, and I kind of feel, and I'm pretty sure mommy is along the same lines, that we don't want you to be the same as us. We want you to be your own person. So when you have this tendency, and parents in general have this tendency of saying, oh, well, she gets this from you, or she gets this from me, or she's got my nose, or, whatever it is, or she acts this way because of you. Parents try to find those similarities because they want to know, they want that reassurance that, yes, this is my offspring and they're taking after me and continuing my line, or whatever it is. But I like seeing the things that are different from you. Like, you're a musician. I couldn't do music. I was in choir, but I have less. You have more musical talent in your pinky finger than I have in my entire body. And I think that's awesome. Artistically, I can't draw stick figures to look convincing. So the fact that you're this aspiring artist, and the way that I see you progress and improve, and I know that doesn't come from me, it's you and you alone. The fact that you're left-handed and neither mommy or daddy are left-handed, I think that's really cool.
Yeah, the fact that I feel like I'm the only person in our entire family line that's left-handed.
Right, and I think that's really cool. That's your claim to fame, saying, yes, I'm unique, I'm different. And mommy and daddy love that about you, and we accept that about you. So I like to see those differences and celebrate those differences, because I think it's really neat that you're becoming your own person.
Yeah.
Just like with Sam. Sam's interest in broadcast and engineering and all the stuff that he's into there. Yes, there are a lot of things that Sam and I share, some passions that he and I share. There are passions you and I share. And those are things that we immediately connect on. But the things that you alone have kind of developed into, your movie making, I think that's awesome. That's something that drives me to be better in that area or to learn more about it. And it's something that helps me to grow, and then we can connect on that as well. Mm-hmm. So I think those things, accepting those differences, really is what builds that relationship between teenagers and their parents.
Yeah.
So when there are those differences, I think it's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Yeah.
So you get the acceptance here. How do you feel? And it's hard to ask this question now because of COVID and all the crazy stuff going on. But do you feel like, let's talk marching band. So now you're in this community of people that are talented musicians that have this passion for marching band. Do you feel that you're being accepted into that group as well?
Yeah, pretty much. I get along with most of the other trumpet players, and I also get along with some of the other instruments, and most of the teachers are pretty good with me, so I definitely think I'm pretty accepted in the marching band area.
And I think it's important that you feel accepted because that acceptance that you get at home translates into a level of self-confidence that you have that they didn't even talk about in our introduction here. But that acceptance that you get at home helps to build that self-confidence that you need to move on and be accepted elsewhere. If you feel out of place at home, you're immediately going to feel awkward and outcast and stuff in other environments. Do you agree?
Yeah, probably.
So all in all, do you think that you have a well-adjusted attitude towards acceptance at this point in time?
Yeah, I definitely think that thanks to you guys, I've definitely started feeling accepted, and I have that amount of self-confidence that if I am in a new area where I could gain acceptance, I probably will.
So with marching band, did you immediately get acceptance because of the community, or did you get acceptance because of your engagement within that community? Like, did you have to engage with others before they accepted you, or was it just an accepting community in general?
I mean, it was actually a really accepting community in general because they were kind of looking. My band teacher, who was also the marching band teacher, kind of like wanted all of the trumpets from my one class to join because they kind of just wanted new members, and I was kind of immediately accepted in afterwards.
Well, that's good. So there wasn't much effort on your part then.
Not too much.
Well, that's great. So let's take a little break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about understanding teen development and how acceptance plays into that. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and acceptance. So it's important to kind of understand teen development to really put acceptance into perspective. So acceptance and change. Acceptance as the foundation for transformation is true for all of us. Doesn't matter your age. And it's vital to transform teenage behavior. If you have had someone in your life who was always critical of you, putting you down and constantly disapproved of you, would you be open to allowing that person to speak meaningfully into your life? It's likely you'd become defensive whenever they said something and dismissive of any suggestions they made. Rather than allowing them to influence your life, you'd likely become increasingly critical and judgmental of them.
The reality is the people who you listen to and respect are those who you feel accepted and valued by. The same is true for your teenager. If as a parent you have become a constant source of criticism, judgment, nagging, and disapproval, then your teenager is going to be very reluctant to comply with anything you say. If your teenager feels like she or he has to change to earn your acceptance, then they will be far more resistant and closed off to your input in their life. When they feel like you are against them and not for them, then they will shut you out as much as possible. The result being your relationship with your teenager deteriorates and their attitude and behavior is likely to get worse and not better. When your teenager feels accepted by you, not only will they be more pleasant to get along with, but they will be more open to you and your influence. If your teenager feels you value them and care for them, then they will see you as someone who is worth listening to and following.
And I think that's pretty true for everybody, isn't it?
I mean, yeah. And they actually do a good, idea of kind of putting in the parents' shoes of kind of giving them kind of the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was growing up, I had kind of a very dynamic relationship with my parents. My father was very disengaged for various reasons. He had substance abuse issues. He was an alcoholic. He worked night shift. I rarely saw him. And when I did see him, he usually was drinking and didn't want to be bothered. But he was always very critical of us. I had 3 brothers as well as myself, and he was always critical of all of us. He always never really had something nice to say. It was one of those things where it wasn't even constructive criticism. It was always the way he would criticize you. He was disappointed in you because you didn't live up to his standards. And it bothered my 2 older brothers a lot because they looked up to my dad. They had a very different relationship with him because they were about 10 years older than me. They had a very different relationship with him when they were kids because he was more engaged as a father. And as my 3rd brother, who was about 4 years older than me, came along and I came along, he was done being a dad at that point in time. He was ready to hang up the towel and be done with it. He didn't really want to have 4 kids moving forward at that point. So he was very disengaged with us. So the negative side of things is what we got from him. And the advantage, I guess, that we had was we didn't engage with him very often. So I never got an overwhelming amount of negativity from him. But then there was my mom on the other side who was overwhelmingly positive. And she was like that because she was naturally like that. But she was kind of over the top because I think she saw how our dad treated us and she tried to make up for that. Mm. So in the end, it was kind of a balance back and forth. But in reading over the research here, it was really an example of both of those, where you get the negative, you get the positive. And the one lesson that I learned from that, and I think you and I have talked about this on the podcast before, it's criticizing is not a bad thing if it's done from a constructive standpoint. Mm-hmm. So when there's room to improve, I firmly believe that parents should be able to guide their kids to improve. I don't think the parents should be there to change the child. I can lay out a path. I can show you where you can improve, but it's up to you to improve. Whether you choose to go that path or not is entirely up to you. But the important thing is, regardless of what path you choose, we still accept you. How does that mentality work with you? How do you think that you respond to that?
Overall, I definitely do believe that criticism is good as long as it is constructive and basically brought about well. Too much now, as long as you leave it open and don't force your opinion, I definitely think it's good. I definitely don't think that you should constantly praise your kids, especially if it's at the expense of helping them learn something or improve on something. Because if you keep saying that something they do is good, they're never going to get better at it.
How do you think mommy and daddy deal with that?
You're pretty good with that. Every time I bring you a piece of art, well, you definitely compliment me. you definitely say things I could probably improve on that more than likely I probably implement and later on improve on.
Yeah, and a good example of that is probably your movie, right? So you went back, you'd made some changes to the movie, you came back to me, we talked about it, and we started talking about some of your character development. And I gave you my thoughts, and you heard me out, we worked through some of them, but some of them you didn't agree with, and you decided to go in a different creative direction. And that's perfectly fine. That's your story, you run with it the way that you want. I can give you my guidance and what I think, but ultimately, you're the author. It's your story, and I'm sure I'll love it no matter what. And I'm excited to see how it turns out. So that's a great example of that cooperative attitude that we have with each other. So teenage behavior and development. There are reasons why 13-year-olds aren't considered adults or expected to fulfill all the responsibilities of adults. They aren't emotionally, physically, or mentally ready to be adults. When considering what drives you nuts about your teenager, it's important to consider that their character, let's try that one again. When considering what drives you nuts about your teenager, it's important to consider, is it their character that's bugging you, or is it a function of their development that's annoying you? Don't confuse character with development. When your younger teenager constantly forgets things or seems permanently disorganized, it isn't because she's incompetent and going to grow up to be useless. Young teenagers are vague and forgetful because their developing brains are under construction, and a side effect is a forgetfulness and disorganization. She'll grow out of it, but not tomorrow.
When your normally sensible 16-year-old son starts doing some stupid and dangerous things with his friends, it doesn't mean he's turning into a delinquent or is destined to be reckless. Adolescent males in their mid-teens are wired to take risks and very susceptible to the influence of their friends, especially in the heat of the moment. He will grow out of it. When teens do annoying, frustrating things, it is good to stop and ask yourself, is it just my teen, or do most teens this age do similar things? If it's development, then a constructive
You and me both, kid.
If it is developmental, then a constructive response is to work with them to develop some strategies for helping them to get through the phase. Help your early teen daughter work out systems to be better organized. Talk to your son about avoiding situations where he is likely to make dumb choices. Accepting where they are up to in their development can help take the anxiety and emotional intensity out of it for you. It also leads you towards constructive responses rather than yelling and negative labeling.
So this is a very interesting point here about accepting your teens as they progress. So as the teens grow, their brains change, their needs change, their attitudes change, and you have to accept them all the way along when it's developmental. It's very difficult to see systemic issues in someone when they're at that young of an age. You can't see really personality disorders unless you're really professionally trained to, because the personalities change so much. Just like their bodies are changing at a rapid rate, their brains and their personality are changing at a rapid rate. And as parents, that can be a very frustrating thing for us, because we may do or ask something today and get one response, and then ask the same thing a month later and get a completely different response. So as adults, it's difficult for us to adjust to that inconsistency, despite the fact that we all went through it when we were that age too.
Yeah.
So because we usually deal with other adults most of the day at work, there's a certain expectation that we get into that we're guilty of that we try to impose on our teens. And when that expectation isn't met, because you're teens, that frustration creeps in and that acceptance starts to wane a bit there. So parents kind of need to be mindful of that moving forward to make sure that, you're not putting those unrealistic expectations on your teens. How do you feel? Do you think that you run into any of these things where you are handling things differently today than you were, say, 2 or 3 years ago when you first got into your teen years because of that development?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely when I had first gone through everything, I was a very different person. I was the kind of person who thought every single day was a bad day, and I could hardly find any silver linings in them. And now, I'm chill with pretty much every day. There's bad stuff that happens, but I don't over-exaggerate it to the point where, I don't like it. I've definitely mentally grown a lot more. I don't have as bad of mood swings, at least not horrible ones. I typically don't get angry. I typically don't get, enraged mood swings anymore, like I really used to back then. So overall, I definitely think that I've gotten a lot more calm, and I've gotten better with my development.
Well, and you remember there was a point in time you would get done school, and at dinner, we would always have a discussion. That was one of the things we've always been very fortunate about, that we've always had that family dinner where we have a chance to unwind, talk about each other's day, kind of help each other get by any problems we had. And there was a time there for quite a period of time where you had a very negative experience almost every day to talk about at school.
Yeah.
And the one exercise that we would go through was, okay, tell me something positive that happened today. And you would struggle sometimes with it, but I think for the most part, you were always able to come up with something that was positive for the day and kind of turn that negativity, at least, if not positive, then at least neutral for the whole day. And we don't have to do that anymore. You've actually gotten to the point where I come home and I'm exhausted or I had a bad day or a stressful day, and you're playing that calming role for me now.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting, the role reversal that we ran into.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of a neat example of that progression of personality and development. And Mommy and Daddy, accept you as much today as we did 3 years ago when we were trying to find positive things for the day.
Yeah.
And that's really the message for parents, is that your teens are going to change. They may be annoying today because they're teens, but you still have to accept them, because accepting them today and encouraging them today is what makes them the teens of tomorrow. And I think you're living proof that that philosophy has worked quite successfully.
Yeah.
So speaking of that, we're going to take our last break. We're going to come back, and then we're going to talk about tips for improving teen acceptance. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're talking teens and acceptance. And now we're going to talk about tips for improving teen acceptance. So the first thing we have here is don't take it all personally. We live in a culture that creates an amazing pressure on parents to get it right. You don't have to look hard any day to find an article or news report that is shaming or accusing parents of failing in some way. This culture of parent blaming can cause us all to feel like our kids' failings are a reflection on our parenting. When our teenagers mess up, we think it somehow exposes our parenting failures. When we take our teenagers' behavior as a reflection of our parenting performance, we direct a whole heap of negative emotions in their direction. Your teen's behavior is not always a reflection of who you are or your parenting. Teens are going to do dumb things, have emotional outbursts, lose their temper, say outrageous things, push limits, and make mistakes. None of these mean you are failing as a parent. No matter how diligent a parent you are, your teen is still going to be a teenager at some point. There is no such thing as a perfect parent, so don't expect you will be one. There is no such thing as a perfect teenager, so don't expect your teenager's imperfections So don't think your teenager's imperfections are all about you and your parenting.
Face up to your emotions. Acceptance of your teen doesn't mean that the emotional toll or behavior will disappear. Living with a moody, disrespectful, or uncooperative teenager is difficult. Your teen is probably going to cause you a whole world of pain. You haven't yet, though. So admit it and deal with the feelings constructively. Constructively doesn't mean venting your emotions at your teenager. Your feelings of anger, frustration, and disappointment are real and justified. However, while the feelings aren't wrong, how you express them can make things a lot worse. If your teen does not acknowledge the negative impact of what they have done, you're getting angry and resenting them won't change that. In fact, in many cases, it'll result in your teenager thinking you're the one with the problem. If your teen knows he's done something to upset or hurt you, your anger will only distract him from his own culpability and remorseful feelings. Considering other outlets for your feelings towards your teen. Have a rant to your partner about how our teenager is driving you nuts. Go for a run, write a journal, or scream into a pillow. Whatever it is, find some way to dissipate the energy away from your teenager. Acknowledging how you feel and expressing the emotion in a safe place will enable you to respond to your teen in a more constructive fashion. When you aren't seething with rage or feeling completely fed up, you're much more likely to engage in a positive conversation with your teenager.
Look for the positives. A good way to interrupt the cycle of negativity and criticism is to consciously look for the things you appreciate about your teenager. Make an effort every day to identify something about who your teenager is or what they do that is positive. What is it about them that you appreciate? What did they do today that was helpful or a step in the right direction? Once you identify it, make a point to communicate with your teenager. You don't have to make a big song or dance about it, just a simple compliment that starts with, "I really admire the way you," or "I appreciated it today when you." It might be worth finding a place to note these things down, so in those times when you are being driven crazy, you can pull out your list and be reminded of the positives about your teenager.
Don't sweat the small stuff. And this is kind of my philosophy for life in general. A consequence of not accepting your teen can be that you become hypercritical of everything about them. One way to make acceptance more doable is to make a list of things that drive you nuts about your teenager, then cross out the stuff that really doesn't matter in the long run. For instance, a teenager's bedroom is a common sore point for many parents. But in the big scheme of things, a messy bedroom is an issue that needs to be dealt with is a messy. See, it helps if you mention the whole sentence there and take it in context. But in the big scheme of things, is a messy bedroom an issue that needs to be dealt with right away in order for your teen to live a successful life? Sure, a messy bedroom might annoy you and not be how you want to live, but if your teen's okay with it, just let it go. Shut the door and don't think about it. It isn't impacting you or your life. That's one less issue for you to have to process and manage. Likewise, the music a teenager listens to. So what if you don't like it? As long as you don't have to hear it and it isn't keeping people awake, is there any good reason for you to get excited about it? Expressing disapproval over music or computer games just creates negative noise for very little gain.
And the final tip we have here is acknowledge the state of play. For the things on your list that you can't cross off, make a habit every day of reading through them and acknowledging how things are and who your teen is today. Take the list and before reading it, say to yourself, I accept your teen's name. I accept with your teen's name. I accept them knowing that, then read off the list of issues, etc. That they don't clean up after themselves, is hard to talk to, is treating their siblings badly, is constantly disrespectful with me, etc. This isn't condoning or saying the behavior is okay or shouldn't change. It is merely reinforcing that you need to start with who your teen is today and be conscious of choosing to accept them as they are. When you can shift your mindset to accepting your teen first and then seeing what happens, you will be surprised at how much easier change is.
So, kind of as a footnote here, I kind of want to, give my 2 cents on this whole topic. This particular topic was very difficult for me because I don't think we've ever experienced any of the problems that they bring up here. So for me to relate a lot of these tips and tricks was kind of difficult because I've never had to use them, either with you or with Sam. I've never had a situation where I haven't had that connection with any of my kids. So I've been very fortunate in that. It's been very easy to accept both of you for who you are. And I think that's more a testament to you and to Sam than it is to me as a parent being accepting. You guys make my job easy a lot of times. So I'm going to take it with a grain of salt that the source here knows what they're talking about, because I can't say I put any of these things to practice because I've not needed them.
I mean, yeah.
So it's important, total disclosure here, that this one really is one that I can't talk from experience on, which is one of the things that's sort of what I try to do. That's my contribution to this podcast, is speaking from experience. And I can't in this case. Mommy and daddy accept you for who you are. And as a parent in general, I really think it's not our job to sweat the little things. It's our job to set an example. Our job on this earth is to raise you, protect you, and teach you how to be a decent contributing member of society. And as long as we do that, I think we're successful parents. And I think as long as any parent does that, that's all they can ask for.
Yeah.
So mommy and daddy try to do that through example, not through preaching, not through yelling at you or anything like that. I don't think any of that was really worthwhile.
Yeah.
Ironically, I have my dad to thank for that, because my dad did the exact opposite. My dad was a yeller, and he was someone who didn't set a good example. My father never wanted me to be like him, and he was very clear about that. My father was not successful professionally, was not successful from a family standpoint. He came from a divorce before he met my mother. So he didn't want me to make the same mistakes that he did. And in kind of inspiring me to not do that, he served as a bad example for me, which I guess in a way was his best attempt at being a parent.
Yeah.
But he always told me, he wanted me to be successful professionally because he was a common laborer, and there was always a point in your life where you can't do that kind of work anymore. And nowadays that point is well before you get to retirement age. So he encouraged me to make something better of myself from a career standpoint by his negativity. If I came home with a bad grade, he would tell me, well, the world always needs ditch diggers. Basically saying, well, if you fail school, you can just dig ditches like I did the rest of your life. And that negativity was kind of a driving force. I didn't want to be like that. I didn't want to be like him. And he didn't accept me for who I was because he didn't accept himself. And it wasn't until a lot later in my life that I realized that. But today I can look back and say, okay, it makes sense now. He was the way he was because he wanted something better for me. He didn't go about it the right way. I like to think I might be doing it better. But, I think my experience has been accepting my kids and who they are and adapting that acceptance as you grow has been far more successful in my experience than it ever was with my dad. So we're going to take a quick break, come back, and we're going to get your closing thoughts and shout outs if you have any. Be right back. Go for your closing thoughts.
Alrighty, so to all the parents out there, I do want to say that it is important for you to accept your teen. It will help them later on in life, and being honest, I don't think it is right at all to compare them or to constantly belittle them. Teens are going through a lot in this time, and while your teen may be annoying now, they'll grow out of it later on due to their development issues. And I definitely think a lot of these tips will work and are definitely ones that most people should take under their wing. Like you said before, we can't really entirely relate to this, but I'm pretty sure these tips will be able to help anyone who does have trouble with acceptance. And as a final note to all the parents out there, as long as you can accept your teen and help them improve with good constructive criticism, that's all you really need to do as a parent, for the most part.
Okay. Sage words as always.
Thank you.
Before we go, though, I do want to once again plug the show. You can find the audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and any place else you can get a podcast these days. I would also encourage our audience to write in, give us some feedback, tell us what we're doing right, tell us what we're doing wrong, give us some show suggestions. We're running out of show topics, so any input would be appreciated. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of all of our videos on our YouTube channel on youtube.com/insightsintothings. We stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription as well. We'd appreciate you subscribing to our channel. Audio versions of this podcast can be found on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can find us at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, And Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Nicely done. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 119. Who's cruising to a new mansion?
Me.
I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my enlightened and informed co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I am doing well. How are you?
Doing okay. How was your week this week so far?
Long.
Yeah.
They're always long. By the time Wednesday comes, it's like, is it Friday yet?
Yeah. They do get to be that way.
Yeah.
So today in our Disney Detective, Disney is now requiring employees to be vaccinated, and the stars of the new Haunted Mansion movie have been announced. In our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Mark Hamill has some quality time with Grogu.
Aww.
Plus, Disney Parks announces pricing for the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser experience, which is a lot.
To say the least.
And for our entertainment news, Kevin Feige's reaction to Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow drama, and then some big changes coming to Doctor Who. And then we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week and some afterthoughts. Mm-hmm. Before we do that, though, I would invite all of our audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all the network's podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. We're available everywhere you can get a podcast: Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, etc. You can also contact us. We would certainly appreciate your input. Tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready to get started?
Let's do it.
All right. go for Disney Detective?
So our first story came from local10.com news, and it is out of Orlando, and it basically came out saying that the Walt Disney Company had announced on Friday that they are now requiring all of their salaried and non-union hourly employees working at the sites in the U.S. to be vaccinated against COVID-19. They had said, at the Walt Disney Company, the safety and well-being of our employees during the pandemic has been and continues to be a top priority, the company had said in a statement. According to the statement, employees who are not currently vaccinated will have 60 days from Friday to do so. Employees who are currently working from home will need to show proof that they have been vaccinated prior to returning, with certain limited exceptions. We have also begun conversations around this topic with the unions representing our employees under collective bargaining agreements, the statement also said. In addition, all new hires will be required to be fully vaccinated before beginning their employment. Vaccines are the best tool that we all have to help control the global pandemic and protect our employees. And then earlier this week, Disney had actually announced that they would once again be implementing the mask mandate in all of its parks. So beginning last Friday, guests are required now to wear masks while indoors and aboard all resort transportation, regardless of their vaccine status.
Interesting. Well, I'm not surprised by this. I'm shocked that we haven't had a lawsuit yet.
Right.
And this is, again, it's murky water. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know where you can. There's no precedent for saying that you have to get a vaccine, especially considering the vaccine right now is still not fully approved by the FDA.
Right. And I think there was an article that said by September it was going to be
the Pfizer vaccine.
The Pfizer
vaccine, they're trying to get full approval from the FDA by September.
Right.
But the problem is, how can you force someone to get a medication that, one, they might not be able to take, so you have exceptions to that.
And that's probably where, when it talks about, certain limited exceptions, that was in quote. So I'm sure, that's where it kind of falls in for people who medically can't get it.
Well, and there's institutions now that require you to show proof of vaccination. Well, you have people that are already filing lawsuits saying it's a HIPAA violation, that it's my personal health and I don't have to provide that information. So, I mean, on one hand, good for Disney that they're trying to protect people.
Right.
But this is something that I can see blowing up in their faces real quick.
And they're not the only company doing this now. I believe there was an article that came out about Microsoft. Microsoft was going to not only their employees,
they're requiring them to provide proof of vaccination.
Right, but vendors coming to their building as well were going to have to show proof of vaccination as well. So you're starting to see more and more people, I guess, taking it a little bit more seriously than, And
I'm not saying that they shouldn't do these things. I just think that our current laws are incompatible with them. So you're going to have some kind of legal precedent that says, okay, in these extenuating circumstances, they can ask for this information, or they can demand that you take this treatment. Like, to me, I equate it to sending our kids to school. In order to send your kid to school, you have to have this entire battery of vaccinations.
Right. You have to provide it, or if you don't believe in vaccinations, you have to have some sort of letter from your church saying that it's against, your religion. Okay, so if I have to do that to send my child to school.
Right. And now the exception there is those vaccines are all fully FDA approved.
Right.
None of the vaccines that we're talking about here are at this time. And that may be the exception to this rule where you can't do it without that FDA approval. I don't know, but this is a series of legal cases that are just waiting to happen.
Yeah. who knows where, it's going to go at this point. So.
Yeah. But on a brighter note, let's talk a little bit about the Haunted Mansion.
So this was some news that came out last week. So this article happened to be from Deadline.com, but it was all over various different places. So it seems Lakeith Stanfield and Tiffany Haddish are now in talks to star in Disney's new Haunted Mansion movie. So the production team that produced the live-action hit Aladdin would be producing through their Rideback banner. And it looked like Justin Simon would be directing. Other than that, really not a whole lot of information about how the story would be. Where they're going with it. Just, this is our first little hint, our little taste or tease of this. So the Haunted Mansion ride obviously debuted in 1969 and has been a park favorite ever since, appearing in both Disneyland and Disney World. So the premise behind the ride, if you've never gone or watched any of our podcasts where I talk about the Haunted Mansion, the idea is that you're, taking a ride through a haunted house, and there are some very classic characters. You have Madame Leota and the Bride and the Hatbox Ghost. So it's chock full of all of these iconic characters that could be part of it or maybe not at all. Now, if you're saying, hey, wait a second, didn't they already do this? They did. They actually had adapted the ride into the 2003 movie, which was directed by Rob Minkoff and starred Eddie Murphy, which had moderate success. And those that are Haunted Mansion fans are kind of, 50-50 on it. Some enjoyed it, some thought it was horrible. So maybe now they're going to take another stab at this, and maybe it'll be a little bit more darker, because that was something that had been hinted at years ago as well, after the original movie came out, that they were going to do a different version of the Haunted Mansion and actually have it be a little darker. So we'll see. We'll see what comes off from this.
Disney couldn't do any worse than the Eddie Murphy one, because it really was a terrible movie.
It wasn't that bad.
So the Eddie Murphy one. So there's a number of storylines that are associated with the Haunted Mansion.
Yeah.
Was the one that was pursued in the Eddie Murphy movie one that was a traditional one of the Haunted Mansion?
No, that was one they kind of, they had different aspects, different characters from the ride that were part of it, but the underlining love story type thing, wasn't one of the main ones that they.
So if you could have one of the known associated Haunted Mansion stories as the theme for this movie, which would it be?
Oh, I don't know. That's a tough one.
Because I think no matter what you do, you have to incorporate the psychopathic bride.
Yeah, I definitely think you have to have.
She's like one of the biggest parts of the ride itself.
Right, but she wasn't. But she wasn't even in the original ride. Like, you always had the bride. There was always, the ghost bride.
Right.
But up until recently, she became, the Black Widow bride, where she, killed all her husbands and things like that. So that would kind of be an interesting take on it.
What happens when you introduce life insurance policies to the mix? So,
True.
That was all we had for our Disney Detective this week. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
So it seems that Mark Hamill, obviously, who we all know played Luke Skywalker.
He did?
Yeah, he did. A few times.
Spoilers.
So it seems that there were some newly released set photos from The Mandalorian Season 2. So when Disney announced it would continue its expansion of the Star Wars universe by creating live-action shows for its streaming service, there was both obviously excitement and apprehension among the fan base. So luckily, the first of many planned shows, The Mandalorian, won over audiences immediately with its simple yet compelling tale and deeper world building. The series reached greater heights last year with the arrival of Season 2, which actually featured numerous surprises. But probably the highest point of Season 2 is perhaps the end. After spending 8 episodes trying to find a suitable Jedi mentor for young Grogu, our Mandalorian comes face to face with none other than Luke Skywalker himself. Drawn by Grogu's power, Luke arrives just when it seems all hope is lost. Maybe a new hope. To save
I see what you
Din,
did there.
right? Grogu and their allies. And as this wasn't revealed ahead of time, the Mandalorian's Luke surprise quickly became one of the biggest and best plot points of the year. I remember I cried when,
It was a goosebump moment.
It was
sure.
definitely a goosebumpy moment. So the Mandalorian Season 2 finale will actually get a behind-the-scenes special on Disney Plus with the addition of a new episode of Disney Gallery Star Wars The Mandalorian. So in a trailer for what's to come in August, Disney Plus actually revealed a quick new shot of Hamill on the set as Luke. There's also one of Grogu offering a little wave to the audience. Hamill obviously had to be digitally de-aged to play Luke for The Mandalorian, and there are moments that were shot with a stand-in. So, however, the actor made it clear that he was there on set for the scene, and the above picture actually confirmed it, and he even got to hold Grogu, which I thought was really cute, that they had that little moment. So the Disney Gallery episode will provide more behind-the-scenes info about how The Mandalorian Season 2 finale came together, and there will be likely additional footage of Hamill on the set. So it can also reveal how the CGI and the stand-in and how all of that kind of came together for this. So again, a lot of fans thought that since Rise of Skywalker, that was the last time we were going to see him. But now that he showed up on The Mandalorian, now there's opportunity, obviously, for him to continue on. So whether he could ever return remains to be seen, but as Grogu left with Luke at the end of the episode, it isn't out of the question. So the latest episode of Disney Gallery will arrive later this month on August 25th.
That's an awfully long time to wait for that episode, man.
That's not that long. It's already the 4th. So
Yeah, but
20
I hate
days,
waiting.
21 days, 3 weeks. You're fine.
So what do you think? You think Grogu's going to get his own series now?
That would be adorable. But I don't know. I think, you kind of don't want to overdo it with the cuteness.
If there's one thing that we can describe the new Disney Star Wars as, it's overdone.
True.
Everything is overdone with it.
True.
Disney, if they think they can make $1 off of it,
Oh,
they're going to shove
absolutely.
them down your throat.
They'll do. I could see, I don't know, maybe a cartoon.
See,
but I don't think he.
I would love to see Mark Hamill come back
Mm-hmm.
and see more Luke Skywalker stories, and they've proven that they can do it now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, there's absolutely no reason why you can't do it at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
because they did such a fantastic job with it.
Oh, absolutely.
Given the terrible use of Mark Hamill in the sequel trilogies, that's the least you could do.
Yeah,
for
I was
this
going to say
character.
it definitely would be kind of the payback
Right.
for all the horrible, like you said, all the horribleness that you did in the trilogy,
Yeah.
the new trilogy, where here he could kind of redeem himself.
I think
You
that
know,
would be awesome.
That would be cool. I could see a Grogu and Luke.
You know what else would be awesome? It would be awesome to take a trip to a galaxy far, far away and not have it cost an arm and a leg. Although that does fit the Star Wars theme, doesn't it? Let's talk about the Galactic Star Cruiser.
So last week, there was a video that popped up from, I think it was Disney Parks. It was kind of a insider's look at the Galactic Star Cruiser, talking with some of the Imagineers who worked on the project, talking about how long that they've been working on this project. So now we're actually getting, I guess, a first official commercial for it and pricing as well. So now you can save all those pennies and find out how much it's really going to cost. So the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser has been in development for, I think they said 6 years roughly. So while details about what can be expected from this unique resort experience have still been let out kind of drips and drabs over the last few years, Disney today dropped its first commercial for the resort and updated the official site to offer some key details. So first up, the commercial doesn't show off too much that wasn't already known, but it does give a new look at the standard room that will be available and kind of sets the tone for the experience. The more illuminating parts of the new information released today involve the pricing and what will be included with that cost. It was known as the Galactic Star Cruiser. It was always known that the Galactic Star Cruiser would not be a budget offering. So on that front, there are no surprises. So a 2-night stay, which is all that you can book, it's a maximum of 2 nights in a standard room for 2 people during off-season, which would be August through September, would come at $4,809. That goes up if you have a family of 4 to almost $6,000. So no sample pricing is given for the larger suites that are supposed to be available. So now you're asking, all right, what do I get for all of that? So Disney has added some details as well. So with your Galactic Star Cruiser vacation package, you get the 2-night stay in a cabin or a suite, ongoing, immersive, and interactive entertainment where choices will determine your experience, food and beverage on the Star Cruiser, excluding alcoholic and specialty beverages, and a quick service meal at Docking Bay 7 Food and Cargo or other select locations at Disney's Hollywood Studio, admission to Disney's Hollywood Studio for your planetary excursion to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. We have a cat scratching, so it's kind of funny. Valet parking and exclusive Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser data band, also known as a magic band. As expected, the cost will work similar to a cruise line with most food, drink, and entertainment included with the cost of your room. Also, you'll get the excursion in the form of admission to Disney's Hollywood Park, which happens to be right next to where the hotel is. That park also happens to be where Star Wars Galaxy's Edge is. So that's kind of, you have your private entrance that you'll be able to get to the park from the hotel. So the Galactic Star Cruiser is scheduled to open next spring, so there will be obviously more pricing and more details obviously to come in the coming months. In the meantime, if you go to Disney's website, I'm sure they'll have more information as time goes on.
You know, it's been a while since I've bashed Disney for
How long has it been?
for their greed and so forth, but That's ridiculous. Like, first of all, the price is insane. I mean, that's like a cruise. That's like a 5-day cruise.
Right.
And you're getting 2 days out of it.
Right.
Which is ridiculous. Second, they're throwing in all these exclusives. Oh, you can get valet parking because you can't park at the resort. So they have to valet park you. And they charge you for parking now anyway, so they shouldn't be. So that's really not free. You shouldn't be doing it in the first place.
Right.
They gave you the magic bands, but now they charge you for it. So you're getting it for free. Well, that's not a freebie either because you shouldn't be charging for that either. I don't, like, I want to do it.
I know.
And we can afford to do it, but I absolutely refuse to pay Disney that much money for it. I really do. And
I wonder if they'll do anything with like DVC points where you could use DVC points for it.
this is an example, and we've talked about this, where Disney has lost a lot of money because of the pandemic. And they've invested a lot of money into things like this, and they want to make it all back up in 2 days.
Right.
And that price, that's 3 times what it should be. And I can't. As much as I love Star Wars, and as much as I'd love to do it, I just, morally, I can't pay that.
Right. When we could spend that much and go on a 7-day cruise.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No,
So
I get
I was
it.
very
I get it.
disappointed to see this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe at
And-
some point we'll be able to do something with DVC, like you said.
Yeah, maybe they'll, maybe it's half price if you use half Disney points. Maybe you're not able to use full DVC points for it, but you can use, I'd be willing to,
You get 1 day in the park.
Right.
It's a 2-day adventure. You get 1 day in the park.
Right, because the other
You
day
get-
you're,
Right, you're on the,
doing something.
but it's only 2 days, and that's like if that was 5 days, I'd be okay with it.
Right.
If you could turn that into a 5-day experience, I'd be okay paying that price. Not for 2 days.
Right.
It's like this announcement. We've been waiting for so long for this announcement, and it was just monumentally disappointing when it came out. It really was. Like, to see that level of unbridled greed from Disney, they're literally trying to make back the entire cost of the project in one season now.
Well, and the other thing too that I want to know is here's another thing. Like when you go on a cruise, usually there's some daytime activity, there's an afternoon activity, then you have your nighttime show, and then sometimes there's an evening activity as well. And depending on the cruise line that you're on, sometimes there are things that you can do 24/7. And one of the things from when I went on the Disney cruise, and we're talking, 20 something years ago. I don't know, again, if it's changed. I haven't been on a Disney cruise in a very long time. Was one of the things was depending on what time your dinner was and what time the last show was, you only had an extra hour that the rest of the nighttime activity, like the bars or the clubs were open, and then everything closed. So it wasn't really that it wasn't like 2 a.m. or something. It was like 11 o'clock that stuff closed down because the staff needed to get to bed because they had to start the next day.
Sure, yeah.
So what I'm kind of wondering too is it something where by 9 o'clock at night, all the activities are done? Now what do you do with the rest of
You know what else
the
a cruise
time?
has? A ship. And it goes places. This is literally a hotel.
But it
goes nowhere. You don't visit any place.
Right.
You don't go to different locales. It's a hotel. Disney needs to realize it's a hotel.
The other thing too is there a pool? Is this? Can you swim in space? Does it have any sort of?
Well, no, you can't scream in
You
space.
can't. But that's the other thing too. Is like when we go to the park, when we go, we're usually there at rope drop or pretty close to it, and we're usually there until
Right.
it closes.
We get our money's worth.
We
out of
get our
Disney.
money's out. Our money's worth out of it. With this, again, what time do the activities start in the morning? What time do they end? And then, okay, so if the last whatever show is at 8 o'clock at night, does everybody have to go to bed then?
Right.
Or is, I'm sure the bars are going to be open for the parents to stay up. Because even right now...
You know why the bars are going to be open?
Because they have to make money.
Because they're cash bars.
Right, because they're cash bars, because it's not included unless
Right.
you're just getting a diet soda or something. But that's also how it is on a regular cruise, too. Your alcohol usually, depending
right. And
on...
I'm not questioning that.
Right. But that's the whole thing is like, usually, the pool is only open until 10.
Right.
Okay, but if, Disney Springs is open until 2, but I can't go to Disney Springs because I'm in space somewhere.
Right. No, you're not. You're in a hotel, actually. It's not a ship. We have to stop pretending that it's a
You're in
ship.
a ship.
You're in a ship.
Okay.
Right now.
Right.
You're in a building.
Right, but I'm guessing people that aren't local to Disney World are probably going to book these 2 nights along with something else because
Right,
they're already.
right.
I'm not just going to go down to Florida for 2 days.
Well,
you know?
I'm not going to spend $5,000 on 2 nights at Disney. I don't care what you include. You could have me, having dinner with George Lucas and the entire Star Wars cast.
You would do that for
I am
$5,000.
not, no, because I can't do it with David Prowse. If I could do it with David Prowse, you might get me.
Well, yeah, he's dead. So
Right. So, there's
Right.
nothing that you can do that justifies that cost. I'm sorry.
okay,
I'm sorry.
all right.
So,
Well, I
very,
won't.
very disappointing.
I won't book it for your birthday then.
Yeah, like you were going to.
Oh, so much for our anniversary.
Yeah, okay. You pretend.
I could.
So that was all we had. We ended on a sour note there.
Wah, 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 wah.
So we'll be right back with our entertainment news.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insights into things. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So, unless you've been living under a rock, this has been the ongoing drama of Black Widow pretty much ever since it came out. So this article happened to come from Looper.com, and it talked about how, Kevin Feige is rumored to have, a reaction to Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow drama, which kind of maybe surprised some people. So not only was the film delayed multiple times, but Natasha Romanoff herself was part of the MCU since Iron Man 2 hit the theaters back in 2010. Now that's a long time for such a major character to wait for their own movie. So the article talks about how, you could debate whether or not Black Widow succeeded in making good on what Natasha Romanoff and Johansson deserved in the sense of emotional impact within the MCU, but the current conversation has nothing to do with that, and it's all about money. So it seems Johansson is attempting to sue the Walt Disney Company over the release of Black Widow, specifically the part where the film was simultaneously released through the theaters and on Disney+. So the question of how much Johansson or any actor will make when their total salary is partially diverged from the theatrical ticket sales is a major one. It's very likely that prior to 2020, very few people, if anyone, had even considered how commonplace simultaneous theatrical and at-home releases would become. So in short, it's not just about Johansson's paycheck that rides on the result of this suit between her and Disney. So as you might imagine, Kevin Feige, whose power over the MCU storytelling borders on the absolute, probably has some thoughts about the situation. They just might not be what most people were expecting. So it seems that he is as deep into the worlds of Disney and Marvel as any human is capable of. And after working with Scarlett Johansson and Disney for over a decade, it's only natural to assume that he'd be frustrated with the circumstances that led to the public litigation between the actress and the multimedia giant. However, it's interesting to see that those whose side he's apparently come out on. So a former Hollywood Reporter editor wrote a bit about Kevin's place in the situation and his most recent "What Am I Hearing?" newsletter via IGN. The reporter had said, "I'm told he's angry and embarrassed. He lobbied Disney against the day and date plan for Black Widow, preferring the big screen exclusivity and not wanting to upset his talent. And then the S hit the fan. The movie started tanking and Johansson's team threatened litigation. He wanted Disney to make right by her." They also go on to say that Kevin is a company man, and it's not as though being in the pocket of a major corporation makes him incapable of caring about an individual. Likewise, it would also be fair to say that this claim about Kevin is true. He might also think Disney's decision to respond to the litigation by saying there is no merit whatsoever to this filing, which is kind of bad for business. So we're not talking about the literal court here, we're talking about the court of public opinion too. So whether or not Kevin actually feels this way is kind of unknown, but it'll be interesting to see if he actually makes any sort of public comment. The other thing that was kind of interesting, there was a different article that most of the other actors from the MCU, none of them have come out in, support or, against or for the decision. So people are kind of wondering about that. Like, what does that kind of say, for them, as well with all of this?
So George Takei on Twitter had posted a question about just a general question of how do you feel about this? And using the podcast account, I had responded to it and had a very interesting debate with a number of people on there.
Okay.
The way that I feel about it is sort of how I stated last week, where I think she's being greedy. Now, that's not to say that Disney isn't being greedy either. Disney's always greedy. So that kind of goes without saying.
We kind of already touched on Disney being greedy already.
Right. But there was a lot of talk about the legal standing that she has. And if you look at it strictly on the complaint, which is published and is available for public consumption, if you base your view strictly on that, she's probably got a strong case. However, knowing how Disney does their contracts, there's almost always an arbitration clause in there. And there's no indication whatsoever that she went through arbitration with this. She had it says in the complaint that she tried to negotiate, her production company tried to negotiate with Disney, and the negotiations were obviously unsuccessful. For Disney, they're probably going to go on a legal technicality of forcing this to arbitration, which one, gets it out of the courts, two, gets it out of public vision, and allows them to settle it outside. Now, you'll remember we talked about Alan Dean Foster a while back about how his books, he wrote those before Disney acquired Star Wars. Disney decided they just weren't going to pay him royalties, and he sued them for that. Then we had an article not that long ago, a few weeks back, with Kevin Feige having this same exact issue where he disagreed with Disney releasing stuff simultaneously because you can almost be guaranteed that his compensation is tied to it.
Right.
And you'll remember back when Infinity War and Endgame came out, we talked about the compensation package that Robert Downey Jr. had,
was getting,
which was tied to his ticket sales. So this is something that Disney has engaged in, which is really kind of unique in the business these days, that they're paying you based on what the overall ticket sales is. And to have a simultaneous release of that, because if you look at the legal definition of a theatrical release,
right.
A theatrical release is a movie released in theaters, not in a demo setting for paid consumption. Technically, Disney can say that they had that because they did it simultaneously with a Disney Plus release.
Right.
Usually what happens is the distinction is, when can you have a DVD, Blu-ray, VHS release tied to that? And when that happens, there's a delay.
Right.
The whole concept of Disney Plus didn't even exist when this movie was in production.
Right.
So there was nothing in the clause about doing a hybrid release. There's no definition. There's no clear-cut definition of what a hybrid release even is.
Right, because there was no pandemic that was lingering,
So
at the time.
From a legal standpoint, it's muddy water here.
Right.
Between the arbitration, what is a theatrical release, what is a hybrid release? There's so much precedent that's going to be set here that it's really a huge case.
Right.
But if you look at it from a logical standpoint, and this is kind of where the argument went on Twitter, my point was she's made a fortune from Disney so far. She's had a 10-year relationship with Disney. Now that her character story is done,
right,
she feels she can burn her bridges by suing them to get more out of them. That's what I see here more than I see anything else. Because had Disney abided by the strictest terms of that contract and released that movie theatrically when it was due to be released, she would have gotten $0 for it.
Right.
Because there weren't any theaters that were open at the time. So now you add the extenuating circumstances of a pandemic to this too. The fact that she got anything out of it, she should be grateful for, because there were a lot of people that haven't gotten anything out of the pandemic.
Absolutely.
Now, we talk about Kevin Feige kind of backing her, and I can understand that because he still wants to maintain a working relationship with her, but he doesn't want to rock the boat with Disney.
Right.
We already know that he's PO'd about the whole hybrid release system too.
Right.
So for him to come out publicly and say something, I think would be very shocking one way or the other. If anything, I think publicly he would have to come down on the side of Disney. Either contractually or just because he knows he's got a future with Disney.
Right. He sold his soul to the mouse.
He sold his soul to the House of Mouse, and you don't want to burn those bridges.
Absolutely.
She knows her character's
her character's
dead, literally dead.
Yeah, her character was dead before the movie even
But the thing is
came out.
She's got her own production company now. She could have had such a lucrative future with Disney. With her production company, because I'm sure there were tons of other projects they would have been happy to work with her on. And now that's going to be thrown out for, what are you going to get? $100 million maybe out of it? Where you probably had hundreds of millions of dollars that you could have gotten out of it in the long run.
Yeah.
And it's going to wind up settling. You're not going to find out how much it is. And she's trying to drag Disney through the mud right now in the court of public opinion with this lawsuit.
Right.
So the last thing she wants is to have it go to arbitration. I don't know. If there's one thing that I've learned in the past, it's don't burn your bridges. You might get a few bucks out of it here, but in the long run, you're better off keeping good terms. Speaking of keeping good terms, actually it has nothing to do with this next story.
That was nice that you were trying to tie that in.
I was trying.
So it seems that Jodie Whittaker is going to be leaving Doctor Who along with the showrunner, says BBC. So the Doctor Who star Jodie Whittaker and the showrunner, Chris Chibnall, will both be leaving the program in 2022. Whittaker was the 13th Doctor and the first woman to regularly play the main character in the long-lived series. Whittaker actually paid tribute to the showrunner and the Doctor Who team in a statement saying, "In 2017, I opened my glorious gift box of size 13 shoes. I could not have guessed the brilliant adventures, worlds, and wonders I was to see in them. I will carry the Doctor and the lessons I've learned forever." And then... Chris had said that Jodie and I made 3 series and out pact with each other and at the start of this once-in-a-lifetime blast. So now our shift is done and we're handing back the TARDIS keys. Jodie's magnificent, iconic Doctor has exceeded all of our expectations. She's been the gold standard leading actor, shouldering the responsibilities of being the first female Doctor with style, strength, warmth, generosity, and humor. In social media posts, the BBC says the pair leave in a trio of specials, culminating in an epic blockbuster to air autumn of 2022 as part of the BBC's centenary celebration. So Whittaker will also be seen in one more series later this year before she departs. The 13th series of the show that was revitalized by Russell T Davies in 2005 is expected to air in the autumn and will consist of 8 episodes, which were actually filmed during COVID restrictions. Comedian John Bishop will be joining the regular cast as a new character, Dan, along with Mandip Gill, who is reprising her role of Yasmin Khan. Whittaker's casting was announced back in 2017 when she was chosen to follow Peter Capaldi as the Time Lord. She and the showrunner had worked together on another show, Broadchurch. The change to a female Doctor caused a ratings surge when Whittaker first appeared, but also upset a vocal minority of fans who objected to the time-traveling, face-changing alien having a different gender. Viewers have fallen away during the her 2 series 2 seasons so far. Nevertheless, in 2021, the New Year's Day special, Revolution of the Daleks, which featured the return of the popular character Captain Jack Harkness, the BBC, it was actually the most watched program on that day. Now, of course, John Barrowman has been having some controversy over his behavior on the set of Doctor Who between 2005 and 2009. The director of drama from BBC had stated that over the last 4 years, Chris and Jodie have made Doctor Who history, and their time on the show is inevitably marked from our memories. From Rosa Parks to the ascension of the Cybermen, Chris and Jodie have given Doctor Who some of its most life-affirming and tear-jerking moments to date, and we are beyond excited to see what they have in store for us in this new series this autumn. Jodie's final adventure to mark the BBC's centenary in 2022 is set to be the Doctor Who special to remember. I'd like to thank them both for their incredible work on the show.
And this isn't anything that kind of comes as a surprise to us. We knew that she was going to be leaving after this next series. It's a shame, you know. I'm from the old school Doctor Who days of Tom Baker when he was Doctor Who forever. Yeah,
right.
Really,
right.
know? But I think I didn't fall in love with her.
I was going to say, this wasn't your favorite Doctor of the new versions.
I warmed up to her the fastest, I think, because in creating her own version of Doctor Who, she embraced the qualities that were so indelible in so many other Doctors. And she was really a a combination of so many doctors that you could recognize. So I warmed up to her much faster. In fact, I think Peter Capaldi was the doctor that took me the longest to warm up to, because he was such a change.
Right. He was a jerk.
Yeah, he was such a massive change from what we had
from Matt
seen.
Smith, before that, and
But I warmed up to her very fast, and I enjoy all the work that she's done. There isn't anyone. The problem that I had with these series was the writing. You had, we've talked about this in the past. Everything with Doctor Who is aliens.
Right.
Okay. So if it's a vampire, if it's a monster, if it's whatever it is,
it's alien.
Aliens.
Right.
And you had too many politically charged statements in this last couple of series. You had environmental things that had nothing to do with aliens. It was just a very different style of writing. And
that was really more the first season, I think. The second season, they kind of realized it has to be aliens. But the first one, they were definitely going places they had never gone before in the respects of who they were fighting.
It was not something that I really took to. But she was a shining point in the entire thing. What I do like is the speculation of who might be the replacement coming in, which is going to be another revolutionary type of thing with Joe Martin, who played the fugitive Doctor, who was the first black female person to portray the Doctor. So there's speculation she might be the Doctor that comes in after her, which I think would be a great way of continuing that tradition of changing things up.
Right.
So hopefully, we'll see where it goes. I just hope the series continues. I don't want to see it go on hiatus again.
Right.
And have this long period of time where we don't have Doctor Who.
Right.
That was pretty painful. So that was all we had for our entertainment news. We'll be back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick of the week is Lupin, which is on Netflix, and it is inspired by the adventures of Arsène Lupin, the gentleman thief. So the main character, Arsène, sets out to avenge his father for the injustice inflicted by a wealthy family. Lupin is a French mystery thriller that is streaming on Netflix. It actually came out in January of 2021 with the first part of the series, which was 5 episodes. And then the last 5 episodes came out this past June. And Netflix has actually renewed it for a third part, which I thought was kind of interesting because it kind of wrapped up in the second part of the show. The show stars Omar Sy in the role of Arsène, who is a man who is inspired by the adventures of the master thief, Lupin, who is a character that was created by Maurice Leblanc in the early 1900s. So the first part, consisting of 5 episodes of the show, kind of gives you a background of the character and his inspiration, and then the second part kind of concludes the story and all that he's going through. The series was actually watched by 7 million households during its first months, becoming the most watched non-English series on Netflix. It was interesting because when I started watching it, I'm like, wait a second, I think this is overdubbed. So there's no subtitles. It's all overdubbed, done very well. But it's interesting because you already know who the bad guy is, but it's all the little ins and outs of this main character and how he tricks people to get what he wants. And it's, in some cases it's very Doctor Who, like, I'm going to show you my ID, but I'm going to show it to you so fast that you don't even know what it is, and I'm so charismatic that you're gonna let me in, and all the disguises that he has and everything. So really kind of interesting, and couple of little twists here and there to kind of keep you, interested. And like I said, when I finished watching it, I kind of figured, all right, that's it. We're done. The bad guy goes to jail. But interesting to see what the third part will actually have.
So it's not in French?
No, it's not in French.
Oh, okay. Good pick.
Thank you.
So you know what else is a good pick that you had that I stole from you?
Yes, and at least you admit that you stole it from me.
I do, and I freely admit it because it
Thank
was a
you.
fantastic pick. And that is Surreal Estate. No, it's not a story about a knight selling castles. It's Surreal Estate. Yeah, right. Okay, so that joke didn't go over so well.
I thought it was funny.
Real estate agent Luke Roman is the owner of the Roman Agency, a boutique residential real estate brokerage specializing in, quote, metaphysically engaged properties, also known as haunted houses. Luke has a special connection to the spiritual realm. He can not only sense the presence that might inhabit a client's house, he can often communicate and negotiate with it, which I guess is great if they're the ones that own the house.
Yeah.
Along with his team, Luke takes on houses nobody else can or will sell. So the show is a refreshing take on the supernatural in a fictional setting. Often relegated to police dramas or murder mystery style shows, the supernatural realm was getting a bit stale, with the exception of maybe the mockumentary show previously talked about on this podcast, What We Do in the Shadows. Surreal Estate is a mix of mystery, comedy, and a dash of supernatural reality like Ghost Hunters. The team of paranormal experts help to investigate events in metaphysically engaged houses and help determine the causes and ultimately the solutions to those issues so weary owners can sell them. It sounds like a new reality show, right? But this is a scripted drama and one that's very well done. The characters have a depth and complexity right off the bat that you don't normally see in shows today. There's a chemistry with the cast that makes the entire show work, and there's enough plot in each show to make them unique, while the overarching story of the season is advancing consistently in each show. You don't feel there's a minute of time in any episode wasted to pointless storytelling, which is a testament to the show's writers. I've enjoyed each episode so far, and I'm excited to see where the series goes. We're, 3 episodes in? I think?
3? Yeah, I think so. 3.
We watched the third one the other night. So, Surreal Estate streaming on Sci-Fi, and we'll be right back. So what do we have for our afterthoughts today?
So I guess next weekend, I believe, would be Monster Mania in Cherry Hill. That's Monster Mania 46. Monster Mania 47 will be the end of September in Hunt Valley, Maryland, and then the end of October in Oaks, Pennsylvania. All 3 of the Monster Manias. Then, of course, we have the free toy show Carnival of Collectibles. That's in September. That's a small toy show, not very big. They usually just have like one kind of small room dedicated to it. But if you've never been to Carnival of Collectibles, that's kind of an interesting place to go to as well. There's all these different vendors selling stuff. I wouldn't even know.
It's a flea market without people there.
Right. So they have like little rooms, it's an open,
basically.
like basically a booth, and people just have their stuff. And if you're interested in buying it, you just take it and you go up front and it has a label on it. And I'm sure there's some name that they call that. I just can't think of what it is. But while they have all of that normal stuff, they have a little toy show going
some
on.
of that stuff's not so normal too.
Well, yeah, some of it's not normal either. Then, of course, one of our favorite locations in Delaware, at the Nurse Shrine Center, they do a weekend where the Saturday is the Delaware the train show, and then Sunday is the Oktoberfest toy show, and that is October 9th and 10th, and that's in Delaware, as I said. And then, of course,
RetroCon! I should be popping
Man,
through these on the
you
screen, aren't I? Sorry. I was joking.
Yeah,
Cut me some slack.
that was like pulling teeth. So RetroCon is returning this year, and that will be September 25th and 26th, and that will be at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks.
Why is it greater?
Because they said so. See, I'm good like that. Then, probably the next weekend after is Brickfest, which is October 2nd and 3rd. If you're a fan of Legos, as we've mentioned before, this is kind of a cool one. You don't have to necessarily have kids to enjoy Legos, obviously, these days. So really kind of cool to see, the smallest displays to, some very massive ones there. And that is it that we're going to talk about this week.
Before we do move on, I would... let me just say that a lot of these are local to us, and it's because these are the ones that we go to. If there are other shows, toy shows, pop culture shows, anything like that people from around the country, because we have listeners from around the country to around the world listening and watching this show. If you have things that are coming up that you think our audience would benefit from, email us, send it over to us, let us know. We'll get it into the show as well so that we're not just covering stuff that we go to, unless everybody wants to travel to the tri-state area in New Jersey here, which you're welcome to.
Which is fine.
Although during a pandemic, I wouldn't really encourage that too much. But yeah, send it over to us. We'll be happy to look it up. We'll put it up on the podcast. We'll get the links out there, and we'll start promoting other people's things as well, not just the stuff that we go to. So I think that was all we had this week, right? Before we go, I do need to bug the audience one more time to subscribe to our podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all of our shows can be found listed as Insights into Things. Anywhere you can get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, Google, and so forth. And again, send us your comments, send us your events. You can email them to comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Audio versions of this podcast can be found on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find all of the video versions of all the different podcasts that we do at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
We do stream 6 days. I think this week we streamed 7 days this week on Twitch and YouTube. On Twitch, we are at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We would appreciate you throwing our way.
And if you forget all of those links, you can go to our main website that has everything listed, along with some little bios about us as well, at insightsintothings.com.
And I think that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 14, The Specter of Student Debt. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing great. Can't wait to talk about student debt.
As someone who is a victim of it, I think you probably are the best subject matter expert we've ever had on any of our shows.
If I'm an expert, I don't know that much about it. So, I mean, I owe them. I know that. So that's much I know.
Well, you might not be an expert, but you're definitely a victim of it. So this week, we are talking about the pandemic of student debt. Why is it a problem in the United States? We'll talk about a brief history of student debt, and we'll take a look at what's driving the rise in student debt these days. And then we'll take a look at possible solutions to this problem plaguing today's youth and what the future of student debt looks like. Before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite everyone to give us your feedback. Write in, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions for topics you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, we are facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Yep.
All right. So what is student debt? There is a ton of research out there, or a ton of information, I should say, out there that I came across in doing the research for today's show. Most of what we're going to talk about today comes from firstrepublic.com. They say student debt plays a significant role in the lives of many Americans. The cost associated with higher education continues to increase year over year, and for many, this translates to a heavier reliance on loans to bridge the gap. Consequently, outstanding U.S. student loan debt reached $1.7 trillion at the end of 2020, according to the Federal Reserve, which is an all-time high. To put that into perspective, that's roughly the GDP ranking of Canada, the 10th highest ranked country in the world by GDP. How does, that number to me is just astronomical. Mm-hmm. What's the impact of that number to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you said, once you get past, honestly, 100, it's hard for me to fathom that number. But when we talk about trillions, it's like when you look at the national debt too. It's just, these numbers are astronomical. You can't even wrap your head around them, let alone the notion of being able to pay that off, which is just, it seems impossible.
Yeah, but the thought that if we wanted to pay off the national student debt right now, that's more money than Canada can generate in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, it's ridiculous.
It's a great way to intro the topic too, framing it in that, how big of a beast it is. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it seems, when you talk in numbers that size, it seems kind of insurmountable, really.
So we have a couple other student loan debt statistics. The national average per student is about $39,000. The states with the highest student loan debt, number one coming in is Washington, D.C. Their average student loan debt is $54,400 a year. Just below that is Maryland with $42,700. Age groups with the most student loan debt are 18 to 29-year-olds. 34% of that age group have student loan debt, which makes sense because they're people either going into college or coming out of it. More than half of college-educated adults have student loan debt. That's 65% of people. 6% of borrowers who owe more than $100,000 in student loan debt, including the 2% owing more than $200,000, account for a third of all outstanding student loan debt. So a lot of people owing a lot of money. The vast majority of those borrowers who owe more than $100,000 took out loans for graduate school. Loans associated with grad school account for about 50% of the outstanding student loan debt. The other half belongs to the 75% of borrowers who took out loans for 2 or 4-year degrees. And then finally, the U.S. student debt has increased by more than 100% over the past 10 years. So we're looking at the numbers are only getting higher, and that's why we have the highest in 2020 with $1.7 trillion.
And that's another, alarming statistic to have anything go up 100% over the course of 10 years.
Yeah.
Has the quality of your education increased at the same proportional rate?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I've only been in college for 3 years now. I'm going into my senior year. But that large amount of increase, it seems impossible that there would be a reflection in education that would meet that as well.
Yeah, and the business side of me looks at this and wants to say, all right, what's the cost-benefit analysis? If I'm paying 100% more over the last 10 years, is the salary that I'm taking when I come out of that college raising 100% more? And statistically, it's not. Salaries are not keeping pace with the current economic scale.
Yeah.
So you're paying all this much more for an education, but you're not getting the compensation on the back end of that to justify that cost. So there's a massive loss of investment here. Like, how long do you think you're going to be in debt with college debt?
I mean, judging by what I'm seeing now with my bills and things for the years, I'm probably in that average, $40K range for what I'm going to owe back. The bigger question is, I'm going into a field that hopefully I'll find a job quickly. I'm planning on going into the radio field, anything like that. So hopefully I'll find a job and they'll just garner my wages. That's going to be my plan essentially. Now I know some people that are going into medical field, so they're going into grad school. So that's half of those loans there that people owe. And those jobs are obviously, you end up spending a lot more and you end up owing a lot more debt, but you're pretty much guaranteed a job because the world always needs doctors and whatnot.
Right.
So I think it really depends on just what you're looking to do post-college and how long you want to stay in school and then how much you're going to pay too.
Well, and like I look at it from, I don't know, I kind of try to tie it to more everyday things. So I think, okay, what's the next closest thing I have to a $40,000 debt? And I think, okay, if I buy a car and I finance a car, I'll finance a car for 5 years. After 5 years, 3 years maybe, depending on how much of a monthly payment I want to do. But let's say 5 years is pretty much, I think, on average. I'll pay my car off after 5 years. Are you going to have your student loan debt paid off after 5 years?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not, no.
And you look at student loan debt when it comes to your postgraduate schools, where you're looking at around $200,000 in debt that you're going to have. So now you're looking at the cost of a mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
So even if I look at it from a mortgage standpoint, I'm going to pay that over 30 years. So are you going to finance your student debt over a 30-year period?
I mean, I know people that are in their 40s and even 50s that are still paying off their student debt. And that, I mean, sure, that's a financial question because it's going to depend on your income and your ability to make those payments. But it can go that long, and especially it's going to depend on what level of education you decided to go with.
So let's stay on that topic just for a second there. So if I go to get a mortgage and I'm buying a $200,000 house, I have to have an established credit history. I have to have an established income, and I have to prove that I'm not a credit risk for them to give me a loan. And depending on how risky I am, determines what my percentage rate is. What, as a student, did you have to produce to show that you're not a credit risk when it came to getting loans for school.
Well, often they have your parents co-sign, which helps because then they become responsible for that debt too, and that kind of lends credibility to you. I applied to college, so I don't know how it works for grad school because I don't have any, aspirations of going down that path. But it wasn't as rigorous as a test as that of
Right.
going for a mortgage. It was much more apply to the school, get into the school. Okay, you're pretty much. You can just get loans, and there's not
Right.
that long of a approval process. It's more about how much do you make, so that we know how much to give you.
And I think that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make here is that the process itself isn't nearly as rigorous as it is to make sure you're not a credit risk, to make sure you're capable of paying it back.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost an assumption of, oh, well, pay us whatever we ask for, and then we'll make sure you get an education and get a good job that you can pay that back.
Yeah, and I imagine it probably is designed that way because people going into college, they don't want to think about after college when they're going to have to pay all this back. They want to get their education. They want to, if they have a career in mind, they want to get to that as fast as possible. So they'll take any loans they have to.
Sure. And I think one of the indirect consequences of this is that you're seeing the number of people that choose to go into a vocational profession significantly increasing over those that are going to college.
I thought about that. I mean, my freshman year in college, I took mostly gen eds, and I was like, this is not what I want to do. So I started looking at broadcasting schools, and I seriously considered it in my sophomore year, transferring and just going to broadcasting school because, going to broadcasting school because a lot of the people that I look up to in the area that are broadcasters either didn't go to college or went to broadcasting school, and it just seemed like that's exactly what I want to do. Why not just do that?
Right.
But I ended up rethinking it because just having the degree, you talk yourself into it.
Yeah.
And I'll probably talk more about that later. But just the mindset of kind of just accepting debt as a notion, you
Right.
kind of just become okay with it.
And I had a friend of mine, her son, they had groomed him for going to college all through his high school career, his grades and all the extracurricular stuff and the clubs and all that stuff. And when he got to his senior year in high school and saw how much it was going to cost, he realized he couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to be in debt for, the majority of his life.
Right.
So he decided instead of going to college for accounting or business administration or whatever, he was going to be an electrician. And he went off and he went through a vocational school. He joined a guild and, is under an apprenticeship now. And he's making more now within less than 4 years of the time he would have spent in college. He's making more now than if he'd come out of college with a 4-year degree. And he's just starting out in his profession without all that debt.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it depends on, we get into deeper questions of how do you measure success? What do you want from your educational career? And I think that once you figure out those answers for yourself, then you can kind of decide, do I really need college? Do I really need to do this?
Right.
In my case, yes. But in that guy's case, no, he didn't need to do that. If he enjoys being an electrician and he gets satisfaction from that work, there's no reason for him to go to college. He can do exactly what you said and not have to worry about debt, which is almost not unheard of, but rare.
Yeah.
At least with my generation.
And it's a very valid point you make that it's very situational and very specific to the individual.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of the intro to the topic that we're talking about. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to look at a brief history of how student debt has evolved in the United States.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking student debt today. So let's just take a quick, brief history of what student debt has looked like in the United States. Student debt really didn't come into being until around 1840. The first student loans in the U.S. were offered exclusively to students at Harvard in 1840. Public student loans didn't arise until the 20th century. So it's kind of a whole new concept as far as taking loans to go to college. And, the instance of people going to college didn't really increase too much until around the 1940s. So in the 2 decades prior to the institution of federally guaranteed student loans, the U.S. experienced a significant increase in college attendance, thanks in part to the GI Bill in 1944. So fulfilling the need for affordable higher education, the GI Bill subsidized, or in some cases completely covered, the cost of college education for nearly half the Americans returning from World War II. We jump forward to 1972, and the HEA was amended to ensure, the HEA being something that was up top there that I didn't talk about, the Higher Education Act of 1965. Sorry.
Everybody knows it. It's one of the big bills.
Yeah, if you're listening to this show, you should already know that. So the Higher Education Act was amended to ensure that education programs whose students were receiving financial assistance and student loans did not discriminate based on gender.
I'm sure they didn't discriminate based on anything else.
It's an evolving process, okay? So by 76, 77, all undergraduate students became eligible for Pell Grants. Together, these two popular programs further increased college attendance rates by providing financial assistance to individuals who previously could not obtain it. So the focus so far at that point was not controlling student debt, not controlling the cost of education. It was making education more available to those who wouldn't be able to do it because of discriminatory practices or financial difficulties and stuff like that. So up until the 1970s, mid to late 70s, the drive really was to enable students at that point.
Yeah, so looking into the 80s now, these are when things sort of start to turn sour. 1986, parents and students had incurred nearly $10 billion in federal student loans, which is funny now that we're up to $1.7 trillion.
Yeah, $10 billion is a drop in the bucket, right?
Then considered then an outrageous amount. That same year, more than 1/4 of student borrowers owed more than $10,000 in student loan debt. Adjusting for inflation, that's about $21,000 today. So this is sort of where you start to see that this is sort of getting out of hand. And into the 1990s, student loan debt begins to skyrocket. In 1993, the average debt of a bachelor's degree was approximately $9,000, and within just 5 years, it was $15,000, and by 2003, it was almost $20,000, coming in at $17,500. And then finally into the 2000s, today the average loan debt, which we already mentioned, is roughly $30,000. Though one recent study by the Fidelity Investments puts that figure closer to $35,000. Approximately 20% of U.S. households currently owe student loan debt, as do 40% of people younger than 35, which is kind of wild. Almost half of people younger than 35 owe student debt. This means an increase of nearly 200% of overall student loan debt over the last 20 years. 200% in just 20 years. As of 2012, total student debt has surpassed $1 trillion.
And that's astronomical. It really is, just that growth rate. Now, my first question there is, what's driving that cost increase? Is it the cost of education? Is it the financing side of things? Where would you pin the blame there?
I mean, I don't really understand economics, but it seems like if more people are going to be able to get an education, then from a business standpoint, because colleges are businesses, then their market base is wider, right? So they can drive up that cost. And especially once college becomes a social norm where you're just expected to go to college, essentially, then that ensures their business model even more because people want to go to college. They can charge whatever they want.
Well, yes, to a certain extent, I agree with the principle of economies of scale here. So back in the 1870s when, maybe 2% of the population went to college educations should therefore have been exceedingly expensive. But now when you have such a large percentage of people that are, think of the Ford Model T, okay? So prior to mass production of automobiles, they were very specialized, very hand-built, very unique. A couple of them rolled off the plant per month. So as a result, they were very expensive to cover your overhead. Well, when the Model T comes around and you're rolling hundreds of these off the assembly line per day, you can now produce them, thanks to economies of scale, you can produce them much cheaper and then distribute that overhead cost across many more customers. And I would have thought that same model would have translated into your education system, where the more students you have, the lower that tuition rate should be, logically.
That'd be nice. It doesn't seem like it went that way, though. I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that. I guess because as the debt numbers increase, too, does that allow for, are the higher tuitions not really questioned because it just happens so quickly over time? I don't know. It would be nice if that logic applied where